Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Infinite Simulation, From Konoha to Moon. Chapter 91. After Hazuka Hiyuki appeared, Li Shang felt like he gained an additional perspective. It was as if he had opened a second account while playing a game. But it was even more convenient than having two accounts, as if they were one. After a moment, Li Zhang's phone rang. He reached into his pocket, answered the call, and immediately heard a voice distorted by a voice changer. Please look towards the direction of the school gate. When a guest arrives, the host should be prepared. Li Shang looked up. The gate of Castle Academy was made of iron. At this moment, flames flickered, the iron gate twisted, and the sound of explosions echoed. Then the iron gate was thrown into the air by a tremendous shockwave, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous roar. Such a blatant attack immediately triggered the alarm at Castle Academy, and the state of red alert was activated. Accompanied by the roar of motorcycles, intruders rushed into the academy and smashed all the monitors. The Dragon Clan is invading. The Dragon Clan is invading. Noma's voice echoed in every corner of the academy. Freshmen, stay in your dormitories. Students who have passed the battlefield survival class, please immediately collect weapons and load Freya bullets. You have the right to shoot at unidentified individuals. The people in Amber Hall immediately stopped dancing and orderly went outside. The members of the maintenance department began distributing weapons. Li Shang asked Fenger to take Lumina back to the dormitory while he went to the library, planning to put on an act. He knew that the invaders' target was the Dragon King's bone relic, which was the unborn Constantine. And at this moment, it was being researched by the principal in the ice cellar. There were only 3 ways to get to the ice cellar: the library, the church, and the Hall of Heroes. In the original work, Chu Ziheng and Caesar guarded the Hall of Heroes, the church, and Zero and Kaido met, leading to a fierce battle. And Old Tang took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the ice cellar. Li Zhang's phone rang again. It was Schneider. Lin Zhonglong, the enemy's target should be the ice cellar. There are 3 entrances. Chu Ziheng will lead the Lionheart Society to defend the church, Caesar and the Student Council will guard the Hall of Heroes. The library was originally defended by Noma, but just in case, you will go to the library alone. Okay, Li Shang replied. No different from the original work. Although he defeated Caesar, he was not the president of the Student Council after all. And he was a lone wolf. It made more sense to leave the risky church and Hall of Heroes to the Lionheart Society and the Student Council. Li Shang quickly arrived at the entrance of the library. The door was tightly locked. Li Shang greeted, "Hello, Noma." The door immediately opened. Inside was a girl formed by condensed light particles. She said, "You can also call me Eva." Eva was Noma's virtual personality. Her attitude was very friendly. Li Shang guessed it was because he and Fenger were roommates. He found a place to sit down and waited for the arrival of the intruders. Meanwhile, controlled by him, Hazuka Hiyuki hid in a corner outside. He was waiting for Old Tang to appear. Because even Li Shang couldn't find the location of the ice cellar. Hazuka Hiyuki formed hand seals and spread his perception ninjutsu. As he expected, ninjutsu was completely unaffected by the suppression of the word spirits. He quickly gained control over the entire academy. Higure Hiyuki found Old Tang. Because he was directionally challenged. At this moment, he was the only one jumping around on the rooftop, searching for the location of the Hall of Heroes, like a black cat, but male. His speed was very fast. The students who had lost their word spirits completely failed to notice his presence. And the most ridiculous thing was that Old Tang ran to the rooftop of the library and took out a telescope to observe the situation. This caused Kaido Mai, who was near the Hall of Heroes, to collapse and ask, who said this guy was an expert? Look at his resume, someone answered. Can we still trust resumes these days? Kaido Mai helplessly took out her phone. Stop eating potato chips, what should we do now? Wait, I already knew that number 13 was directionally challenged, so I didn't give him a map and let him be the guinea pig. What are we waiting for? There are hundreds of people outside, and I'll be done for as soon as I show up. The word spirit discipline of the night watchman is too strong, I can't use word spirits at all. Don't worry, they won't find you, and they will lift the word spirit discipline. Library control room. Besides Yi Shang, who has a snake as their word spirit. Schneider looked at his watch and couldn't help but feel anxious. Me, Manskine answered. Only the students themselves and their mentors knew about their word spirits. No one else knew. My domain is 3 times larger than Yi Sheng's, but with the night watchman, we can't use word spirits. Manskine shook his head. Isn't the night watchman your father? Call him and ask him to lift the word spirit discipline. That's impossible. The situation is special. We can't contact the principal, only you can try. Schneider looked at Manskine and said, we have 700 students, once the word spirit discipline is lifted, we have no opponents. Manskine remained silent for a long time and dialed his father's number. After a moment, he was stunned and said, he said he will lift the word spirit discipline immediately as my birthday gift. He actually cares about my birthday. Almost at the same moment, Li Shang felt his confinement being lifted. The word spirit discipline disappeared. But in reality, he hoped it would continue to exist. The next moment, Li Shang stood up and saw Old Tang entering the library. Old Tang thought he was seeing things. It turned out to be Lin Zhonglong. Yesterday, they had dinner, sang, and went online together. So, does that mean he and Lu Mingfei are both students of Castle Academy? Old Tang hesitated, raised the gun in his hand, and said, don't resist, I just came to take something, I don't want to kill anyone. Li Shang raised his hands. Old Tang took 2 steps and found a map on the bookshelf. It accurately pointed to the ice cellar. His eyes lit up. Lady Luck was once again on his side. Mr. Tang put away the map and held his gun while walking towards the underground passage of the library. After he disappeared, Li Shang was about to chase after him. Suddenly, a shadow attacked him. With a loud bang, he fell unconscious. The shadow turned out to be Gui Deng Fei Yu. Li Shang was just acting. Gui Deng Fei Yu followed behind Mr. Tang, already activating Sage Mode. He was more worried about Nuo Ma. But fortunately, Nuo Ma would be attracted by Mr. Tang. Following the instructions on his phone, Mr. Tang successfully cut off the surveillance cameras, used a black card to open the access control, and arrived at the core system. Eva appeared and said, you used a privilege card that was built before I was constructed. I should report it, but your permissions make me consider you as an ally. I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask for directions. Where is the ice cellar? Eva remained silent and pointed in a direction. Thank you. Mr. Tang quickly entered a corridor. While they were talking, Gui Deng Fei Yu bypassed Eva at a speed close to teleportation. By the time she reacted, it was too late. Mr. Tang's phone rang again. This time, he received a map. Find the target, look directly at the target, and you will receive $5 million. You don't need to bring the target out. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Mr. Tang felt that his luck had reached its peak. He followed the map and went deeper. But water kept seeping in. Finally, he started swimming. After passing through a gate underwater, he unexpectedly entered an aquarium. But fortunately, he found his target. The ice cellar. At the end of the glass pipeline. Lucky, Mr. Tang couldn't help but speak. He could already see $5 million beckoning to him. With this money, he could not only save many orphans but also live freely for a long time. Mr. Tang rubbed his eyes. It wasn't an illusion. At the end of the glass pipeline, which was originally empty, appeared a young boy with strange eye makeup. This is as far as you go, Gui Deng Fei Yu said. Kid, I advise you to step aside. Mr. Tang, although surprised by his appearance, didn't find a teenager in his early teens to be particularly frightening. I ask you, do you want to become an emperor with supreme power ruling the world, or do you want to maintain your current life, play StarCraft, and be a human? Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Mr. Tang was confused. What kind of question was that? And how did he know that Mr. Tang liked playing StarCraft? Gui Deng Fei Yu stared at him in silence. Mr. Tang was just a personality of the Dragon King Norden. His power was too weak and would eventually be devoured by the inner giant dragon. This situation was almost unsolvable in Dragon Clan. But Gui Deng Fei Yu came from Hokage Ninja. There were similar situations there, with tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. He wanted to use sealing techniques to lock the Dragon King Norden inside Mr. Tang's body. He couldn't deal with the Dragon King in its complete form. But the current Dragon King was in a weakened state. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been easily defeated. Have you made up your mind? Gui Dengfei Yu asked again. Sorry, I don't have time to play philosophical games with you. Mr. Tang charged straight towards him. Although he relied on luck to survive, he had also learned martial arts and his strength far surpassed an ordinary person. It seems you haven't made up your mind. Gui Dengfei Yu raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. In an inexplicable gaze from Mr. Tang, Vice Admiral was sent flying and he fell unconscious. Take a nap, Gui Dengfei Yu said. He knew that when Mr. Tang approached Constantine, the Dragon King Norden inside him would awaken. In a way, he saved his life. He thought for a moment, bit his thumb, and pressed it against the ground. After a burst of smoke, a 3-meter-long giant snake appeared. Gui Dengfei Yu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that he could actually summon it. He thought that summoning technique was a space-time ninjutsu, which seemed plausible. And it consumed much more chakra than usual. Gui Dengfei Yu approached the laboratory, used transformation technique, and put on a protective suit, easily blending in. There were a dozen researchers dressed like him, surrounding a brass egg. Aang was among them. He had to keep a close eye on Constantine to prevent any accidents. Gui Dengfei Yu took out a storage scroll. Living creatures couldn't be stored in it. But the Dragon King didn't matter. Holding on for a while wouldn't have much effect. He opened the scroll, and the bronze egg disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Aang quickly drew his blood-red folding knife. Verbal Spirit. Time 0. It could accelerate oneself, effectively slowing down time, a highly advanced verbal spirit. Aang almost instantly stabbed the folding knife into Gui Dengfei Yu's heart without any time interval. But his eyes widened involuntarily. Gui Dengfei Yu turned into several crows and disappeared. In his long life, he had never seen such a verbal spirit. Aang Ri was, after all, Aang Ri, and he quickly regained his senses. Although he was unfamiliar with Gui Weifei Yu's words and didn't know how he managed to find the ice cellar, he had taken away the twin sons of the Dragon King Norden, Constantine, and he had to stop him. You all take care of yourselves. Without looking back, Aang Ri said to the researchers in the laboratory. Although they were also hybrids, their words tended to be more supportive and their combat abilities were not strong. Aang Ri left the laboratory and went to the aquarium, but still did not see Gui Weifei Yu's figure. He quickly returned to the surface at a fast speed and dialed Schneider's phone. Don't say anything, I already know the current situation. Aang Ri interrupted him before he could finish speaking. What he said was not false. After all, he had previously ordered the night watchman to unlock the words and laws, not the so-called Minstein's birthday gift. He did so because he was already tired of it. Aang Ri wanted to end the war in an unprecedented way, which was to completely kill the 4 monarchs. For this, he had to cultivate an ace in the hole. Lu Mingfei, Chu Ziheng, or Caesar, etc. And this invasion was their touchstone. But Gui Weifei Yu's unexpected intrusion greatly exceeded his expectations. Aang Ri had a different plan for Constantine, so he couldn't let him be taken away. Immediately have everyone search for a young boy who has the Dragon King Norden's bone relic bottle. What? As the minister of the execution department, Schneider naturally knew the details of the Kuiman plan. Don't waste time. Aang Ri roughly described Gui Weifei Yu's appearance. Although he was wearing protective clothing, he noticed that he looked very young, like a high school student. I'll have Norma notify everyone. After hanging up, Schneider looked at Minstein next to him and said, those people have already succeeded, we have been deceived by them. Tell Caesar and Chu Ziheng not to accompany those 2 girls anymore, we need to change our target. While they were talking, Caesar and Jude Mei were evenly matched in their fight. The former's words were weasel, which allowed Caesar to grasp all the sounds in his own domain. In simple terms, he had a terrifying ability to locate sounds. The latter's words were dark light, which could distort the surrounding light and create an invisible effect. The 2 were simply mutually restrained, plus their strength was similar, so the fight lasted a long time. As for Chu Ziheng and Ling's battle, it was even more brutal. The 2 were using words, sovereign flame to clash. The flames filled the expensive church, turning it into a sea of fire. It seemed that there was no time to salvage it. At this moment, Norma's voice came out from the loudspeaker. Please find a young boy immediately. He broke into the ice cellar and stole a very important alchemical item. He is wearing protective clothing and should be young, only in his teens. His words can transform himself into a crow. Jude Mei's face froze. Old Tang was clearly a quite amusing middle-aged youth. Moreover, he didn't need to take away the bone relic bottle. She took a step back and said, "Let's temporarily cease fire, this young boy is not one of us." Caesar frowned slightly. Although he was having a great time fighting, he couldn't possibly believe Jude Mei. Just then, his phone rang. It was Schneider. "Caesar, don't worry about your opponent anymore, immediately block the school gate with your men." "Okay." Caesar put away his phone and said, "Half-time break." After saying that, he left the Hall of Heroes. Jude Mei also made a call and asked, "What's the situation?" "I don't know." Su Enshi, the potato chip girl, sounded confused as well. She always had a grasp of the overall situation and never lost her composure no matter when. But today, the unexpected third party was something she hadn't anticipated. "We can't contact number 13 anymore, but that young boy is indeed not one of us." Su Enshi furrowed her brows and subconsciously took a bite of her potato chips. "Can we track his location?" Jude Mei shook the knife in her hand. "We can't just end the mission like this, right? Temporarily retreat for now and let the people from Castle College handle it." Soon she thought for a moment and said, "Aang has already come out of the ice cellar." Jude Mei immediately stopped talking and turned around to leave. She left the Hall of Heroes and suddenly her pupils contracted. So big. She saw a gigantic snake crossing the Castle College from east to west, breaking through the school gate and running out. Caesar, who had just fought with her, slashed the snake's skin with his hunting knife, only causing sparks to fly. "Everyone take cover! Everyone take cover!" Professor Schneider shouted frantically over the broadcast. How can there be such a huge snake in this world? Jude Mei felt her worldview shattering. The Dragon Clan has been recorded in human history since ancient times. Naturally, she was not surprised. But what is this snake? Wait. Jude Mei noticed that there was a person lying on the snake's head, seemingly Old Tang. She pondered for a moment and immediately contacted Ling. The two of them hid within her word spirit, Ming Chao. Caesar realized the problem and immediately ordered to open fire. Gunshots rang out like thunder, and a dense barrage of bullets was fired at the snake from both sides. Its size was too large to avoid. Just then, Wei Fei appeared. He summoned Zhao King, naturally to take Old Tang away. Without Old Tang as a burden, he could free up his hands to deal with the others. In the astonished gazes of everyone, countless streams of water appeared out of thin air in front of them, and quickly formed into a wall that was hundreds of meters high. But it was made of water. The word spirit of the ocean and water. Caesar had rarely seen this kind of word spirit. However, he realized that he was shocked too early. Wei Fei formed hand seals with both hands. Vast chakra spread out from him in all directions. He opened his mouth and spit out a water ball. The water ball rapidly expanded, instantly turning into a waterfall, with waves over 10 meters high covering the sky and earth. "Everyone take cover!" Schneider and Caesar shouted frantically. The flood seemed like a giant dragon rushing straight towards the nearest building. Trees along the way collapsed, and the glass of the teaching building couldn't withstand the water pressure and shattered. Wei Fei didn't use his full strength. In addition, the students of Castle College generally had good physical fitness and swimming skills, so no one died in this wave. But everyone was standing in water that was half a meter deep. "Don't eat potato chips." Jude Mei dialed Sun Zai's phone again. Because she couldn't get out at all. Wei Fei blocked her way. "The situation here is a mess. That guy who stole things is causing water to flood everywhere and summoning a snake dozens of meters long." Jude Mei shouted, "Is there any other way now?" "What are you talking about?" Sun Zai's face was full of question marks. "Send me a video." If it was Constantine, she could still understand, but he only knows how to set fires, not create water, let alone summon giant snakes. After a moment, she received the video and was stunned. Could it be the most mysterious king of the ocean and water among the four great sovereigns? Jude Mei was speechless. But fortunately, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Because Aang had finally arrived. This old man's strength far surpassed anyone among them. Aang was delayed for a bit because he had just gone to find the night watchman, that old cowboy, to have him use his discipline. But he received a horrifying answer. The precepts cannot affect bloodlines higher than him. That young man is a first generation, also known as the Dragon King. Are you the king of the ocean and water? Angry pressed his folding knife and asked. It is well known that only the Dragon King can use multiple language spirits. Hijiri Hiyori has already used 3. No, Hijiri Hiyori glanced at his summoned beast, Xiaoqing, who had already gone far away. Castle Academy is located in a remote area with no one around. Li Shang has already rushed over during the chaos. Angry frowned and asked, then which Dragon King are you? There was no way to retrieve the bone bottle, and he now wanted to keep Hijiri Hiyori. And he needed to buy time. In the nearby shadows, Deputy Principal Nicholas Flamel, the old cowboy, was assembling a large-caliber sniper rifle. The bullets used were the so-called fifth element, Philosopher's Stone, which can kill the Dragon King. Their plan was for Angry to face the enemy head-on, while the old cowboy would secretly make a fatal blow. I am not the Dragon King. Hijiri Hiyori raised his hand, and liquid bullets sprayed from his fingers. Angry narrowly avoided them. His eyes narrowed, and he asked, are you still saying you're not the Dragon King? Hijiri Hiyori no longer answered. The reason he stayed was to fight Angry and see how powerful this big guy was. Anyway, even if he died, he would just return to the simulator. He could summon again with a coin next time. It wouldn't affect his true self at all. Angry began to recite the dragon language. Language spirit, time 0. Hijiri Hiyori felt time slow down, as if watching a movie encountering a network failure. The scenery around him froze. Only Angry was unaffected. His speed was as fast as lightning. He waved his folding knife, about to pierce Hijiri Hiyori's heart in the next second. But he didn't. The young man in front of him suddenly turned into a puddle of water and merged into the ground. Angry lost his target. Without hesitation, he turned around, only to see Hijiri Hiyori emerge from the water behind him. Water style, instant water. Derived from the water style technique of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, it can travel rapidly underwater and instantly drown people. After dealing with Orochimaru last time, Li Shang did not immediately return to the main world. He stayed in Konoha for a while to specifically learn water style. But Angry was too fast. The water just touched him, and he retreated 5 meters away. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. Ju Demei murmured, this is definitely the Dragon King, what should we do? Kaiser and Chu Zihang silently exchanged glances. Both Angry and Hijiri Hiyori were more than capable of easily defeating them. Especially Kaiser, who finally realized that his strength was far from enough. Angry took a deep breath, and his body disappeared again, even faster. The folding knife easily chopped off Hijiri Hiyori's head. But with a loud bang, a wooden stake appeared in front of him. Angry didn't have time to think and immediately looked around warily. Then he froze. Above his head, 5 Hijiri Hiyori appeared. Quote. Angry couldn't tell which one was the shadow clone at all. As Li Shang said before, the abilities of mixed blood species are too single. He only has the language spirit, time 0, which leans towards being an assassin. Of course, this language spirit is already terrifying enough. In Hijiri Hiyori's eyes, it might be comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique. But Namikaze Minato is not just the Flying Thunder God technique. Cowboy Flamel couldn't help but rub his eyes. This is such bullshit. He only has 1 bullet, how can he shoot 5? It's not possible to shoot them all at once. But he could tell that Angry was at a disadvantage. Hijiri Hiyori's Sage Mode is not to be underestimated, with perception and reaction speed reaching their peak. Although Angry is fast, he can't be much faster, at least not to the point of overwhelming. And Hijiri Hiyori has too many survival skills. Body replacement technique, clone technique, water transformation technique, and so on. Especially the secret technique of the Hiyori clan, water transformation technique, is a perfect counter to Angry. Just being fast is meaningless, his folding knife can't cause any damage. Chu Zihang drew out Murasama and rushed in, timely taking away one of Angry's shadow clones. Caesar immediately reacted and joined the battle. In an instant, countless flashes of knives and shadows flickered. The students present were all dumbfounded as they watched the increasingly outrageous battle. They have all learned about the history of the Dragon Clan and know that the Dragon King has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. But without seeing it with their own eyes, they can't fully believe it. Now, this situation forces them to believe it. Besides the Dragon King, who else can possess so many words of power and resist their dragon-slaying hero, Ang Ri? Ju Demai and Ling exchanged a glance. Should we help? Let's help. Ling nodded and said. Ju Demai took a deep breath, preparing to take action, but saw Hajiri Hiyori in the field turn into a crow and disappear before everyone's eyes. Only the water on the ground could prove that the battle just now was not fake. Hajiri Hiyori already knew his own combat power, and continuing to fight would be meaningless. After all, if they were all killed, the plot would completely collapse, which would not be beneficial to his future simulations. And Xiaomo Guo Luming's might take action. The four great sovereigns are not his opponents. A quiet valley. Li Shang woke up the unconscious Old Tang. What's going on? Old Tang rubbed his temples, recalling that he was on a mission and was knocked out when he was about to approach the ice cellar. He looked around, in the wilderness, and couldn't help but be startled. Lin Zhonglong, how did I end up here? Old Tang, don't be afraid of what I'm about to tell you. Li Shang reached out and pressed his shoulder, asking, do you often feel that there is a monster in your heart? Quote. Old Tang froze. Sometimes he does feel like he will turn into a dragon and destroy the world. But isn't that a normal thought? A fantasy that any boy has had. This is not an illusion. Li Shang said seriously, because you are the Dragon King. Old Tang forced a smile and said, brother, jokes shouldn't be made like this. I am human, how can I resemble a dragon in any way? Fortunately, the QQ group hasn't introduced the Dragon King function yet. Li Zhang's thoughts jumped for a moment, then took out Constantine's bone vial. Old Tang subconsciously glanced at it. Brother, there are many people outside. Maybe we'll die. But Constantine, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, be with brother. Why doesn't brother eat me? Then you can break free from the cage and become the true Bronze and Fire King. You are good food, but that would be too lonely, just you and me for thousands of years. Old Tang felt a little dizzy and blurted out, who's talking? You and your little brother. Li Shang patted the bone vial. Constantine is inside. And the other empty cavity is you. You left early and went to New York to become Old Tang. What kind of second-rate stage play lines are these? Old Tang couldn't help but complain. But his heart began to waver. Li Shang sat cross-legged on the ground. He had plenty of time. He wasn't worried that Castle College would suspect him. When he fainted in the library earlier, Aang noticed him and had someone carry him to the medical department. But because of Hiyori Higashino, there were too many injured students, so naturally no one paid attention to him. Besides, he had prepared a body replacement technique lying on the bed. Old Tang looked at the bone cultivation bottle, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, Hiyori Higashino came back. He was startled and blurted out, it's you. Li Shang had no intention of telling Old Tang the truth. He manipulated Hiyori Higashino and asked, have you thought about the question I asked you earlier? Old Tang was taken aback, remembering the philosophical question he asked before he lost consciousness. But now it seemed not to be philosophy, but reality. What would happen if I chose to become the emperor? You would gain supreme power and the power to destroy the world. Hiyori Higashino paused and said, but there is a price. What price? Yourself. Hiyori Higashino said in a deep voice, the Dragon King Norden will devour you and return to the world. Old Tang trembled. This was not the answer he wanted. Even if he became the Dragon King Norden and lost his current personality, would that really be himself? Besides, he had no intention of destroying the world. He would rather play StarCraft with Luming Fei a few more times. If you choose the latter, I will help you seal Dragon King Norden. Hiyori Higashino continued, seeing him silent, but sealing is only temporary. If you want a permanent solution, you can steal his power and become the Dragon King yourself. Is that possible? Although Old Tang didn't understand the Dragon Clan, the title of Dragon King was obviously extraordinary. Could it really be sealed? Because you are Dragon King Norden. To use an inappropriate analogy, you and Dragon King Norden are two personalities sharing one body. Hiyori Higashino squatted down and said, lift up your clothes. Old Tang did as he was told. Hiyori Higashino pressed his abdomen, and chakra surged out. Ink-colored stripes gradually formed around his palm. He was using the 8-sign seal, which is a double 4-symbol seal. Uzumaki Naruto's seal on the 9 tails is also like this. It seems like nothing has changed. Old Tang stood up and jumped a little. Because you are already in the dominant position. Hiyori Higashino explained. Dragon King Norden lost his memory due to awakening prematurely, so you can exist. Thank you. Old Tang smiled and said, I quite like my current life. I don't think I can be a qualified Dragon King. Hiyori Higashino tilted his head and said, that's not necessarily true. After all, there are Dragon Kings who fall in love with humans. They are even more unproductive than you when it comes to playing games. Li Shang handed him the bone cultivation bottle and asked, do you want to raise a cute little brother? Old Tang remembered the little boy in his dream and felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. But I don't know how to hatch eggs. Ha ha ha, I won't make you hatch eggs like an old mother hen. Li Shang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just thinking about this scene is quite funny. Old Tang looked embarrassed and asked, then how can I hatch him? Flames and bronze. Li Shang recalled the original work and said, he and you are twin Dragon Kings, sharing the power and authority of the Bronze and Fire Kings. What's his temperament like? Old Tang asked with some concern. If he's too hot-tempered, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. He won't be. Li Shang thought for a moment and said. Constantine was obviously obsessed with his older brother. After waking up, he died protecting Old Tang. Hazuka Hizumi picked up the bone cultivation bottle and placed it on the ground. Then he formed seals and a great fireball fell around it, burning fiercely. Old Tang couldn't help but widen his eyes. There really are superpowers in this world. The temperature rose sharply. After a while, Li Shang and Old Tang were already drenched in sweat. They felt like they were facing the sun directly. There was a regular vibration coming from the bone cultivation bottle. The ground cracked, revealing a charred black area. In the flames, a humanoid figure gradually appeared. Old Tang instinctively leaned forward. The flames gradually extinguished, revealing a 16 or 17-year-old boy. His face was small, his eyes were black and clean, his skin had an abnormally pale color, and his body was too thin, revealing faint ribs. Li Shang took a look. The family's emotions were stable. Completely different from the crazy version of Constantine awakened unexpectedly in the original work. It seems there's no need to fight first. Brother. Constantine noticed Old Tang, and his empty eyes regained their brilliance. He took a few steps forward and threw himself into his arms. Brother, we won't be separated again. Li Shang breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. The situation was going as he had expected, without any surprises. But at this moment, Castle Academy was in chaos. The control room of the library. Aang sat in front of the screen. Behind him were A-level students and professors. According to our statistics, this Dragon King used a total of 16 types of language spirits, with the majority being related to the ocean and water. Schneider pointed at the photo on the screen and said, but all the language spirits he uses are unknown. None of the known ocean and water language spirits match. Gudrian exclaimed in astonishment, this is simply unbelievable. Unless he is not the king of the ocean and water. Mons crossed his arms and asked in a deep voice, are there no other first-generation species besides the 4 great sovereigns? Perhaps there is a Dragon King that we are still unaware of. Schneider nodded and said, just like the White King. We can only know fragments of the past history. Aang said in a deep voice, but one thing is certain, the Dragon Kings are awakening, not just the 4 great sovereigns. The control room fell silent. After a moment, Aang said, Schneider, I leave the tracking of this new Dragon King to you. After Li Shang, Lao Tang, and the Constantine brothers finished their meeting, they began to discuss their goals. He wanted to establish a completely new world. The Dragon Clan and humans follow their own laws and live in harmony. If violated, they will be punished. And their enemies are the ones who hinder them. Lu Mingfei is the S-class hybrid of our academy. If Constantine is resurrected in the academy, a tragedy may occur. Li Shang said seriously, I hope that there will be no killing among our friends. Lao Tang couldn't help but feel a little scared. Lu Mingfei was one of his rare confidants. It would be a tragic thing if they were to meet as enemies. I can join. Lao Tang patted Constantine's head and laughed, I am human and also a Dragon Clan member. It is undoubtedly difficult to please both sides, so joining an organization is not a bad idea. Don't worry, we don't have many enemies, and we have plenty of friends. Li Shang smiled and said, but for now, let's enjoy ourselves. I'll arrange for you two to go to the Flower family. If they were to return to New York, they would definitely be targeted. It would be better to change their names and go to his company. No one would expect that two Dragon Kings would be hiding among them. This world simulation has reached the highest evaluation, and the Morning Sun of Fire incident has been resolved. You can choose to return by suicide or return freely, but the evaluation and rewards cannot be increased. The slogan for free return is, if I could start over, I would choose Li Bai. After returning, the Dragon Clan world will continue according to the current plot. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. It seems that he did make the right bet. The simulator doesn't care how you clear the game, as long as you achieve a perfect ending. Li Shang bought plane tickets for Lao Tang and Constantine, and had Higanbana escort them. And he returned to the academy. 3 days later, Higanbana disappeared on her own. It lasted longer than Li Shang had imagined. At least it didn't disappear after just an hour or something. According to the plot of Dragon Clan, the first crisis has passed. The next major plot will have to wait until summer vacation. At least this semester is safe. Li Shang was able to study alchemy in peace. During the summer vacation, he and Lu Mingfei returned to the flower planting family and then went home separately. After making arrangements, Li Shang chose to return. This world simulation is over. Evaluation. I am a little green dragon, I have many little secrets. Reward. 5 simulation coins. Current balance. 19B. 1 random high quality talent, 90% chance. 1 random high quality item, 90% chance. The next simulation will start in 1 month. Related event. Under 1 person, everywhere. New character card. Lin Zhonglong. In Li Zhang's consciousness, a blue meteor fell and formed the image of Lin Zhonglong. I have a question, if I want to use Lin Zhonglong in the Dragon Clan next time, will it be allowed? You can spend an additional 3 simulation coins to choose a specific character. It really can. Li Shang felt a bit emotional. He casually asked, but didn't expect there to be such a service. He got up, washed his face, and dispelled the bad luck. Let's draw. 7 orifices. Linglong heart, X level. You have unimaginable comprehension. No matter what knowledge, you can quickly understand and even come up with new ideas. Bronze purgatory. 7 deadly sins. A level, an alchemical weapon forged by the Bronze King and the Fire King Norden to kill the other 7 first-generation seeds among the 4 great sovereigns. Li Shang widened his eyes. He almost thought there was a problem with the simulator. This was the first time he drew an EX level talent, and just by reading the description, it lived up to its level. It was like a super enhanced version of photographic memory. With this talent, many things that Li Shang had been worried about could be easily solved. For example, transforming ninjutsu into magic. As for the items he obtained, not to mention the 7 deadly sins, Li Shang had already experienced its power. In the Type Moon world, there shouldn't be many things that could withstand it. After all, it was already the stage of modern magic. And with 7 weapons and 7 different experiences, the wonders of it didn't need to be mentioned again. Li Shang got up, put on the uniform given by the clock tower, and he remembered Louis again. Evil gods harm people, just don't know which deity was summoned. He glanced around and didn't see the hidden fox. Junior brother. Tasaka Sakura waved at him from the dining table. The hidden fox sat next to her, gnawing on a rabbit leg. Morning. Li Shang sat down opposite her as usual and asked, "Where is Astathis Senpai?" "Sister has a mission," Tasaka Sakura explained. "Besides being a member of the enforcement team, she is also a member of the Holy Song team." Holy Song team. Li Shang found this term unfamiliar. It's a team directly under the sovereign base marrow of the Law and Politics Department. Their goal is to deal with dead apostles or, in other words, vampire seeds. I see. Li Shang was somewhat surprised. His senior sister was really strong. The term, bloodsucker, refers to a general category of creatures that feed on blood for sustenance, among which those that feed on human blood are called vampires. Most vampires are dead apostles, belonging to the acquired bloodsucker category, and most of them are transformed from humans. Their origin is called the true ancestors, the original dead apostles, totaling 27 in number. Undoubtedly, bloodsuckers are the enemies of humanity. As the two major factions of humanity, the Mages Association and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre have both established specialized organizations to hunt down bloodsuckers. The Mages Association has the chorus, while the Church of the Holy Sepulchre has the burial agency. Li Shang knows about the burial agency because he knows one of its members, Kisher Zelrech Schweinerg. She is known by another more well-known name in the FGO storyline, Session Kiera. The same person from a different timeline. Probably the twisted taste of mushrooms. When humans are strong, she chooses to be the enemy of humanity, and when humans are weak, she becomes the savior. In the world line where Li Shang is, it is currently a stage of human decline. So Session did not fall, but became a savior, specializing in hunting down bloodsuckers. In short, bloodsuckers are very strong. Astarte being able to become a member of the chorus proves her strength. After finishing breakfast, Li Shang left the fox spirit at home and took a double-decker bus to the Department of Mineralogy. He had taken the same bus when Astarte was still with him. The morning in London was still not clear, with a faint mist in the air. The smell of greasy fish and chips permeated everywhere. Li Shang ate German cuisine at the clock tower and British cuisine at the clock tower. Both can be considered culinary deserts. Speaking of British cuisine, Li Shang can only think of looking up at the stars, also known as Hell's Chant, which no one dares to eat. The bus stopped and 3 more passengers got on. Li Shang noticed that one of them was dressed very strangely. She was wearing a black cloak, black shorts, black stockings, and seemed to be wearing a gray hooded coat underneath. Apart from that, her appearance was completely hidden. She kept her head down, completely hiding under the hood. Li Shang thought of a term, social anxiety disorder. Because he could tell that this girl really disliked contact with people, even on a crowded bus, she tried to create her own separate world. This person looks a bit familiar. Li Shang didn't rashly go up to say hello. After a while, the girl got off the bus. It was SLA Street. Li Shang recognized the nearby buildings, because he had seen them in the books introducing the 12 disciplines of the clock tower. This is the territory of the modern magic department. So that was Grey. She is the product of Morgan Le Fay's attempt to resurrect Artoria. She can be called a vessel, so she has the face of Takeuchi, cough cough, no, Artoria's face. Li Shang got off the bus at the Department of Mineralogy. The periphery of every academy city is protected by a boundary field, which ordinary humans cannot perceive except for magicians. Occasionally, there are guys with high, spiritual vision, who accidentally intrude. After being discovered by the Department of Law and Politics, their memories are erased and they are sent away. Li Shang arrived at the classroom. Professor Kars explained Lewis's situation to all the students beforehand. Everyone's reaction was quite indifferent. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre next door has a single faith, but the Mages Association has all sorts of beliefs, a mess. As long as they don't cause harm in normal times, no one cares. Of course, because of the existence of the Department of Law and Politics, the beliefs of ordinary magicians are actually more normal. Those who are too mysterious will be dealt with. It's such a pity. Li Zhang's former desk mate turned around and said. His name was William Dunlap, dressed in casual white attire. Indeed, Li Shang sighed and said, I didn't expect him to be that kind of martyr. Although he and Lewis were not close friends, they had a good conversation. Lewis willingly committed suicide for the sake of the Theological Society, which was truly unexpected for him. Perhaps this is the power of faith. William's eyes were deep, and he took out a folded note from his pocket and handed it to Li Shang, saying, The Extraterrestrial Association. Li Shang opened it and asked, Do you believe in the existence of extraterrestrial beings? Why not? William smiled lightly and said, Maybe God himself is an extraterrestrial being. I'm not interested. Li Shang returned the note to him and said, I'm currently worried about advancing to the next rank. William wasn't angry either and said, You can find me anytime. Cashew knocked on the door and walked up to the podium. Today's class was Magic Inscription, Birth and Restoration. Due to the continuous decline of mystery, modern magicians have created magic inscriptions in order to preserve the mystery and pass it on to the next generation. The original magic inscriptions were fragments of fantasy seeds or magic ritual attire buried inside the magician's body, but this would cause rejection and it would take several generations to counteract this rejection. Because it was too painful, this method is no longer used by magicians. Nowadays, magicians adopt the method of transplantation from a magic inscription of a prestigious magic family, so they can use it without spending too much time. There are two special professions related to magic inscriptions. One is the tuning lawyer, who can suppress the side effects of magic inscription transplantation, and the other is the restorationist, who can repair damaged magic inscriptions. These two professions are quite rare. If you are fortunate enough to embark on this path, it can be said that it will change your destiny. Many prestigious magic families like to recruit such magicians as in-laws. Li Shang secretly added the last sentence, which didn't sound like a class, but more like an advertisement. After class, he spent £10 to temporarily rent a magician training room. He wanted to test his new type of magic. The reason he didn't go to the public training ground was because he had already successfully modified it. After obtaining the 7-aperture Linglong heart, he was like Lucy, the heroine in Lucy, played by Scarlett Johansson. His brain had undergone significant development, and he had an unimaginable understanding of various knowledge. Li Shang formed the seals in the order of Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. His magic circuit was opened when he formed the first seal, and a large amount of magic power surged out, flowing through his body to his throat, and finally gushed out at the end of the 6th seal. A fist-sized orange fireball flew out. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. There was no doubt that the magic was successful, but its power was like when Uchiha Sasuke first learned the Great Fireball technique. What's more, Li Shang felt that more than half of his magic power had been depleted. In a way, it was within his expectations. Because his attribute was indeed not high. Magic power was 2, but physical strength was 21. This path was a bit crooked. It seemed that in the future, he could only be a magician with a sword. Li Shang touched his chin. Anyway, his idea was not a problem. Next, he needed to write a thesis. Li Shang planned to write several more, taking it slow, setting a small goal first, to advance to the next rank. Jumping straight to the top in one step would be dangerous, as his own strength couldn't keep up. After leaving the training room, he went to the Department of Law and Politics. Clock in for work, then slack off. This job was simply perfect. But as soon as he entered the office, Li Shang sensed that something was wrong. Captain Allen, what happened? The Law and Politics Department launched an operation last night to surround the survivor who had dealings with Jellant, but his strength was astonishing, and we suffered heavy losses. Allen said with a pained expression. There were 3 law enforcement teams participating in the operation, and our 4th team lost 3 members. Li Shang instinctively looked up and indeed saw 3 empty seats in the office. He didn't know how to comfort the captain. Although he had only been on the job for a few days, his colleagues were all nice. Has the culprit been caught? Li Shang asked again. No, Allen shook his head and said, but don't worry, Captain Hyaling has invited a monarch to help, and I believe he will be apprehended soon. A monarch? Li Shang was somewhat surprised. Would a monarch get involved in something like this? Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't. Allen explained, but this monarch is quite special. He is extremely skilled in deduction, and he owes a large debt, and the Law and Politics Department is the wealthiest organization. Are you talking about Monarch Elmero too? Li Shang asked upon hearing the familiar description. Yes, Allen nodded and said, that's him. Can I help? Li Shang thought for a moment and asked, I'm quite curious about the monarch and would like to see for myself. I understand your thoughts, but you better not have too high expectations. Allen showed an indescribable expression and said, this monarch is completely different from what you imagine. Li Shang understood what he meant. Weber appeared to be a monarch on the surface, but in reality, he was just a gaming otaku. Compared to the other 11 monarchs, he seemed like a husky mixed in with a pack of wolves. If you're interested, come tomorrow morning at 9. Our 4th team will conduct an investigation at the scene with the monarch. Allen said again. The culprit has already left and is unlikely to return. And with a monarch present, there is basically no danger. That's why Allen let Li Shang go along. Thank you, Captain. Li Shang returned to his seat. He turned on his computer and prepared to write his paper. The title was, The Possibility of Changing Magic Chanting to Magic Sealing. In this paper, he proposed 6 possibilities, all of which were incorrect. But one of the possibilities was not far from being correct. The clock tower always encouraged everyone to create new theories and systems of magic, even if they were wrong, as long as they were bold enough, they would be appreciated. It was quite easy for Li Shang to pass this paper and obtain the lowest rank. After all, it was the first rank. Under normal circumstances, all magicians who graduated from the basic science department could at least pass the lowest rank or become the eldest son of the second rank. The third rank opening was relatively difficult. Usually, there had to be a significant contribution. For example, Tudumaru Rika, who saved the world, also obtained an opening. Of course, he was a special case, hiding his true achievements. Li Shang finished writing the paper, and it was already dusk. After checking it twice and confirming that there were no problems, he printed it out. There were a total of 5 pages. Not too many, not too few. Li Shang turned off the computer and left the office. The sky was filled with clouds resembling flames. The daytime mist seemed to have disappeared, allowing him to clearly see the tall buildings in the sunlight. Li Shang returned to his villa and found his 2 senior sisters waiting for him to have dinner. Sorry, I'm a bit late today. It's okay. Astati picked up her chopsticks and said, it's common in the Faculty of Law and Politics. You'll get used to it. I actually lost track of time while writing my paper. Li Shang smiled apologetically and asked, who should I submit this paper to? If it's a paper for promotion, you should submit it to our advisor, Jia Chuzi. She will provide some suggestions. Astati paused for a moment and looked at him, saying, if you don't mind, I can take a look at it after dinner. Of course, no problem. Li Shang agreed readily. After dinner, Astati picked up the paper and sat on the sofa to read it. Li Shang sat across from her and noticed that she was dressed somewhat differently today. She was wearing a women's suit, a black coat on the outside and a white shirt on the inside. She exuded a rare sense of handsomeness. In a different world, there would definitely be many beautiful women willing to be in a relationship with her. Li Shang had some strange thoughts flash through his mind. Astati looked up at him and said, interesting imagination, although none of them are correct, the promotion is more than enough. Then I don't have to worry anymore. Li Shang said with a smile. There's an underground magician auction in a week. Are you interested, junior brother? Astati returned the paper to him and suddenly asked. An auction? Li Shang raised an eyebrow. It seemed that auctions were a classic design in any world. But he had never seen a magician auction before. Yes, they usually auction magic materials, magic equipment, magic elixirs, and some miscellaneous things like treasure maps. It's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. Li Shang nodded and accepted her invitation. Astati stretched and said, junior brother, see you tomorrow. I'm going to take a shower. Li Shang put away the paper and saw Zhanggu run out. It seemed to be afraid of Astati and usually wouldn't appear at the same time as her. When are you going to take me out to play? The upright walking Zhanggu leaned against the coffee table, propping up its chin with its front paws, and said, I've seen all the flowers and plants around here, there's nothing new to play with. Then I'll take you to the auction. Li Shang suddenly thought of its appraisal skill. Maybe he could find something at the auction. Quote. Zhanggu fell silent for a moment and asked, why do you always like to be with a human who can kill you at any time? Are you talking about Astati? Li Shang was taken aback and said, she won't kill me. Humans just like to court death. Zhanggu sighed and said, well, I'll also risk my life to accompany a gentleman and go out to see the world. Li Shang didn't know how to respond. He put the paper back in his room and took a shower in the bathroom. When he came out, he happened to meet Astati, who had just finished washing up. She was wearing a panda pajama set, her face flushed, looking quite cute. It seemed like she had soaked in the bath for too long. After greeting her, Li Shang returned to his room. Early the next morning, he went to the botany department and submitted his paper to Jia Chuzi, then went to the Faculty of Law and Politics. Li Shang stopped in front of the Faculty of Law and Politics. 3 people were standing not far from him. One of them was the same person he saw on the double-decker bus yesterday, Grace. She was dressed the same, the only difference being that she seemed to be carrying something hidden in her sleeve, unable to be seen. Why did you take on such a troublesome case? The young man in a fitted black windbreaker asked irritably. It was a result of my careful consideration, answered a girl in a deep blue dress, her skin porcelain-like. There was an undisguised excitement, or rather, joy, in her tone. How did you come to this conclusion? Of course, it's because of my older brother's debt problem. The girl smiled proudly and said, if it can be resolved smoothly, you will receive a generous reward. I remember the selection for the Clock Tower Holy Grail War has already begun, and time is running out if you want to sign up. Are you a devil? The young man gritted his teeth. I am your lovely younger sister, the girl said in a cheerful tone. You won't find a second younger sister who cares for you like I do. I'd rather not have one. Tisk. The girl continued to wear a mischievous smile and said, you say you don't want one, but you followed me to the Faculty of Law and Politics. You're not very honest. After saying that, she noticed Li Shang and glanced at him. Her eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Li Shang knew these were mystic eyes. Indeed, it was Lainey's. She was the true heir of the El Meloy family, but due to her age, she handed over the throne to Weber. It could also be intentional. She was an extremely intelligent girl, hidden behind the scenes, better able to maintain the El Meloy family. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Lainey's waved her hand, her mouth slightly curved. Weber, the young man, let out a sigh of relief and instinctively reached for his cigar, but then thought better of it and abandoned the gesture. Grace, let's go. Weber, with an expression of annoyance, ran his fingers through his long hair and then walked into the Faculty of Law and Politics. Li Shang followed suit. It seemed that Alan had already received the news and was standing outside the door. When he saw Weber, he immediately became solemn. Your Highness, welcome. Weber nodded as a gesture of courtesy. He was now the ruler and had to maintain the proper etiquette at all times. Otherwise, it would bring shame to the El Meloy family. His devilish younger sister didn't know what kind of punishment she would come up with. Today, the security of Your Highness will be handled by the 9 members of the 4th Squad of the Faculty of Law and Politics. Alan introduced. You don't need to worry, Grace will protect my safety. Weber waved his hand and said, let's go. All right. Alan also wanted to solve the case as soon as possible. He walked to the front to lead the way. Weber and Grace followed closely behind. Li Shang walked on their left. The 4th Squad originally had 12 members, but after 3 deaths, there were only 9 left. Fleet Street was soon reached. It was a riverside street, right next to the Thames. Li Shang squinted his eyes. Perhaps they were waiting for the arrival of the ruler, and the crime scene was well protected. Bloodline was everywhere. Is this the territory of the plant department? Weber looked around and asked. Yes, Alan answered. Fleet Street is home to some of the most famous publishing and newspaper companies in the UK, it is the center of the news industry. The plant department was quite interested in the media, and these companies all had some traces of it. Weber nodded and began his inspection, just like a real detective. Li Shang even saw him take out some kind of medicine. Grace, on the other hand, had been following him closely, inseparable. Alan looked at the 2 people in the distance and asked, are they very different from the ruler you imagined? Li Shang smiled and said, they are a bit, but they are down to earth. What does down to earth mean? It means they are quite similar to us ordinary magicians. That's true. Alan nodded in agreement and said, he is the only ruler who attends classes, and he teaches very well, much loved by the students. When you just joined the clock tower, you can consider taking his class. I will, Li Shang replied. Just then, Weber waved at them. Your Highness, did you find anything? Alan hurried over and asked. Are you sure the culprit is one person? Weber frowned, seemingly unable to understand something. Absolutely certain, Alan said firmly. Members of the 3 squads of the Faculty of Law and Politics can testify to that. Do you know anything about him? He is a survivor, used to live in the Spirit Tomb Albion, but returned to the surface after obtaining dragon's blood and made a deal with Garant. Did you not contact the Secret Mound Dissection Bureau? I asked them, but they don't know. They don't know. Weber pressed his forehead and asked, is it that they don't know, or they don't want to tell you? Arlen smiled bitterly. The Bureau of Secret Anatomy is not under the control of the 12 monarchs. Their legal and political department cannot do anything without absolute reason. What kind of magic did he use when he fought against you? Weber knew that his previous question exceeded Arlen's ability, so he asked again. It's chaos magic. As expected, Weber was not surprised. He had already noticed it during his previous examination. Chaos magic is a magical system in modern magic. The so-called chaos refers to a hodgepodge, mixing various magical genres. In other words, modern magic has no magic that can form a system. This is also why it is not well regarded. But besides chaos magic, he also used necromancy and alchemy. Weber said calmly. Arlen did not doubt, but instead sighed in his heart, impressed by King Elmero II. He easily did what their legal and political department couldn't do. At least they did not notice the traces of alchemy and necromancy. The original purpose of alchemy is to turn inferior metals into noble gold or gemstones. Weber analyzed the survivor's spell as if he had seen it with his own eyes. He himself is average in strength, but he used alchemy. He forcibly combined himself with the undead summoned by necromancy, underwent a transformation in a short period of time, and defeated you. This is King Elmero II. He has astonishing interpretation and analysis abilities. He is known as the destroyer of magic by many. In addition to the general magic taught by the clock tower, most magic families have their own unique magic. This is undoubtedly the biggest secret. But Weber can see the spells behind the magic through various appearances. In the original work, even the crowned puppeteer, Orenji Sake, would keep her distance from him. Arlen suppressed his surprise and asked thoughtfully, does this mean that his strength will return to normal afterwards? He realized that their legal and political department had targeted the wrong person. They were shocked by the survivor's strength and went to investigate magicians above the 4th tier of the sacrificial rite. It will, Weber nodded and said, and he was seriously injured. Thank you, Your Majesty. Arlen bowed. Being seriously injured is undoubtedly a very useful clue. I have a doubt. According to the normal plot, it was our legal and political department that noticed the survivor's whereabouts, and then a big battle broke out between the two sides. Li Shang raised his hand and asked, but from your description, it seems more like an ambush by the survivor. I remember the book mentioned that any alchemy requires preparation of materials in advance. I believe this kind of alchemy that enhances strength cannot be performed hastily. Weber was slightly startled, his eyes showing a change. You're right, there are two possibilities here, the survivor seeking revenge intentionally, or someone behind him. I lean towards the latter. Being able to perform such alchemy, he can't be ordinary in strength, he said with a confident tone. It's a bold move, Li Shang exclaimed. To go against the Department of Law and Politics is undoubtedly going against the Magic Association. The motives of this person are unclear. Weber pondered and shook his head, but what happens next is the Department of Law and Politics business, not mine. He had already pointed them in the right direction, enough to pay for Hanye Lingley's reward. Aaron didn't say anything more. Weber left with Gray. Li Shang withdrew his gaze and said, with so many clues, we can use tracking magic. It's useless, Aaron sighed, although tracking magic is useful, it can easily be blocked. We've tried it before, and that person has good counter-surveillance awareness. It's a bit troublesome. Li Shang looked at the shimmering river in the distance and said, we can only contact the police and conduct an investigation centered here. He's injured, so he can't run too far. Aaron nodded and suddenly realized. He was the captain after all. He glanced at Li Shang and said, you're smart, but your strength is too weak. You shouldn't participate in what happens next. If you catch him, I hope the captain will let me know. Li Shang was interested in the survivor because of the dragon blood incident. After all, it was related to him. And the survivor came from the spirit tomb Albion. He wanted to see if there was a chance for him to enter and study his version of the sage mode magic. Aaron also knew about his situation with Gerald and didn't refuse, then bid him farewell. Li Shang returned to his classes in the mineral science department. After about 3 days, he received a message from Aaron saying that they had already caught the culprit. It was unexpectedly fast, but when he asked for information about the survivor, he was told that he didn't have the authority. Even Aaron didn't know. He heard that the information was sealed by Hanye Lingley. Li Shang couldn't help but feel puzzled. He remembered something. The original story about Hanye Lingley. She had a brother named Hanye Kuro, who was the survivor. Was there a connection between the two? Li Shang wasn't sure. But he was soon drawn to another matter. The auction. The auction between magicians that Astati mentioned. Li Shang followed Astati to a hotel called Dragon's Roar while holding the hidden fox. After presenting the invitation letter, they were allowed to enter and press the non-existent negative third-floor button in the elevator. The elevator opened, revealing a hall. The structure of the hall resembled that of an ancient Roman arena. In the center was a platform, surrounded by layers of seats. And on the top floor were 7 private rooms. Astati walked straight into the first private room. Li Shang thought about it and found it reasonable. After all, it was the Edelfelt family. In the clock tower, there were probably only 12 monarchs who could surpass them. The private room was quite luxurious, with everything except a bed, just like a presidential suite. Astati turned on the projection, revealing the situation on the platform. Li Shang secretly thought it was quite advanced. He saw a small booklet on the coffee table and picked it up. As he expected, it recorded today's auction items. The prices were enough to make one's head spin. The starting bid for the lowest item was 10,000. He flipped through a few pages, and the prices became more and more shocking towards the end. Do you see anything you want? Astati noticed his expression, curled her lips, and said, I can lend you money. I don't have the habit of taking loans. Li Shang chose to refuse. With his salary, he wouldn't be able to pay it off in his lifetime. Although he wanted to freeload, he was a magician with integrity. If he could avoid it, he would. Astati flicked her hair by her ear and smiled. It'll be hard to get another chance if you miss it, you know. It's just unclear whether she was referring to the auction items or borrowing money. Li Zhang's eyes suddenly froze. He saw a familiar auction item. The blood-stained Bodhi leaf. It was indeed mentioned in the original work that it appeared in the auction and was ultimately bought by the head of the Izuruma family, Beilong. It is related to the plot of the Twin Towers. The ultimate goal of every magic clan is to reach the root. Izuruma is no exception. The magic they chose is sensory magic, attempting to reach the root through the beauty of the ultimate. Thus, the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess were created. The ultimate beauty. Just by appearance, they can captivate people's hearts. In Li Zhang's view, this may be more like 2 enchanting demons. Astati suddenly approached him and glanced at him, saying, so it's the Bodhi leaf, huh? Why, do you want to participate in the Holy Grail War? Li Shang only felt a faint fragrance permeating. Like some kind of sugar. The Holy Grail War. Li Shang pretended to be confused and asked, what is that? It's a magical ritual in Fuyuki City, summoning servants with holy relics to hold a war. It is said that the ultimate winner can fulfill any wish through the Holy Grail. Astati shook her head and chuckled, but the clock tower has never paid much attention to it, considering it just a rural ritual. However, the unexpected death of the previous Holy Grail War's ruler, El Meloy, has piqued their interest a little, and they plan to send 2 magicians to investigate the cause. Li Shang knew there was another reason. The so-called Holy Grail is just too common. The clock tower deals with hundreds of Holy Grail cases every year, but they all turn out to be fake in the end. After all, the Holy Grail that originated from Jesus is too famous. So the Bodhi leaf is Siegfried's holy relic. That's right. Astati smiled and said, Siegfried is also considered a powerful servant in mythology. If he can be summoned, perhaps he can win in the Holy Grail War. That's because you don't know there are even more perverted guys. Li Shang secretly thought about the 5th Holy Grail War, where not only the servants were powerful, but even the masters were cheating. Siegfried is hard to say for sure if he will win. But he doesn't know what to say when he sees the starting price of 50 million pounds. Li Shang touched the page number and found that there was still one more page. He turned it over and was immediately stunned. Holy crystal. The pattern on it was exactly a colorful octagonal crystal. If it's not a holy crystal, then what is it? Astati blinked and asked, are you interested in this special crystal? Li Shang came back to his senses and said, it seems interesting from the description, but the price is not something I can afford. He handed the booklet to Astati. The room fell silent. Li Shang was stunned for a few seconds, unable to help but wonder what the use of a holy crystal was. After all, this is reality, not a game. He looked at Astati, who was meditating with her eyes closed, and thought of the incident with the survivor a few days ago. With her relationship with Hanano Riri, maybe she would know. Li Shang couldn't resist his curiosity and opened his mouth. Senior sister, the enforcement team caught a survivor a few days ago, the one who traded with Gerald, but I don't have the authority to know the details. He is not a survivor. Astati said with a certain tone. The person behind him is called Kano Kuro, Hanano Riri's brother, and he used to be the former minister of modern magic, Hatters. Probably to raise money, Hatters sold dragon blood through him. As expected, because it involved her brother, Hanano Riri chose to seal the records. Li Shang nodded and didn't ask any further. After about 10 minutes, the auction officially began. The sound was broadcasted to every corner. Then a waiter knocked on the door and brought a bell and a microphone. Why is there a microphone? Li Shang asked in confusion. Isn't a bell enough to make a bid? Why is there this kind of play? It's for you to announce your identity. Astati explained. No magician wants to offend the magic aristocracy, and the auction is also afraid of causing trouble for themselves. Wouldn't the auction lose money? How could it lose money? It's just earning less. That's true. Li Zhang's mouth twitched. Why should he, a poor guy, worry about this? The projection showed the situation in the hall. An old man came up with a wooden hammer, and he got straight to the point, saying, the first item today is a magic costume, modeled after the great spear held by the hero Cu Chulainn in Irish mythology. Immediately, 2 waiters brought up a red long spear. Throw this spear, and it will transform into 30 sharp arrows, which is quite a good magic costume for attacking enemies. The old man knocked the wooden hammer and said, the starting price is 10,000 pounds. In just a few seconds, the price soared to 100,000 pounds. As if money was no object. Li Shang found it hard to understand. In his opinion, this costume was really average. Foolish people have money. He glanced at Zhang Hu, who was staring at the big screen with relish. He had told it before that if there was anything good, it should remind him, especially if the auction house made a mistake. One item after another. Astati just watched without making a move. Not to mention Li Shang, he couldn't afford it. After half an hour, the old man said, next is the 10th item, a frozen flower called the Moment of Promise. Its effect is to enhance the activity of magic within its 10-meter range. Li Shang noticed that Astati seemed to sit up straight. Does she want to buy it? At this moment, Zhang Hu shook his thigh. Li Shang raised an eyebrow, hinting, senior sister, this thing feels pretty good. Astati turned his head to look at him, with a faint golden light shimmering in his eyes. She immediately pressed the bell and made a bid. Li Shang always felt that her eyes held a story. No, Astati herself is a magician with a story. Li Shang expressed that he couldn't see through this senior sister. After continuous bidding, it finally sold for 7 million pounds. In a moment, a waiter brought something to Astati's table. Li Shang was able to observe it up close. 5 pink petals and a few strands of pale yellow stamens. It seems to be sakura flowers. Covered with a layer of faint transparent crystals on the surface, it looks like ice. Li Shang reached out to touch it, feeling no coldness, but instead a hint of warmth. Suddenly, his vision blurred and a lake appeared before his eyes. The lake was round in shape, and at a glance, it looked like a mirror. In the distance, there was a small town. Because it was too far away, Li Shang could vaguely recognize that it was in an English style. Then, he returned to reality. Li Shang withdrew his hand and looked at the hidden fox. Is this what it considers valuable? But what does it represent? Lakes and small towns are quite common. He handed the flower to Astati. But she had no reaction after touching it. Li Shang secretly wondered if it was only useful to himself. It's really strange. The auction continued, and soon it came to the blood-stained Bodhi leaf. The competition was more intense than imagined. After the auction reached 100 million pounds, an old voice spoke, I am Bailong of the Izaluma family, please give face to the monarch, Barulita. The Izaluma family is a branch house of the Barulita family. At this point, the other magicians paused their bidding. It was unnecessary to offend the monarch for a Bodhi leaf. Plus, 100 million pounds was indeed not something an ordinary magician could come up with. Sorry, Gary Asta is determined to win this, a straightforward voice sounded, I bid 200 million, if you can surpass it, I will give it to you. Li Shang suddenly remembered who this young man was. Atram Gary Asta, the son of the Middle Eastern oil king. Skilled in using money as a weapon. He bought the Bodhi leaf to participate in the Holy Grail War, and he was obsessed with dragons. But Li Shang knew that he couldn't get what he wanted. Because the servant he summoned behind him was a caster class, Medea. A mage capable of summoning dragons. However, when he learned that Medea couldn't summon dragons in the modern era, he realized her power and wanted to get rid of her. Li Shang found it difficult to understand this strange mentality. But in the end, Atram was killed by Medea. 210 million. Beilong spoke without hesitation, as if the money wasn't his. According to reason, Izaluma shouldn't have this much money, Astati suddenly said. Li Shang, upon hearing this, vaguely remembered that in the original work, Beilong did indeed buy the Bodhi leaf with the help of someone else. And this person was Kayakuro, or Hartress. He sold dragon blood to Geralt, which made sense, as it was to raise money. Of course, he wasn't a philanthropist. He sponsored Beilong in order to obtain his family's technology and fulfill his own ambitions. In the case files of Lord El Meloy II, Hartress undoubtedly can be called the ultimate final boss, with his shadow behind almost every event. Although Atram was rich, he couldn't afford 2 consecutive major expenses. Because not long ago, he spent a huge amount of pounds to buy a spot in the Holy Grail War from the Clock Tower. His purpose was simple, to use gold plating to improve his family's treatment in the Clock Tower. There was no way around it. His family had become nobles purely by buying magic with money, so naturally, they would not receive favorable treatment in the Clock Tower. The auction reached its final item. Without Li Zhang's prompting, Astati bought the Holy Crystal. He was somewhat puzzled. After the Holy Crystal was delivered, Astati picked it up and immediately smiled. Li Shang couldn't help but be startled. Sister, do you know its function? I do. Astati put away the Holy Crystal and said, I'll tell you when you become an official mage. Li Shang could only suppress his doubts. This flower is for you. Astati pointed to the frozen sakura flower and said, practicing within its range will yield twice the results with half the effort. For me. Li Zhang's mouth opened slightly, and he quickly waved his hand. This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Valuable. Astati tilted her head and said, it's not considered valuable. Quote. Li Shang was momentarily at a loss for words. Does 7 million pounds look like 7 pounds to you? Astati walked to the door, her lips slightly curled, and said, Junior brother, take it and let's go. Oh. Li Shang picked up the flower and followed behind her. The two got in the car and quickly returned to the villa. Because it was Saturday, there was no need for classes. Li Shang placed the flower in a glass vase. He remembered the illusions he had seen when he touched it, so he greeted it and went to the library in London. Do you have any books related to ancient lakes in Britain? Li Shang asked the librarian. The reason why it was said to be ancient was based on the small town by the lake. Although it was just a glimpse, the style was definitely not modern architecture. We do, the librarian answered, the study of prehistoric and medieval mountains, rivers, and lakes in Great Britain. After getting the answer, Li Shang went to the computer next to the bookshelf and searched for its location. Following the number, he found the book and sat down in a spot near the window. But unfortunately, he gained nothing. Li Shang closed the book. The sun outside the window had already set to the west and was about to disappear. He thought for a moment, asked the librarian for paper and pen, and drew a rough sketch of the town. This style is very similar to the architecture of ancient Rome. The librarian pondered. Li Shang was slightly startled, realizing that he had looked in the wrong place. It wasn't in Britain but in ancient Rome. Wait a minute. The librarian had a sudden realization, this is a fusion of Britain and ancient Rome. What do you mean? Li Shang asked in confusion. Do you know Caesar? I do. In 58 BC, he launched the Gallic Wars and invaded Britain twice during this period, thus opening the prelude to the Roman conquest of Britain. In 43 AD, Claudius, and of course his son, the tyrant Nero, who may be more famous, made 12 native British kings submit and completed the true conquest. The librarian sighed and said, after that, the province of Britannia was established, encompassing present-day England and Wales. But even the mighty Roman Empire had its day of decline. In the 5th century AD, Rome withdrew, ending its rule. So what I'm looking for is England and Wales before the 5th century AD. That's right, thank you, Li Shang returned. The study of prehistoric and medieval mountains, rivers, and lakes in Great Britain, to the librarian and inquired about books related to England and Wales. It is undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack to search for a lake and a small town in the vast history. Li Shang spent a weekend without getting the answer he wanted. But he wasn't in a hurry. After all, this flower of his couldn't grow legs and run away. I made the noodles myself today. Astati placed a bowl of noodles in front of Li Shang. It wasn't Japanese ramen, but the kind of beef noodles commonly seen in flower-growing families. Thank you. Li Shang picked up his chopsticks and asked, Sister Tosaka, did something come up? Astati nodded, sat across from him, and glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. The taste is pretty good. Li Shang took a bite and commented. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it wasn't bad either. He wasn't picky. Astati secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, as long as you're used to it, junior brother. Li Shang glanced at her and felt like she was a cat at this moment for some reason. I must be hallucinating. After finishing the bowl of noodles, Li Shang got in her car and arrived at the botany department. Compared to when they first met, Astati's driving was much smoother now. It was as if she had moved away from the excitement of racing and returned to a peaceful life. Well, it was a change worth rejoicing. At first, he refused to ride in the car. You can't make me sit just because you want me to, and this car was speeding. Fortunately, his worries didn't come true. Li Shang received a text message from Mustard Seed yesterday. It asked him to arrive at the botany department at 7 o'clock this morning. Your thesis has been approved by the clock tower. Mustard Seed looked at the small book in her hand and casually said, Congratulations, from today onwards, you are a Magus apprentice. Thank you, teacher. Li Shang didn't expect the clock tower to be so efficient. In the registered records of the clock tower, your apprentice status has been certified. In the future, when someone asks about your status, you can say that you are a Magus apprentice. Mustard Seed took out an identification card-like document and threw it in front of him, saying, Keep it yourself. Li Shang quickly scanned it, but there was nothing special about it. Just 2 lines of text. Magus apprentice, Li Shang. Magus Association rank. Li Shang had a feeling of being a civil servant. Now he could be considered an official personnel. According to the energy of the clock tower, it was completely possible for him to temporarily serve as a police officer or a special agent. Li Shang remembered the spiritual medicine he saw at the auction yesterday and asked, Teacher, are there any spiritual medicines that can increase magical power? As a magus in the botany department, he was naturally good at pharmaceuticals. Mustard Seed probably knew as well. There are. Mustard Seed looked up and said, but medicine is 3 parts poison. You have innate talent, so there's no need to pursue quick results. It seemed that spiritual medicines weren't as wonderful as he had imagined. Li Shang pondered. Since that was the case, he would temporarily be a close combat magus. According to the standards of the simulator, 1 attribute point was equivalent to an ordinary human. His strength was 21, which meant that his strength exceeded that of 20 ordinary humans. It would indeed be a pity if he didn't play close combat. If you want to increase your magical power, why not try the gem sword of Gem Mage? Mustard Seed seemed to remember something and said, You are a student of the mineralogy department, which happens to be able to study the gem sword. I remember sister also researched the gem sword, but she didn't succeed. It's even more impossible for me. Li Shang shook his head and said, the gem sword could indeed solve his magical power problem. Because it was based on the second magic, it could call upon the magical power of parallel worlds. But it was almost impossible to make it. In the original work, only Rin Tasaka succeeded. And one of the most important reasons for her success was her servant, Archer, who projected the gem sword for her. Although it was an inferior product, its structure was close to the prototype. In other words, Rin Tasaka saw the original version of the gem sword and later used the resources of the Mage Association to create a replica of the gem sword. You are different from her. Mustard Seed's lips curled up slightly and said, Astati has worse luck than you. She always encounters problems at critical moments. Li Shang was slightly taken aback. This sentence felt strangely familiar. But since Mustard Seed said so, he became somewhat interested. In case he really managed to create the gem sword, he would be carrying a huge power source with him, comparable to a Nine-Tails power bank. Maybe he wouldn't need to enter the Albior Spirit Tomb to achieve his Sage mode. Li Shang left the botany department and returned to the mineralogy department for class. In the afternoon, he contacted Astati and asked about the gem sword. "Where are you?" "At the entrance of the mineralogy department. I don't have class this afternoon and plan to go to the law and politics department," Li Shang said, and then saw Astati appear in front of him. "Here, the design of the gem sword." Astati reminded him, "The production of the Magecraft dress requires a foundation in alchemy. If you don't know how, you can ask someone for help." She blinked her eyes. Previously, she dared to try the gem sword because her alchemy skills were quite good. But after finding Li Shang, she stopped making it. Li Shang looked at the design repeatedly. The reason why it is called the gem sword is because its blade resembles a multifaceted gemstone. It also has another name, called the kaleidoscope, which is Mangekyo. "I will consider it," Li Shang casually replied. "Isn't this a coincidence? His alchemy skills are also quite good." Astati lightly bit her lip and said, "Junior brother, I wish you good luck." "Thank you." After bidding farewell to Li Shang, she returned to the Department of Law and Politics. After looking at the design, he finally understood why a large amount of funding was needed. Because the materials involved are all top-notch and expensive. "I should ask senior sister if there are any materials left over from before." Li Shang shook his head, feeling emotional, and said, "Living off someone else's money is indeed addictive. But making money is indeed difficult. Even King Elmero II is still running around with huge debts." Li Shang knocked on the table. "In theory, doing some plagiarism in 2003 could also make money. But after all, he is a magician." Li Shang suddenly thought of his innovative magic system. He could totally deceive funds with it. Changing the magic chant to magic seal, such a bold and promising design, wouldn't any magician be tempted by it? This is a subversive career. But as for the magic research, Li Shang is also a newcomer, and he needs to ask his senior sister about the specific process. He put down the design of the gem sword and opened his computer to write his second paper. Feasibility analysis of magic circuit operation based on magic seals. Compared to the first paper, this one is undoubtedly the core. All modern magicians' magic performances cannot be separated from magic circuits. It can be said that the magic circuit is the core of this process. Once the magic circuit can be driven by magic seals, it means a completely new kind of magic. It took Li Shang 2 afternoons to finish writing it. In the evening, he handed the paper to Astati. In his envisioned research group, senior sister is undoubtedly the best candidate. "Is it about the gem sword?" Astati's mouth slightly curved as she took the materials, but then she asked in surprise, "Magic seals?" She had read the first paper before, but success seemed almost out of reach. If it were an ordinary magician, perhaps they would spend their whole life without being able to research it successfully. "Senior sister, please read it first." "You're very confident, huh?" Astati smiled and didn't say anything, quietly looking down. Her expression occasionally showed a hint of surprise. After half an hour, she put down the paper, pondered for a moment, and praised, "Junior, your intelligence is amazing." Li Shang glanced at her, but always felt that she was calm. There was a kind of broad-mindedness that had seen a lot. "I want to apply for a project at the clock tower to solve the funding problem for the gem sword." Li Shang didn't hide anything and said, "Senior sister, what procedures should I follow to get the most funding? The new form of magic may have an immeasurable impact on the power of the clock tower." Astati pondered and said, "As you know, the clock tower has 3 major factions. The clock tower is divided into 3 major factions: the aristocracy, democracy, and neutrality. The aristocracy follows the old rules and believes that only the chosen ones can learn magic. The so-called chosen ones are the inheritors from the magic prestigious families. The democracy advocates opening the doors widely and giving outstanding magicians the corresponding status, regardless of whether they are aristocrats or commoners. The neutrality faction is not unified internally, but they just don't want to participate in the gathering place of the magic families between the aristocracy and democracy. The Edelfelt family belongs to the democracy faction. If the new form of magic can create value, Edelfelt will definitely not miss it. Astati smiled and asked, "You should have heard of the name Luviagalita, right? If you're interested, I can contact her for you." "No problem." Li Shang nodded. Luviagalita's personality, just like her actions, was straightforward, exuding the nobility and justice of a magician. At least there was no need to worry about her betraying. However, the next day, Astati told him that Luviagalita had something to do and would come in a few days. Li Shang wasn't in a hurry either. Apart from attending classes, he immersed himself in the library. But unfortunately, there were still no useful clues. On Friday, Li Shang went to the Department of Law and Politics. "There's something." Aaron stopped him and said, "Yesterday, a dead apostle entered London and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Therefore, the Department of Law and Politics has requested our enforcement team to cooperate with the chorus team for a large-scale search." "What do I need to do? Why don't you seem scared?" Aaron noticed his calm expression and couldn't help but ask, "That's a dead apostle. You should have learned how troublesome they are during class, right? Being scared won't solve the problem. We have to face our fears." "Good mindset." Aaron patted his shoulder and said, "Be at Portobello Street at 3 o'clock this afternoon. A member of the chorus team will contact you. No secret code. What if they mistake me for someone else?" "Don't worry, she has your picture and won't make a mistake." Aaron reminded, "Although the chorus team is on par with our enforcement team, they are stronger, so be careful." Li Shang arrived at Portobello Street and finally understood why there was no need for a secret code. It was because the members of the Holy Song Squad were familiar faces to him, including Astati. She was wearing a red coat, with a minimalist dark-colored knit sweater underneath, and a short skirt made of the same fabric. Her straight boots reached her knees, revealing fair thighs. She exuded a casual and generous aura, not dressed for a mission but rather for a shopping trip. When Astati saw him, she waved and smiled at him. Li Shang was slightly taken aback. It was rare to see her smile. He walked across the sidewalk to the other side of the street and said, "I didn't expect to be on a mission with senior sister." "You'll encounter even more unexpected things in the future," Astati replied. She blinked and said, "Like what's coming up next, shopping." "Shopping?" Li Shang looked at her in surprise and asked, "Aren't we supposed to find the undead?" "That's right, but most undead fear sunlight, so they usually don't come out during the day. It's difficult to find them," Astati said, squinting her eyes. "It's 3 o'clock now, and we still have 4 hours. We can go around and explore. What do you think? Don't you want to?" "Of course not." Li Shang decisively shook his head. No matter what, accompanying a beautiful girl for shopping was something a gentleman should do. Portobello Street is the largest gem center in all of London. They have all kinds of gemstones. Astati mentioned gemstones, her eyes sparkling as if they were two beautiful gems. Gemstones. Li Shang suddenly realized. No wonder her senior sister wanted to go shopping. It turned out she wanted to buy gemstones. It had to be said that gemstone magic was quite expensive. The ones sold outside are ordinary gemstones. "We're going to a place specifically prepared for magicians." Astati led him into a building called the Kingdom of Gems. As they entered, they climbed up to the 7th floor. Their eyes were met with dazzling gemstones. The gemstones here naturally contain good magic power. When used for gemstone magic, their power is much stronger than ordinary gemstones, Astati explained as she walked. In addition to gemstones, there are also processed talismans and other magical accessories. There were many types of magic, most of which were recognized as legitimate magic by the Magic Association, but there were also some that were not recognized. For example, curses, black magic, and so on. They leaned towards evil uses, with the purpose of harming or killing, rather than reaching the source. The existence of talismans was to counteract their effects. Many enthusiasts of the mysterious also liked to use them to deceive people for money. As for the effectiveness, it depended on the sincerity of one's heart. Astati began her shopping spree. Li Shang followed behind her, constantly exclaiming that money really could make one do whatever they wanted. At 5 o'clock, Astati finished shopping. "Here." She took out a string of obsidian bracelets and said, "Consider it as a reward for accompanying me shopping." Li Shang waved his hand and said, it's not necessary to reward me for such a small matter. Astati promptly grabbed his wrist and put the bracelet on him, it fit perfectly. Let's go eat. She smiled, obviously very satisfied. Li Shang glanced at the bracelet and thought, well, I can't refuse the kindness of a rich woman. Dinner turned out to be unexpected hamburgers. Astati bought 2 at a hamburger shop, then took Li Shang to the rooftop. I have a friend who really likes hamburgers, I don't know why. She took a bite of the hamburger and said. Li Shang smiled and thought of Artoria, not the original King of Knights, but the fallen version, Alter. She also really liked hamburgers. Perhaps it's because hamburgers are junk food, they have a dark flavor when you eat them. Li Shang explained. Alter probably had this idea, but he didn't know what her friend thought. Astati fell into contemplation at his words, then smiled and said, that makes sense. The hamburgers were quickly finished. The sun was setting. Nightfall was approaching. Vampires are divided into 9 ranks, the one who invaded London is a 4th rank, Nocturne. Astati brought up the main topic. Nocturne retains their personality from when they were alive, possesses superhuman physical abilities, theoretically they are immortal, but they are still mediocre vampires, with average strength, and they feel cold and hungry. If he still maintains his sanity, why would he appear in London? Doesn't he know that London is the headquarters of the Magic Association? Li Zhang's thoughts turned quickly, immediately pointing out the blind spot. The ranks of vampires are strict, higher-ranked vampires have absolute control. The Holy Chorus team speculates that he may have received orders from a superior, the specifics can only be known by capturing him. Astati said, taking out a diamond. Under the activation of magic, the diamond spun in her palm, invisible ripples spreading out. Follow me. Astati jumped straight down. The falling wind blew through her long hair. He's quite handsome, but I'm not Rin. Li Shang thought of a classic scene from an anime. Tasaka Rin jumped off a building and was caught by Archer in time. He activated his magic circuits, transparent waves floating beneath his feet, then he jumped down. As he approached the ground, he turned around and landed steadily. Astati threw an emerald into the sky. A barrier enveloped them. Li Shang immediately noticed that the pedestrians on the road seemed as if they were hit by a smoke bomb, completely ignoring them. He immediately increased his speed. Astati entered an alleyway. A vampire appeared, no different from a human. Except for their paler skin, as if they had never seen sunlight. Astati bent her legs slightly, lowered her upper body, and suddenly turned into a shadow, disappearing from Li Zhang's sight. The next moment, the vampire's body jerked and was thrown into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. But he did not die. Li Shang took out a handgun, aimed at his forehead, and fired a bullet. A whoosh. The bullet traveled through the alleyway. The vampire's mouth curled up, directly grabbing the bullet and throwing it back. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. Compared to the magician, the vampire clearly paid more attention to physical fitness. Astati threw out a red gem, intercepting the bullet, and immediately crushed a blue gem, causing a faint light to float on her body. She jumped up from the ground, her right hand clenched into a fist, and smashed towards the vampire. The tremendous force caused the vampire to be thrown up again, crashing into the wall of the alleyway, leaving a human-shaped dent. It was the first time Li Shang had seen Astati in battle. It was completely different from what he had imagined. It was not the fighting style of a magician at all. After the vampire got up, before he could react, Astati grabbed his wrist, lifted her knee, and fiercely collided with his abdomen. A sound resembling a bone breaking rang out. The vampire had an immortal body, ordinary attacks would not harm his life. But he was not invulnerable, and he would still be injured when he should be. Under Astati's continuous attacks, the vampire was completely unable to resist. In the end, he collapsed on the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Li Shang took a sharp breath. Violence. It would be better not to provoke this senior sister in the future. I have captured him. Astati took out her phone and made a call. After a moment, a young man in a suit arrived. He glanced at Li Shang, took out a sword, and aimed it at the vampire. A holy light enveloped him. The vampire let out a scream and eventually fell unconscious. Li Shang inexplicably felt sorry for him. I leave the interrogation to you. Astati waved her hand and said. The young man took the vampire away. Li Shang finally ended this unexpected encounter. The next day, he received a transfer of 10,000 pounds from Hanyo Rin as a reward for this mission. Such wealth, only Li Shang knew that he hadn't done anything, just ran some errands and got 10,000 pounds. He was willing to do it every day. But such good fortune is hard to come by. After returning to normal life, Li Zhang's lucky X came into play, and he actually found the location of that lake. He saw it in a book called Traveling in Wales. The lake is called Bala Lake. But there is no town. Li Shang guessed that perhaps the ever-changing town of Shanghai Sengtian no longer exists. Anyway, he planned to go and take a look. By Saturday, Li Shang flew to Snowdonia National Park in Wales. Snowdonia is an endless range of snow-capped mountains, with a wide area. Compared to Bala Lake, it is like a blue eye. Li Shang arrived at the lake with a crystal flower resembling sakura. But nothing happened. He stood there for a few seconds, clueless about what to do next. Li Shang thought that maybe the timing was wrong. According to the usual routine, he should have discovered a relic. By nightfall, the cool moonlight fell on the lake, as if shrouded in a layer of gauze. Li Shang suddenly noticed that the flower in the glass bottle in his hand was melting. The pink dots spread like conscious beings, eventually imprinting an extremely complex pattern on the lake's surface. A beautiful eye, not a human eye, but a fairy's eye, radiating a green light from the lake. Li Shang had never seen a fairy before, but for some reason, this understanding emerged in his heart. So, do I have to go into the water? He waited for a while, but the pattern floated on the lake's surface without any changes. Li Shang saved his progress first, then jumped straight into the water. Because it was night, the temperature in the lake was quite low. But fortunately, his physical condition was good, so this wasn't a problem. Li Shang swam to the center of the eye, and suddenly the entire lake became turbulent. He was slightly startled. Immediately, his body began to sink, and the water flooded over his head. In theory, it should have been extremely uncomfortable, but Li Shang didn't feel anything wrong, as if he had become a mermaid. After a moment, Li Zhang's feet touched the ground. In front of him appeared a bottomless tunnel. You have received the blessings of the lake fairies, and your body has undergone a transformation, acquiring a new talent. Lake's Protection A level. You will become a water fairy and will not be harmed by any water-related magic or ninjutsu. Quote. Question mark quote. Li Shang fell silent for a moment. This talent sounds really familiar. It's the skill of Altria Pendragon. The lake's blessing is clearly a super advanced version of the water monkey. Although the water monkey gives him incredible water abilities, he still needs to breathe. In other words, he can't stay underwater for too long, or he'll suffocate. The lake's blessing is completely different. Li Shang stood at the bottom of the lake, feeling completely comfortable. It's as if he has turned into a fish, breathing through gills. Speaking of breathing through gills, he suddenly thought of Merlin. Obtaining the lake's blessing out of nowhere, this isn't scientific or magical. If it were that easy, Altria would probably complain. And Li Shang feels like his bootleg version seems to be more effective than the original. Altria's lake's blessing only allows her to walk on water. But his actually makes him immune to water-based damage. In this moment, Li Shang almost feels like he is the chosen one. He silently looks at the dark abyss in front of him. There is no light, as if it can devour everything. If a pair of eyes were to appear, it would be the gaze of the abyss. Li Shang lets out a breath. Several bubbles rise from the bottom of the lake. Since there is a save point, he grits his teeth and dives into this muddy black hole. Li Shang swims forward. The lake's blessing is a blessing from the lake fairy. And its effect is so powerful. There is only one place where fairies are this powerful. Avalon, the sacred land in the Arthurian legends, the fantasy land of fairies. Merlin is imprisoned in the high tower of Avalon. While Li Shang is lost in his thoughts, a faint blue light appears in the tunnel. He looks up and sees the lake water above him. Li Shang secretly wonders if his guess is true. Does Lake Bala connect to Avalon through this tunnel? He remembers that there should be 3 fairies, or rather, nymphs, in this lake. Li Shang swims to the surface of the lake. What he sees is a sky of azure blue, like a gem, radiating beauty. It makes one doubt if this beauty truly exists. He looks around with his eyes. It's a forest. But it's completely different from an ordinary forest. Floating lights resembling fireflies, deer, squirrels, white rabbits, and other creatures move about, like elves. Li Shang is stunned for a few seconds. It's exactly the same as he imagined Avalon to be. Where are the lake nymphs? Li Shang climbs ashore. He has never seen what fairies look like in his life. Just then, ripples appear on the lake's surface. Disheveled hair emerges from underwater. Li Shang takes a step back. This scene could be directly used in a horror movie. In his somewhat surprised expression, the hair continues to rise, revealing a pure-looking girl. Her lower body is buried in the water, but her upper body is exposed, with a figure that would make anyone feel inferior. My, oh my, the lad's pectoral muscles are quite exaggerated. F drive is not enough, it has to be the G drive. A beam of holy light struck the girl, making her look like an angel from head to toe. Li Zhang's eyebrows twitched. Who the hell put together this holy knight? Kick him for me. The girl smiled, and her fair hands pulled out 2 knight swords from the bottom of the lake. May I ask which sword you just dropped, brave warrior? Quote. Question mark quote. Li Shang was speechless. This sentence is too classic. The only difference is that this river god is not wearing clothes. He was about to speak when his gaze suddenly froze. The sword in the girl's left hand was Artoria's holy sword, Excalibur. The sword in her right hand also seemed familiar. Li Shang thought for a moment and pointed to the curry stick in her left hand. Brave warrior, please help yourself. The knight sword in the girl's right hand disappeared, and she held the holy sword in both hands, smiling sweetly. Come here. Li Shang twitched the corner of his mouth. Fairy, taste my staff. He swam to her and slowly reached out his hand. In the girl's expectant gaze, Li Shang took out the 7 deadly sins, pried from his prop inventory and pierced her chest with a single sword. This is the legendary Nekoniko Aikido. Li Shang couldn't help but comment, I'm at least an illusionist, how could I be easily deceived? The girl turned into light and disappeared. The 2 knight swords also vanished without a trace. Li Shang returned to the shore. The environment remained unchanged. He frowned. He was still in an illusion. This guy shouldn't be underestimated. Li Shang held the Han sword and continued forward with a vigilant expression. Although it was a forest all around, there was a small path in the front and back. He used the point and deploy gameplay to select the path behind. Although he preferred to go through the front door. After about 10 minutes, Li Shang left the forest and arrived at a large grassland. The site was filled with lush green. Unlike any grassland he had seen before, this grassland seemed to have a green filter applied, resulting in overly saturated colors. In short, it was terrifyingly green. The person who cast the illusion must be a skilled illusionist. After Li Shang finished his comment, a knight in white armor appeared. Did I talk too much today? He observed this knight. But couldn't see anything. Except for the eyes that were exposed, everything else was covered tightly. Like a celebrity on a date in a past life. The knight didn't want to speak and threw a large sword at him. Li Shang quickly jumped away. The huge 2-handed sword was inserted in front of him, trembling continuously. Then the knight charged like an untamed horse, lifting the large sword and swinging it with both hands. Li Shang immediately used his sword to block. The unimaginable force rebounded along the Han sword and into his arms. His body trembled as if hit by a tank, sliding on the grass and leaving 2 grooves with his buttocks. Li Shang stared at the knight standing in place, feeling that his strength was as fake as a 21-year-old. But this seemingly genuine knight did not pursue him when he slid backward with his buttocks. He tightened his grip on the Han sword. Since he couldn't match the strength, he could only rely on skill. If skill didn't work either, he could only die comfortably lying down and then start over. He was a brave man. Li Shang uttered a syllable, and a magic halo appeared under his feet, turning his body into a shadow. The Han sword in his hand was like a spirit snake, stabbing at the knight's eyes. Magic could only assist him. His strongest skill was the killing technique he had developed in the ninja world. But the knight's response was simple. He slightly tilted his head. The Han sword pierced his armor, emitting sparks. As hard as a turtle. Li Shang twisted his body with force and appeared above the knight's head like a swallow. Magic surged from his index and middle fingers, aiming at the knight's eyes. The knight roared. Invisible force spread. Li Shang felt dizzy and his movements became extremely slow. He was startled. Magic circuits surged with magic power. Li Shang formed a seal with one hand, and his body suddenly disappeared. The knight's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Thanks to Shisui for sending the body flicker technique. Li Shang exhaled and once again confronted the knight. Not bad swordsmanship. After half an hour of fighting, the knight spoke for the first time. You're not bad either. Li Shang wiped off his sweat and replied. So, did you learn it? The knight spoke again. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. The knight used typical Western swordsmanship, which was completely different from his own swordsmanship. But both were formidable. Li Shang knew it was an illusion, so he simply learned the knight's swordsmanship. He had a keen mind, and as long as he understood it, he could learn it. He just didn't expect to be discovered by the knight. From being flustered at the beginning to being at ease now, and even being able to predict what my next move will be, you're truly remarkable. The knight took off his helmet and said, it's just that your strength is too weak, like a woman. Li Shang fell silent. Halfway through praising, he turned to sarcasm. He had no emotional intelligence. Today's battle ends here, but we will meet again. The knight showed a bright smile and said, I hope next time you have enough strength. Li Shang frowned. What does he mean? We will meet again. Although this is the great grassland, you're not the big bad wolf either. Li Shang felt puzzled. He couldn't understand why the knight came running as if to give him a set of swordsmanship. He couldn't figure it out, so he continued walking forward, and soon a tall tower appeared in his line of sight. Merlin. Li Shang looked up and found that there seemed to be no end in sight, like a tower that reached the heavens. Climbing to the top of the tower was almost impossible. He sat cross-legged and fell into contemplation. The tower was not worth thinking about. How should he break this illusion? Hey, young man, a frivolous voice sounded. Li Shang looked up and saw a head of white hair. Although the Chinese people are all fans of white hair, the premise is that it's on a lowly, not an out-of-place middle-aged man. Meeting is fate, I'll give you a pet. He shook a white pet that looked like a squirrel and a cat out of his wide sleeve. Fu. The pet leapt up and kicked the young man in the face. Fu fu, Li Shang instinctively exclaimed. The pet in front of him was exactly the mascot in FGO, Fu. Merlin's familiar. You've gone too far. Merlin rubbed his face and glared at Fu. The latter showed no fear and turned around, jumping into Li Zhang's arms. Merlin shook his head and said, always turning your arm out, am I not good to you? Li Shang and Fu had the same expression on their faces. Can you even say that? Quote. Merlin raised his staff and said, take Fu and save the world, young man. Li Zhang's vision blurred. He was back on the shore of Lake Bala. Only Fu in his arms proved that he had indeed met Merlin. Li Shang was stunned for a few seconds. The experience of this night was like a dream, and he was deeply moved. No, he was confused. Save the world. The world has really offended you guys. If it's not being destroyed, it's on the way to destruction. Li Shang left Lake Bala and took the train back to London. Pets couldn't go on the plane. He didn't dare to check it in either. Fu was very angry, and the consequences were severe. After all, it was the first of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, a primate killer. Li Shang always felt like he had brought back a time bomb. Although it looked cute. Master. Astartes suddenly stopped. It was as if time had pressed the pause button. What did you bring back? She then waved at Fu. Fu jumped out of Li Zhang's arms, ran to her, and rubbed her hand with its head. Behaving like a licking dog. Astartes' lips curled up and she asked, Junior brother, are you interested in joining the Chaldea team? Holy Song team. Li Shang knew that Astati was a member of the Holy Song team. But she had never invited him to join before. Obviously, it was because he was not strong enough. Now, seeing Fu, she changed her mind, and there was only one possibility. Astati knew its true identity. One of the 27 ancestors of the dead apostles. Taking it to hunt down the dead apostles was like using an anti-aircraft gun to shoot mosquitoes. His senior sister was becoming more and more mysterious. As for joining the Holy Song team, it wasn't a big deal. With Fu around, it would be difficult for him to get into trouble. But what were the benefits? After joining the Holy Song team, it will be much easier for you to gather materials for the gem sword. Astati seemed to see through Li Zheng's thoughts and said, the dead apostles have long lives, and they often collect ancient treasures. I'll join. Li Shang touched his conscience and said, the dead apostles are the great enemies of humanity, and I naturally won't let them do evil. Astati immediately laughed. What an interesting man. She smiled and said, come with me to the Holy Song team tomorrow. Li Shang nodded. He returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate to gather magic power. After he went to the clock tower, he refined his magic power every day, but unfortunately, the atmospheric magic power was insufficient, and the effect was average. What the hell is this? Li Shang was awakened by the sound of a hidden fox. He opened his eyes and saw Nick jumping on the table, staring at Fu Fu. And Fu Fu was resting on the sofa, seemingly indifferent like a cat. What's wrong? Avertisement. Li Shang yawned. Your hobbies are getting more and more terrifying. Nick looked troubled and said, first it was Astati, and now it's this pet. One day, I'll be scared to death. Li Shang raised an eyebrow, thinking of an interesting question, who is scarier, Astati or Fu Fu? Your senior sister. Nick hesitated for 2 seconds and gave an unexpected answer. Quote. Li Shang couldn't understand. Did you make a mistake or something? I never make mistakes. Don't doubt my professionalism. Nick rolled his eyes and said. Li Shang didn't know what to say either. He picked up Fu Fu and went to the dining room. It had to be said that girls really liked cute and adorable pets. Astati had seen it yesterday and was very calm. Tasaka Sakura was pleasantly surprised and hugged Fu Fu. It was clear that she was really happy. Li Shang glanced at it and thought it was nice to be close to a beautiful girl. Breakfast was over. Fu Fu stayed behind to guard the house, just like Nick. It looked quite unique and easily caught the attention of magicians. Well, mainly to protect the clock tower. Although the Department of Law and Politics was not one of the 12 disciplines, it also had the nickname of the 13th discipline. Its scope was no less than that of the other disciplines. The Holy Song team was located deep in the academic building of the Department of Law and Politics. Vice Captain. People kept greeting Astati. Li Shang finally learned another identity of his senior sister. He found that Astati was like a chocolate, wrapped in layers upon layers, concealing countless identities. Astati stopped in front of an office. She opened the door, sat on the office chair, crossed her hands, and said, welcome to the Holy Song team. Senior sister, you always manage to surprise people. Li Shang sat across from her and sighed, I wouldn't be surprised if you told me one day that you're a magical girl. As a magical girl, I'm already over age. Astati took out a form and handed it to him, smiling, if you're interested in magical girls, make a gem sword and go see the gem elder. He has the transformation device for magical girls. No, I'm not interested. Li Shang quickly shook his head. It's not suitable for him, it's too taxing on the body. Fill out the form. Astati handed him a pen. Li Shang scanned the form and found that the contents were ordinary, nothing special. Only the last line stated that if he were to die, his family would receive a compensation of 10 million pounds. Indeed, it's the Faculty of Law and Politics, they really have money. Li Shang signed his name and returned the application form to Astati. The procedure is complete. You are the 50th member of the Holy Song team, and also the last one. Astati explained, the Holy Song team consists of 50 members, and they will not be replaced unless they die. If they voluntarily withdraw, it is also allowed. Quite humane. If one has strong abilities, being a stable job is not bad. At least it's better than the Dawn organization, where you can't quit. Li Shang nodded and asked, what does the Holy Song team usually do? The purpose of the Holy Song team is to deal with the apostates. Besides hunting apostates, they also search for their traces. Astati explained, since you just joined, you won't be too busy. The most urgent task is to improve your strength. Speaking of strength, Li Shang looked at her and asked, the Holy Song team is directly under the sovereign, Bathermero. In theory, it's impossible for someone like me, who is at the lowest rank, to join, right? That's true. Astati admitted directly, to join the Holy Song team, at least a sacrifice is required. As for you, you entered through connections. It's not because of your connection, right? You're really smart, junior brother. Astati blinked her eyes. not hiding anything at all. Is it really okay to be so blatant? Li Shang thought for a moment. Anyway, he's the one benefiting from it, so there's nothing wrong with it. People, they can't stand others gaining benefits, but if it falls on themselves, they feel justified. Li Shang, oh Li Shang, how could you fall so low? The procedure is done, we can go back to continue our classes. Astati clapped her hands and said. A bit hasty. It feels like it's completely different from what he imagined the Holy Song team to be. Li Shang turned and left the office. He didn't waste too much time, and he could just make it back in time for class. There were no classes in the afternoon. He received a call from Astati, asking him to meet Levia at the cafe. On the street not far from the mineral science department. Li Shang noticed Levia through the floor-to-ceiling window. Golden twin tails. But they weren't braided, they were curled, resembling a drill. No wonder she's called Golden Drill. Li Shang entered the cafe, and on the spacious first floor, there were only Levia and Astati. I've read your paper. Levia got straight to the point and said, it's very valuable. If you seek sponsorship, the Edelfelt family will be very generous. She looked at Li Shang, but the corner of her eye was always on Astati. Li Shang obviously didn't expect her to say that. Because according to the original plan, he was going to establish a research group and obtain funding from the clock tower. Levia, Astati's eyebrows twitched. This doesn't match what you said before. A brand new magic means a brand new value. Levia said with authority, if that's the case, why share it with other magicians? You should know that it's difficult to preserve this kind of secret magic with just the Edelfelt family's support. Astati reached out and rubbed her head, saying, don't be so willful. Levia's face turned slightly red as she retorted, stop treating me like a child all the time. Chapter 101. Your relationship seems quite good. Li Zhang's impression of Lu Waya was limited to her special friendship with Tasaka Rin. Well, it's the kind of relationship where they fight for no reason. He remembered that in one timeline, Tasaka Rin joined the clock tower, and on their first day of meeting, they broke their dormitory. There were even rumors in the mineralogy department that they shouldn't be in the same classroom together. He didn't expect Lu Waya to have such an attitude towards Astati. Li Shang recalled that their family seemed to be rare twins. Could it be that the two of them were sisters? Generally speaking, as an inherited magic crest, it can only be given to one person, but Edelfelt is different, they can pass it on to two people. But only Lu Waya has been seen in the outside world, and the other person has never been seen by anyone. No, Lu Waya pushed away Astati's hand, raised her chin slightly, and said, I have nothing to do with her. Tsunere. Now even Tsunere has been phased out. But he always liked Tsunere. Ahem. Li Shang calmly asked, shall we continue discussing the matter of the thesis? The value of magic crest is self-evident. In a situation where others are unaware, it can be used as an unexpected killer move. Lu Waya crossed her arms and said, the fewer people who know, the more valuable it is. Of course, if it is exposed, it will definitely attract others' covetousness. Although the Edelfelt family is powerful, it is not easy to keep secrets, so we can look for a few reliable allies. Li Shang nodded. This was their previous idea. The same goes for the research group. Several families can come together and create a structure. After all, Li Shang has already developed a complete and unreserved magic system. And it has the advantage of being the first to develop. Because it is troublesome to transform magic chants into magic crests. Who can come up with hand seals corresponding to syllables out of thin air? Converting chakra into magical energy is relatively simpler. After all, they are both forms of energy. In the Nasuverse, there is also the technology to convert electricity into magical energy. As for which allies, Lu Waya fell into contemplation. The 12 lords behind the 12 magic noble families are naturally the best choice. But they are too powerful, and in a situation where the strength is unequal, it is easy to cause many troubles. Lady Bhattori, Astati suggested, there is no better ally than her. We don't have to worry about her betraying us. Lu Waya agreed and nodded. She is a flawless magician, proud and powerful, indifferent to anyone and anything. She is an absolute aristocrat. But her family has a strange obsession with vampires. Astati continued, no matter when, the Bhattori family always takes the lead in wanting to exterminate all vampires. Although your magic crest is excellent, she won't be greedy for it because there are hardly any magicians who can be her opponents. Li Shang also had some impressions of Lady Batory. She is the lord of the Department of Law and Politics, the assistant dean and successor of the Clock Tower, and is hailed as the pinnacle of modern magicians. Astati is one of the few magicians she recognizes. Lu Waya shrugged and said, let her persuade her, there should be no problem. And once Lady Batory agrees, the other lords won't dare to act rashly. Astati looked at her and smiled, you can do it if you try. Lu Waya turned her gaze away and said, I don't need you to tell me, I will try my best. Li Shang calmly drank a cup of coffee. And you said your relationship wasn't good. The second ally can be Lord Barrioletta. Why? Luo Waya was a bit puzzled. You have a decent relationship with Lord Basemarrow, but you have no connection with Lord Barrioletta. Although she is over 70 years old, she has always been very close to young magicians. With Li Zhang's talent, she will definitely be appreciated by her, Astati explained. And her disciples have always been quite formidable, Astati added. That's true, Luo Waya admitted. Even as a proud magician, she had to acknowledge the discerning eye of this lord. Among her disciples, the most well-known was the crown puppeteer Kanchi Chengji. She could create puppets that were identical to the original, reaching the level of being indistinguishable from the real thing. Kanchi Chengji could use the puppets as backup bodies. Once she died, her soul would transfer into the puppet and be resurrected. Even she herself couldn't tell the difference. The only problem is that Lord Barrioletta and Lord Basemarrow belong to different factions, so it might be difficult for them to get along, Luo Waya expressed her concern. Although the three major factions appeared peaceful on the surface, the secret struggles were quite brutal. Occasionally, prestigious magic families would end up in prison or be wiped out due to factional disputes. No need to worry, Astati smiled. Lord Basemarrow hardly interacts with other lords, so there's no grudge between them. She may be a leader, but she is isolated. Lorelei is actually an inexperienced young girl. Lord Basemarrow's full name was Basemarrow Lorelei, and she was the youngest among the lords. But because of her magic circuit that surpassed everyone else's, she became one of the strongest magicians. It is said that the previous lord voluntarily abdicated in favor of Lorelei. You dare to say that, little girl? Luo Waya glanced at Astati and said, I'll leave these two lords to you. I'll prepare a suitable stage to maximize our value. You're making me do the most troublesome task. You have no conscience. Astati reached out her hand, but Luo Waya dodged it. As the heir of the family, you will definitely have to deal with the lords. I'm just allocating tasks reasonably. Luo Waya snorted and said, besides, you could have inherited the family, but you refused. Because I think it's more interesting for my cute little sister to inherit, Astati replied. Perverted taste. Luo Waya showed a disgusted expression on her face, stood up and said, after everything is done, remember to notify me. After she left, Li Shang also glanced at Astati. I didn't expect her to have such a hobby. She really has a sister complex, and she even has two of them. Astati noticed his gaze and returned to her usual demeanor, saying, Lorelei is not difficult, but you need to show enough value to Lord Barrioletta. However, it's also easy. Just create a few seal magic as soon as possible. No problem, Li Shang nodded in response. His ninjutsu was not ordinary. Except for the bloodline limit, all other ninjutsu could be used as magic. The only difference was the power, which was somewhat weakened. This was normal. In this mysterious and weakened modern era, magic itself didn't perform well. After all, the clock tower had been wiped out several times in the FGO storyline. Although it was because big shots like Merlin hadn't made a move, it still gave the impression of being weak. After the conversation ended, Li Shang waited for the two rich ladies to take him under their wings. Although he had always been resolute, it was also nice to occasionally experience the warmth of rich ladies. Most of the lords of the clock tower rarely left their homes. Weber was simply an exception among exceptions. He showed up in the classroom every day. Li Shang speculated that one reason was that there weren't enough lecturers in the modern magic science department. There was no other way, the Elmero family had declined too much. They were at the bottom among the 12 prestigious families nowadays. In terms of real power, the Edelfelt family of Luviagalita can completely swallow them up. But at least magicians are nobles, and it would be too crude to swallow them up. Moreover, the El Meloy family is left with only a widow and an orphan. They really can't save face. Plus, no one cares about modern magic science, and thanks to the hard work of Laney's and Weber, there is finally a glimmer of hope. Li Shang waited for almost a week before finally getting the chance to meet with the monarch, Baru Yeleda. It was an opportunity he never expected. The banquet where the Izuluma family's Golden Princess and Silver Princess will make an appearance. Li Shang looked at the invitation letter and couldn't help but ask. Yes, the Izuluma family is a branch house of the Baru Yeleda family, so the monarch will definitely attend this banquet. Astati sat across from him and explained. Li Shang took a bite of the fried shrimp. He naturally understood the reason. He was just surprised that he would be involved in the plot in this way. Should he take this opportunity to improve his relationship with Laney's and Weber? After all, they were quite unlucky in the plot of The Twin Towers of Izuluma. When is it? Li Shang asked. 3 days from now. Astati looked at him and asked, I heard that the two princesses have the most ultimate beauty in the world. Aren't you interested? Just artificial beauty. Li Shang shook his head without caring. In his previous life, he had several teachers who performed action scenes together, and one of them was called an artificial person. Indeed, they were beautiful, but they looked strange after watching them for a long time. The Golden Princess and the Silver Princess of Izuluma were the epitome of ruthless magicians. They had been transformed by magic and elixirs since they were young, and there was almost no original part left on their bodies. And this kind of transformation came with great pain and the side effect of reducing their lifespan. The most outrageous thing was that they were just the latest generation. The Izuluma family had been around for so many years, and they introduced a new generation almost every 20 years. Of course, each generation was more beautiful than the previous one. Technology was constantly advancing. Without any surprises, they could achieve the ultimate beauty that connected to the source in the most ideal state. I'll go with you. Astati's gaze shifted to the dinner in front of him, as if he casually said it. Sister, should I go and join in the fun too? Tasaka Sakura blinked and said. What are you going to do there? Astati glared at her and said, you better focus on your classes at the clock tower. Tasaka Sakura showed a knowing expression and said, since it's sister's order, I'll just stay alone in the empty room. Li Shang was slightly taken aback. Why does this tone sound a bit like the little devil BB-chan? Astati gave Tasaka Sakura a warning, skillfully changed the topic, and said, regarding the 2 spots for the Holy Grail War, besides being bought by the Middle Eastern oil tycoon Atram, the clock tower has decided to send the designated sealer, Bazet, to participate. Li Shang was not surprised. Although Bazet was a sacrificial pawn, her strength was indeed very strong. Unfortunately, she was secretly attacked by the priest, Kirei Kotomine. As for the designated sealer, it was a characteristic of the clock tower. In the name of protection, they imprisoned magicians with rare talents or those who violated taboos. It was an unreasonable mechanism. The reason why Tasaka Sakura was transferred to the Meidou family in the original work was also because of this reason. But due to the power of the clock tower, only one magician has managed to escape the designated seal so far. That magician is Tangerine Aozuki. It is said that her younger sister, Aoko Aozuki, directly attacked the clock tower and forced them to abandon the designated seal. Sister, do you want to participate in the Holy Grail War? Sakura Tasaka looked curious and said, I have an older sister named Rin Tasaka in Fuyuki City. I wonder how she's doing now. I kind of want to go see her, but I definitely can't compare to my sister. Astarte smiled happily at the second half of Sakura's statement, clearly pleased. As for the Holy Grail War, I'm not interested. You can go participate, and experience the cruelty of magicians. But aren't all the slots already filled? Li Shang asked in response. He felt that Astarte's attitude was strange. Although he did want to participate in the Holy Grail War and have some fun, after all, he could infinitely restart and summon servants. He already had several targets in mind, such as Tamamo no Mei, Abigail Williams, Artoria Pendragon, and Okita Soji, among others. He just didn't know if he could summon them. As for the slots, he didn't think it mattered. He could just rob someone when the time came. If there are no slots, we can create slots. Astarte calmly said, the summoning ritual for the Holy Grail War is derived from Thurgi. We can completely analyze it and then cheat. Quote. Li Shang tugged at the corner of his mouth. Is this the thinking of a top student? Of course, the prerequisite is that you're interested. Astarte had an expression of watching a lively event and said, I'll find you a particularly powerful relic when the time comes. What is it? Li Shang asked subconsciously. It's a secret. Astarte blinked and said, but I promise you'll win the Holy Grail War. Li Shang didn't know what to say. His senior sister's attitude was similar to Kenneth's when he participated in the previous Holy Grail War. They both underestimated the Holy Grail War. Think about the servants in the Fifth Holy Grail War. King Arthur Artoria Pendragon, King of Kings Gilgamesh, the reborn Red Saber, and the son of Zeus, Heracles, among others. To ensure a stable victory, Li Shang felt that he needed a true god. But gods are not allowed to be summoned. If he didn't have the ability to infinitely restart, he really wouldn't want to join in the fun. If senior sister gives me a surprise, I can participate in the Holy Grail War. After Li Shang finished speaking, he felt it wasn't quite right. Why am I mooching off others again? It seems corruption is something that happens unconsciously. Sure, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Astarte was quite confident. Li Shang could only express his anticipation. But he still tried to awaken his sage mode before the Holy Grail War. Then he could also be used as a servant. Time passed quickly. After Li Shang and Professor Carso took leave, they boarded a train to London with Astarte. They eventually got off at the Windermere Lake District, a famous vacation destination in England. Li Shang remembered it as the filming location for Harry Potter, and also the hometown of Peter Rabbit. The station has been reserved by Isaluma. As soon as they got off the train, a coachman approached Astarte. He took off his hat and bowed, saying, Are you Miss Astarte? Welcome, Lord Byron ordered me to come and pick you up. Please get in the carriage. It was a horse-drawn carriage, not a car. As a typical magical aristocratic family, Isaluma has always kept its distance from high-tech products. Cars are one of them. Li Shang found it quite novel. He had never really ridden in a carriage before. After he climbed into the carriage, Astarte elegantly lifted her skirt and followed suit. The coachman looked at Li Shang with some confusion. He thought he was Astarte's servant. Li Shang was dressed in formal attire today. Because he was attending a banquet, casual clothes would be out of place. Astarte was wearing a black evening gown that exposed her shoulders. The pattern was a gradient starry sky, which, combined with her delicate appearance, gave a dreamy and mysterious feeling. Li Shang couldn't help but glance at her, then quickly turned his attention to the carriage. He silently recited in his heart, No women in my mind, draw the sword naturally. The carriage was quite stable during the journey, with almost no noticeable vibrations. This was obviously not just due to the coachman's skill. After studying at the clock tower for so long and with the support of the magic wand and the 7 apertures Linglong heart, Li Shang could be considered a grand master in magic. It's levitation magic. Junior brother, at a time like this, are you still studying magic? Astarte looked at him and smiled, You're quite diligent. Li Shang always felt that this sentence sounded strange. What else can I do if I don't study magic? Well, I joined the clock tower late, so my foundation is relatively weak. I can only make up for it by being diligent. Li Shang explained. No wonder junior brother has made such rapid progress. Astarte propped her chin with one hand and changed the subject, but it's not good to just study all the time. You should relax and have fun when you have time. Senior sister is right. Li Shang agreed. In his previous life, he was quite laid back and didn't really care about studying. As long as he could get by. But magic, which was easy to learn and could strengthen oneself, naturally captivated Li Shang. If only studying in his previous life had been so easy. Then let's go to Norway in a few days. Astarte's mouth curled up as she spoke. Li Shang was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Why go to Norway? To see the forest. He was a bit confused at the moment. Did Astarte have some ulterior motive for him? Apart from being handsome, he didn't have any special qualities, at most he had some talent. But his senior sister's identity was mysterious and her strength was formidable, so it didn't make sense. It's for a mission, Astarte explained, the dead apostle we caught last time has confessed. He was forced to come to London under the control of the superior dead apostle, Rubert. I see. Li Shang nodded. Indeed, he had thought too much. Rubert, known as the Lake Apostle, has been lurking in Norway for over 500 years. He is a powerful vampire. Astati frowned and said, according to the records of the Holy Song Squad, he has consumed nearly 5,000 people. If we include the humans he infected and turned into vampires, the number would be several times higher. When Li Shang heard this number, his expression couldn't help but freeze. Both publicly and privately, this person must not be allowed to live. Li Shang considered himself not a good person, but he had his limits. He couldn't bring himself to indiscriminately kill innocent people. Since he had encountered it, he had to eliminate the harm for the people. Why did he send dead apostles to London? And why were they so easily discovered by us? If he wanted to drink blood or convert subordinates, wouldn't it be better to go to other cities? London, as the center of the Magic Association, is undoubtedly a dangerous place. Li Shang pondered and asked, why do I feel like this is a trap? Intentionally luring us there. Junior brother, you really are a smart person. Astati nodded and said, indeed, this is a trap. The captured dead apostles coming to London were deliberately sent. If you know why, Ruo Lilai's personality is such that she is only interested when there is danger and traps. Astati chuckled lightly and said, and Rubert and the Holy Song team have had dealings before. A few years ago, we almost eliminated him. A few years ago, Li Zhang's agile thinking, brought about by his quick-wittedness, made him ask subconsciously, Senior sister, you should have been only in your teens a few years ago, right? This is too suspicious. Being able to chase down a dead apostle at such a young age. Hasn't anyone told you not to ask a girl's age casually? Astati glared at him. But there was no sign of anger in her expression. It looked more like annoyance. Li Shang didn't dare to ask about her age again and quickly smiled apologetically, saying, Senior sister, please continue. I shouldn't have interrupted. The relationship between the dead apostles is extremely bad. The 27th ancestor of the dead apostles seems to be high and mighty, but he is the target of all the dead apostles. Each dead apostle wants to replace him. Rubert is no exception. He has set his sights on the vacant 10th seat among the 27th ancestors of the dead apostles. Astati paused for a moment and suddenly changed the topic, asking, do you know how the original 10th ancestor died? How did he die? Li Shang asked, taking advantage of the situation. The true ancestors were originally immortal, but there are always special abilities in this world, such as the mystic eyes of direct death. The highest level of mystic eyes can connect to the source that magicians dream of, allowing them to see the death lines and death points of all things. It is simply the greatest nemesis of the true ancestors. Astati showed a nostalgic expression and said, the 10th ancestor died at the hands of an ordinary Neon High School student. I remember his name was Tono Shiki, and he was the disciple of Aozuki Aoko. Indeed, Neon High School students are the most dangerous existence. Li Shang remained silent and continued to listen. Rubert's mad consumption of human blood is to increase his strength so that he can take the 10th ancestor's position. But we soon discovered it and surrounded his castle with the Holy Song team. Astati sighed and said, the plan that should have been foolproof was preempted. And it wasn't just one person. Including the Holy Song team, there were 3 factions. I don't know what this guy did to offend so many people. 3 factions, how did he survive? Li Shang asked. I'm not sure. Astati shook her head and said, Ruo Lilai told us to wait outside while she went in alone. But she encountered the 18th seat of the 27th ancestors of the dead apostles, Anhans. He is a true ancestor specialized in hunting dead apostles. The 2 fought evenly, but Rubert was killed. This was the first time Li Shang had heard such a story. In his previous life, he learned about Type Moon from anime and games. And Tsukiheim was more like a stepmother's upbringing. The reason was that FGO was too popular and profitable. What was that saying? Every penny spent on FGO would be converted into a clump of soil on the Tsukiheim grave. At that time, my power was limited, so I didn't notice them. Astati said lightly, if it were now, it wouldn't be so easy for them to escape. Hockey, Li Shang looked at her and felt that she was becoming more beautiful. Beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. Astati was undoubtedly a top-notch beauty in terms of both aura and appearance. Li Shang silently repeated to himself once again, women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Slash, slash, slash. Miss Astati, we have arrived at the Izaluma family. The carriage stopped, and the coachman lifted the curtain respectfully and said. As for Li Shang, he was completely ignored. Because Astati's name was the only one on the invitation from the Izaluma family, not his. After all, he was just an insignificant pawn. While Astati came from a prestigious magical family and was the vice-captain of the Holy Song Squad. No one dared to overlook her, whether it was her status or her strength. Li Shang got off the carriage and saw a huge lake in front of him. It was morning, and with a faint mist, it felt like a fairyland. In addition, on both sides of the lake stood two 4-story-high towers. The tower in the distance is the Tower of the Sun, and the one nearby is the Tower of the Moon. Astati introduced, the sun and the moon represent the magical styles of the Izaluma family. This is common, as many magical families have their magical styles centered around celestial bodies, especially the celestial science. The venue is in the Tower of the Moon. I wish you both a pleasant time. After the coachman finished speaking, he returned to the carriage, but just a few steps away, he turned into a toy. I actually misjudged. Li Shang couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being the magical family of the creation science, this magic is really interesting. The control magic of the creation science is indeed unique. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the reigning puppeteer, Orenji Aozuki. Astati casually commented, but their combat abilities are average. Because the magicians of the creation science are dedicated to art, not fighting. Puppets, sculptures, sand paintings, and various forms of beauty are what we pursue. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a beard appeared. He was wearing a crimson suit and leaning on a cane. Miss Astati, welcome. Your Excellency Byron, no need to be polite. Astati responded, her expression quite calm. Byron didn't mind her attitude at all and pointed to the main gate, saying, please come in, the banquet has already begun, and I am waiting for the next guest. Li Shang originally wanted to greet him, but was taken away by Astaldila and missed the opportunity. The hall was extremely magnificent, filled with solemn radiance, creating a feeling that was not of this world. Is it magic again? Li Shang looked around. The style of the creation department is indeed different from other disciplines. Soon, he noticed the orchestra playing music. They were not humans, but puppets. Almost all magicians who have the ability to create exquisite puppets come from the creation department. Li Shang even saw pride in their expressions. As if they were not acting according to magic, but out of their own will. Junior brother. After Astaldila handed him a glass of wine, she said, let me introduce them to you. Li Shang sat next to her and nodded continuously in the direction she pointed. Izaluma belongs to the Democratic faction, so most of the people present are from the Democratic faction. The rest are from the neutral faction, and only about 1/10 are from the aristocratic faction of magic families. Everyone seemed harmonious on the surface, but soon young and hot-blooded magicians started arguing. The existence of the new generation only brings shame to the esteemed magicians. Shallow bloodlines cannot stand in the clock tower. Still dreaming of being a noble. The clock tower has its current power because of the rising new generation of magicians. Do you think you can prove your status just by drinking a few sips of soup? The clock tower was established for the nobles. Li Shang shook his head. A pointless argument. In this mysterious and weakened modern era, the ultimate winner belongs to the new generation. There's no way around it, because Weber is the protagonist. His Elmero classroom is the center of the new generation. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Li Shang noticed the newcomers, Laney's and Gray. The two girls stood out in the banquet. In addition, there was Lannis's Mercury maid. Li Shang took a closer look at this magic dress originally called Moon Spirit Elixir. It has to be said that Weber is really outrageous. He transformed the Moon Spirit Elixir into a maid with independent consciousness. Astaldila suddenly waved at the two of them. Laney saw her and her expression changed slightly, showing a reluctant emotion, but still walked up to them. My lovely little demon, long time no see. Astaldila smiled and held her face with both hands. Laney's looked helpless. Li Shang was slightly surprised. Who is the time traveler after all? Senior sister, why are you so familiar? You seem to have a relationship with most of the key characters in the plot. I warn you, don't ruin my makeup. Lainey's, with a serious face, said. After leaving the Department of Law and Politics, you've become bolder. Astaldila raised her eyebrows and said, it's not fun at all. In addition to the Law and Politics Department's law enforcement team and the Holy Song team, their main responsibility is to mediate conflicts between magicians, maintain balance and contact with the outside world like a normal country. As the heir to the throne, this is undoubtedly a compulsory course. So according to the rules of the Clock Tower, all heirs must attend classes in the Department of Law and Politics for 3 years before officially taking over. Astaldila got to know Lainey's because of this. She withdrew her hands and looked at Gray. Gray took a step back in fear, greeted them cautiously, and said, Miss Astaldila. Am I that scary? Astaldila bent down and approached her, asking. No. Not at all. Gray pulled down her hood and said. Still the same personality. Astaldila gently patted her shoulder, showing a completely different attitude from before. Lainey's pursed her lips, but she was more curious about Li Shang. Because she remembered that Astaldila hardly interacted with boys. Her circle of friends consists of beauties like Levia, Rorale, and Hanyo Riri. Hello, I'm Lainey's Elmero Architorti. We had a brief encounter in the Department of Law and Politics before. Lainey's eyes, like flames, were full of curiosity. Li Shang. Li Shang knew that Lainey's didn't intentionally reveal her magic eyes, but because her magic eye level was too high. Unless covered by a special magic outfit, this is the only way. But the Elmero family is too poor to afford it. It's truly a sad story. What is your relationship with Astati? Lainey's burned with the blazing fire of the 8 trigrams. Encountering Astati in the Department of Law and Politics was like encountering a natural enemy, and no matter what means she used, it was useless against her. Clearly, she had her foster brother firmly under control and was not weak when facing other nobles. But in front of Astati, there was always a feeling of being seen through. It was very uncomfortable. She is my senior sister. Li Shang answered. Senior sister, huh. Lainey's was a little disappointed, but she continued to inquire, besides that. Quote. What's with this entertainment reporter look? Li Shang shook his head and said, only a relationship as fellow disciples. Lainey's was about to say that she could try to break through when she heard Astati say, Lainey's. What's wrong? Lainey's turned her head, blinked her eyes, and innocently said. Trying to act cute and get away with it. At her invincible age, coupled with her beautiful face, few people could resist her. But Astati smiled indifferently and said, I see that you lack discipline. How about I educate you a few words on behalf of your foster brother? No need, right. Lainey's stiffened and quickly changed the subject, saying, ahem, let's continue the banquet. Astati reached out and raised an eyebrow. Lainey's, like a hamster, rested her chin in her palm. Her face turned slightly red, obviously feeling ashamed of this behavior. Li Shang took a cold breath. What kind of play is this? I also want to participate. Spitting, Li Shang recited the Zan spell again. At this moment, Astati let go of Lainey's and looked towards the door, saying, this one is even more heavyweight. A woman with glasses, red hair, and a typical Eastern face appeared. Lainey's voice suddenly became hoarse. Crown Magician, Aozaki Orange. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. He had long heard of the name of this Crown Magician, but it was the first time he had met her. In Fate Zero, she had once created prosthetics for Kenneth. In Fate Stay Night, she helped Emiyashuru create a new body. She even had a relationship with Lev Laner Flauros, the administrator of Chaldea in FGO. Not to mention her main works, Tsukiheim, and Kara no Kyukai, which had even more achievements. Li Shang subconsciously looked at Astati. I wonder if the two of them also have a relationship. But obviously not, because Astati didn't go up to greet her. Li Shang secretly thought that he was not a time traveler after all, otherwise, he would definitely have a chance to increase his favorability with Aozaki Orange. At least he would have one more life. It would be nice to get to know Aozaki Aoko and Tono Shiki through her. As time passed, a voice came from deep in the hall. The air immediately quieted down. Only 2 twin maids walked down the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. They smiled and said loudly, Lady Tiadra, Lady Estra, were here. After a moment, two indescribable girls appeared. Their gazes seemed to tear through everything. All feelings were lost in an instant, leaving only the beauty that reached its peak. Some magicians in the hall knocked over their wine glasses, some were suffocating, and some were crying. There was no doubt that this was the manifestation of losing one's sanity. Li Shang, on the other hand, frowned. Why didn't he feel anything? He glanced around and saw that Astati was as calm as water, just like him. But Laney's and Gray both showed signs of being absent-minded. If someone were to attack at this moment, they could probably take out a large number of magicians. Although the concept of ultimate beauty sounded mysterious, in Li Zhang's eyes, it was just an enhanced version of enchanting magic. And it didn't require magic power. It was somewhat reminiscent of Dirmudu Adwibine, the Lancer servant from the Fourth Holy Grail War. He was the chief of the Fianna Knight Order in the Gaelic mythology, renowned for his radiant appearance. The beauty mark on his face carried an enchantment imbued with magic power, capable of attracting the opposite at all times. Although the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess were exceptionally beautiful, they were far from reaching the origin. If they truly reached the origin, all the magicians at the banquet should have paid their respects to them. Li Shang was puzzled that he didn't seem to be affected at all. No reaction whatsoever. This was completely unscientific. With his strength, it was impossible to resist the charm of the two princesses. You have received the blessing of the Himeji landlord god, and your body has undergone a transformation, acquiring a new talent. For God's earthly aspect, A rank, you have gained resistance to weakening status skills and can resist mental enchantment. Quote. Question mark quote. Li Shang had a question mark floating above his head. If he remembered correctly, the so-called Himeji landlord god was Hozoan Inshin, an auxiliary servant who was often ridiculed in the FGO game. That wasn't the point, though. The point was, where did this talent come from? It felt like it was forced upon him, just like the protection of the lake. Could it be that he really was the chosen one? Li Shang couldn't help but wonder. I am Tiadra, inheritor of the Golden Princess title. I am Estra, inheritor of the Silver Princess title. After the two princesses introduced themselves, they put on their veils. The magicians in the hall finally began to recover from the influence. Laney's took a deep breath. She was one of the first few to recover. As the heir of the Elmero family, she was able to survive the dangerous clock tower because of her unwavering will. She glanced at the people around her. As she expected, Astati was completely unaffected. Since the day they met, she had never been able to figure out this woman's true identity. But Li Shang wasn't affected, which surprised her. It seemed that there was a reason why Astati valued him so much. Laney's patted Gray's shoulder to wake her up. Well done, Beilong. Applause broke out. A powerful voice filled the hall, awakening the others. An elderly woman in her 70s came into view. She had silver hair and was wearing a fashionable green dress. Sovereign, Barulireta. The magicians who realized what was happening bowed and paid their respects. She was the only sovereign who attended the banquet. Her real name was Honor Barulireta Torahomu, the ruler of the creation department, a color-ranked magician, just one step away from the crown. Except for Weber, almost all the sovereigns were color-ranked magicians. In the entire world of magic, the only known crown-ranked magician was Orenji Aozuki. Li Shang suddenly noticed that Orenji Aozuki had already left the banquet. Considering the rumors about the two of them, he could understand why. The reason Orenji Aozuki was designated for sealing was because of Honor. The music started again. The Golden Princess and the Silver Princess left the stage, leaving time for the magicians. They were here to make an appearance. The nobles' banquet was mainly for communication between magicians. Honor scanned the room and turned towards Li Zhang's direction. Astati, long time no see. She shook her whiskey glass and smiled. Barulireta-sama. Astati responded, would it be possible to have a private conversation after the banquet? Honor was slightly surprised. Her impression of Astati was based on her formidable strength and her relationship with the sovereign, Basermero. There was no other connection between them. Of course, no problem. Honor readily agreed and said, I will send someone to invite you when the time comes. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Laney spoke up, it's been a while, Barulireta-sama. She was only the heir to the sovereign, and even if she had become a sovereign, the Elmero family's current power was not even 1/10 of the Barulireta family's. Astati could disregard it, but she couldn't. She had to be cautious. If she angered this sovereign, she would invite enormous trouble. Trouble that could be fatal. Honor nodded and said, Lanies, you have done exceptionally well these years. Your Excellency flatters me, Lanies responded with a smile. Have you considered switching factions? Quote. Lanies froze instantly. The Elmero family had always belonged to the aristocratic faction, while the Baruleta family was part of the democratic faction, even the chief. If she agreed, she would undoubtedly be seen as a traitor. The outcome was self-evident. Just as she was at a loss, Astati touched her hair and said, It's too much to undermine me in front of me. Inale laughed heartily and said, The Edelfert family is a magical powerhouse of the democratic faction. But I am also a member of the Law and Politics Department. Astati tilted her head and said, If Rorai finds out, she will definitely blame me. Rorai. Inale narrowed her eyes. In the clock tower, only Astati dared to call her by name. Because the Basemero family always inherited the name Basemero and never mentioned their real names. Although Inale knew they were close, she didn't expect it to be to this extent. Just then, Byron came to her side and whispered, Lady Inale, I have something to discuss with you. Then I'll leave first. Inale waved her hand at them like a young person and disappeared outside the door with Byron. Lanies breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how she answered just now, it was difficult. It was impossible to agree, but she was afraid of offending Inale if she directly refused. Sigh, weakness is the original sin, diplomacy is dancing on the edge of a knife, and one can easily cut oneself. Thank you. Lanies grabbed Astati's wrist, keeping her away from her beautiful golden hair. It's nothing. Astati casually waved her hand. Lanies felt a bit envious. Since Kenneth's death, she had been in a state of constant worry and fear. She didn't know when she would have the confidence that Astati had. The banquet continued. Lanies apologized to Astati and interacted with other magicians while holding her wine glass. Her level of skill in socializing was like that of a social butterfly. For her, maintaining fragile connections was necessary. Astati ignored the others and ate with Li Shang. It was as if they were really attending the banquet. Occasionally, a few people came over to greet them, but they were scared away by Astati's glare. Sister, won't you offend them by doing this? Li Shang looked at Astati, who looked fierce, and couldn't help but ask. According to reason, even the Edelfert family should maintain relationships. And they weren't even native to the London magical family. I don't like them disturbing us while we eat. Astati paused and said, Besides, this is just my personality, they can't do anything about it. Li Shang withdrew his gaze. What just happened? It felt a little bit like being flirted with. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Li Shang focused on dealing with the dishes on the table. Although most British cuisine was not very good, the Izaluma family naturally didn't dare to neglect it at this kind of banquet and put in a lot of effort. Finally, it could be considered delicious food. At the end of the banquet, Lanies arrived late. She had been busy for most of the day and had only had alcohol, nothing else. Are you going back tonight? Astati pushed a plate of pastries in front of her and asked. It's too late now, I plan to take the train back tomorrow. Lanies, with a slightly flushed face from the alcohol, bit into the pastry and replied. Well, you can go back with us tomorrow. No problem. Lanies didn't really dislike Astati. In this dangerous situation, having a friend like her was undoubtedly the greatest luck. Li Shang, who was watching from the side, shook his head imperceptibly. It wasn't that easy to go back tomorrow. But if he stopped her, it would seem too abrupt. And the situation had already happened, Lanies was just taking the blame. Li Shang thought for a moment, he knew the plot, and he could help her clarify the misunderstanding. It would be more reasonable for him to intervene as a member of the Law and Politics Department after the bloodbath. The banquet ended. Lanies and Gray went to the assigned guest rooms. Astati waited for a moment, and then a young man came to deliver a message, inviting her to meet at a scenic area outside the Moon Tower. By now, it was already dusk outside the tower. Two people followed the young man and soon saw Inale waiting alone. You go down first. Inale waved her hand and the young man turned and disappeared. She looked at the two people, especially lingering on Li Shang for a while. Although she had noticed him before, she didn't think much of Astati, thinking he was brought by lanies or just came to say hello. This person seems unfamiliar, may I know your name? My junior brother Li Shang, tonight it's not me who will talk to you, but him. Astati answered calmly. Interesting. Inalay smiled and said, to receive such help from Astati, you must be an extraordinary young man. Just say what you want. I have created a new form of magic. Li Shang got straight to the point. Oh, Inalay obviously didn't believe it, Li Shang was too young. If it weren't for Astati, such a person would definitely not have the chance to meet her. Actions speak louder than words. Li Shang said calmly, Your Majesty, would you be interested in giving me some guidance? Inalay was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He really was a bold ruffian. I haven't used my hands for many years, nor have I met anyone who challenged me for a long time. Inalay looked at Astati and said, I'll give your senior sister some face, I hope you won't disappoint me. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Li Shang took a few steps back and bowed slightly. Astati, seeing this, also stepped back, giving them the stage. I am skilled in sand magic. Inalay extended her right hand forward, fingers curled up, and a stream of sand sprayed out of her handbag. Li Shang thought of Gaara. But the two were different. Inalay used sand painting for attack and defense. The flowing sand instantly solidified into Li Zhang's likeness. If you don't fight back, you won't have a chance. Inalay reminded leisurely, but her hand movements were not slow. She flicked her finger, uttered a syllable, and the flowing sand turned into arrows that pierced the shoulder of the sand painting. In the next moment, Li Shang groaned, and an identical wound appeared on his body. Inalay's face showed a hint of disappointment. She had already shown considerable mercy. Inalay's face suddenly changed because Li Shang turned into a wooden stake. This was simply impossible, because she didn't hear any magic incantation. So how was the magic performed? Although there were instant magic spells, they still required a syllable. Unless it was a magic costume. But then, what would be the point? Li Shang was showcasing his new magic, not a costume. Inalay was confident that even Astati wouldn't dare to deceive her like this. The thought flashed through her mind. She turned her head to her right, and Li Shang had already appeared. You used a magic costume. No, Li Shang shook his head and said, I guarantee in the name of the Department of Law and Politics, absolutely not. Then let me see what secrets you have. Inalay became interested and uttered two syllables. 5 streams of sand, like threads, connected her sand painting through her 5 fingers. She smiled and said, taste the control magic that the Department of Creation is proud of. After speaking, she moved her 5 fingers slightly. But immediately, her smile froze. What's going on? Why aren't you under my control? Her sand painting reflected Li Zhang's body. In theory, as long as she moved her finger, she could control his body. Unless this body of his was not the same as before. But how was that possible? Li Shang didn't speak, he formed hand seals, tilted his head back, and spat out a great fireball. Inalay was startled, so much so that she was a step too late, and her sand painting was destroyed by the flames. This is a hand seal, not an incantation. While Inalay was pondering, the sand painting formed again. But this time, when she moved her 5 fingers, Li Zhang's face turned ugly and he made corresponding movements. Intentional. Inalay's thoughts didn't come out, she immediately turned around, and a stream of sand surged out of her handbag, forming a shield in front of her. A water dragon rushed up. The quicksand became heavy when it touched water and immediately fell to the ground. However, Honore didn't pay attention to this. She stared wide-eyed at the appearance of the second Li Shang. She almost thought she was seeing an illusion. Your Highness, please be careful. Li Shang formed a hand seal with one hand and instantly appeared in front of Honore, crossing the sand. Then, he raised his finger and a stream of water gushed out. Honore was suddenly startled, but she was, after all, a monarch, and she had countless magical costumes on her body. The water flow was repelled by an invisible magic force. Li Shang jumped back to avoid the chasing sand spear. Honore's face darkened. Being pushed to such an extent by an unknown magician was clearly beneath her dignity as a monarch. But it had to be said that Li Zhang's hand seal magic was quite surprising. She narrowed her eyes, and more than a dozen streams of sand flowed out of her handbag. After she uttered 4 syllables, they turned into countless arrow feathers. Seeing this, Li Shang quickly formed hand seals. All the magic power in his magic circuit surged out. At this point, his magic power was already at its limit, so this was his last ninjutsu. Water-style water barrier. A huge stream of water appeared out of thin air, spinning wildly and forming a water barrier. The arrow feathers collided with the water barrier. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Shang directly retreated and said, "Your Highness, I have run out of magic power. I surrender." His pure magical skill was indeed average. If he had used the words and the 7 deadly sins, it would have been difficult to determine the outcome. After all, the focus was on promoting ninjutsu, and he didn't need to go all out. Honore was slightly surprised, then she put away the sand. She didn't have the face to bully a junior. To change the magic chant into a hand seal and still achieve great success, it's simply a miracle. Honore praised without hesitation, "Even the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess of the Barong family can hardly compare to your value." As a member of the main family, she naturally knew the true level of the Izaluma family. They were still far from the source, especially now that they were stuck in a bottleneck. But when they were made a branch house, it was just a trial. If they succeeded, the results could be completely confiscated. If they failed, it wouldn't affect her either. "We, the Barulireta family, can invest in this project. Or rather, as long as you are willing to cooperate exclusively with us, I can agree to any conditions." Honore suddenly looked at Astati and said, "But obviously, that's impossible, right? Currently, only the Edelfelt family and the Basermero family." Astati spoke in a timely manner and asked, "What do you think, Your Excellency Honore?" Honore fell silent for a moment. Both of these families were not inferior to the Barulireta family, so it was almost impossible for them to have exclusive rights. "Naturally, I am willing." Honore nodded and said, "Although I don't want to cooperate with the Basermero family, if they obtain this kind of hand seal magic and their strength greatly surpasses ours, it would be a loss." This reason was in line with the factional struggle within the clock tower. She would rather let go of her unwillingness than let the enemy gain power. Li Shang spoke up, "Please attend the gathering in a few days, Your Highness. The Edelfelt family will send someone to inform you." "I will." Honore turned and walked towards the deeper part of the lake area. After a while, she stopped and said, "My foolish disciple, you don't even want to see your teacher when you return to the clock tower." "I came to see you, didn't I?" The figure of Orenji Azuki appeared in the mist. "You've become a monarch, and your teacher has also prospered. Let's not talk about meaningless things." Honore grinned, revealing her white fang. "You just lifted the seal and came to the banquet. Are you interested in the 2 princesses?" "Well," Orenji Azuki smiled and said, "That's not wrong. I am indeed interested. What if there's a mistake and it connects to the source? You're basically saying that Barong's magic is flawed." Honore was somewhat helpless, but quickly changed the subject. "I thought you would be interested in the treasure recently bought by Izaluma." "What is it?" Orenji Azuki seemed completely unaware. "A bloodline of a certain fantasy species." "I see." Orenji Azuki smiled and said, "It's a pity I don't know. Otherwise, I could borrow money from the clock tower in my sister's name to buy it." Honore was speechless. Having a magician sister was really overbearing. Borrowing money from the clock tower casually, without having to pay it back. After all, who would dare to ask her for repayment? Unless it was someone like Jeweler O, or the monarch Basermero personally. But they also had no reason to antagonize Azuki Aoi for the sake of mere money. Although the banquet was held at the Tower of the Moon, all the guest rooms arranged by the Izaluma family were in the Tower of the Sun. After Li Shang and Inale reached an agreement, they followed Astati back to the Tower of the Sun. The distance between the towers was only a 10-minute walk. Perhaps due to the lake, fog had formed all around. Li Shang couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the portraits on the tower. They were too ugly. So, some art is truly incomprehensible. Li Shang glanced at the night sky. According to the original plot, the Golden Princess should have already gone to discuss eloping with Lainey's. Ahem, no, it was the change of the gate that wanted to escape. But the intention of the drunkard is not in the wine, they were framed and set up. The Tower of the Sun had 3 floors. Li Shang and Astati's rooms happened to be next to each other. But he didn't know which room Lainey's and Gray were staying in. Sister, I have a question for you. Li Shang poured a cup of tea for Astati and asked, as members of the Law and Politics Department, can we intervene in any murder case involving magicians? Of course. Astati blew on her tea and said, even if it involves other monarchs, our Law and Politics Department can handle it. Or rather, we have to handle it. In cases involving both parties, there must be a fair third party, otherwise it would be difficult to investigate and satisfy both sides. That's true. Li Shang nodded in agreement. It seems that the Law and Politics Department is indeed quite useful. Do you think something will happen here, junior brother? Astati took a sip of her tea and asked. It's very likely. The beauty of the 2 princesses is already unparalleled in the mortal world. When it comes to the source, someone might take desperate measures. Li Shang thought for a moment and added, and many people already know that Beilong has bought the Bodhi leaves, so there may be audacious magicians who would take desperate measures for the Bodhi leaves. The most beautiful in the mortal world. Astati put down her tea and asked lightly, junior brother, do you think they are more beautiful than me? Quote. Question mark quote. Li Shang froze. What's with this topic? The transition was too fast, he couldn't keep up. This is definitely not the road to kindergarten. They may be beautiful, but it's all fake. Li Shang carefully chose his words and said, they definitely can't compare to the natural beauty of my senior sister. Astati's tense expression turned into a smile. After finishing her tea, she said, good night, see you tomorrow. If there really is a murder case, just bring up the Law and Politics Department. Even if it's a monarch, you don't have to worry. Although Li Shang had never seen the monarch, Basemaro, he felt that his senior sister was even more haughty. She was simply fearless. The next morning, Li Shang and Astati were having breakfast when they heard the news of the Golden Princess's death. Junior brother, you really guessed it right. Astati stuffed the remaining bread into her mouth, making it look like a squirrel. Li Shang didn't do the same, he just put down his bread and said, let's go take a look. The Golden Princess lived on the 3rd floor of the Tower of the Moon. Before the 2 of them arrived, many people had already gathered. Li Shang frowned when he saw the scene on the bed. The Golden Princess's body was cut into pieces, with her head placed in the center. With the white bedsheet, it looked like a blooming, tragic, and beautiful rose. The scene was indescribably brutal. Tiadra, miss. A young man with messy hair and a pale face knelt beside the bed, looking dazed and lost. He is Meo, the Yakushi of the Inheritance Department. He made all the elixirs needed for the 2 princesses' magic. Astati glanced at him and, as if possessing an appraisal skill, said. The Golden Princess and the Silver Princess are artificial beings. Their beauty is not natural. Using magic to transform the body is a common method in many schools. But achieving the level of transformation they have is extremely rare. Of course, there are also technical reasons. To create the technology for the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess, perhaps only the true magic masters, those families that have been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, can possess it. Methods like the Meidou families are too crude. In the original work, Meidou Zukin used his insect magic and elixirs to transform Meidou Sakura, who was adopted into his family. He changed her attribute from void to water, in order to better inherit the Meidou family's magic. But in terms of precision, it is far inferior to the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess. They are not only physically transformed, but also strictly adhere to the magical rituals of the Izuruma family in terms of clothing, daily routines, and even walking posture. In other words, the 2 of them live in this lake area, and are themselves part of a huge magical circuit. Soon, another magician knelt by the bedside. His hairstyle is very unique, with a lot of braids tied up, like a textile. A costume designer. Li Shang can guess his identity without Astati's introduction. It is also possible that he is also a part-time stylist. After all, clothing is also a form of styling. And unlike Meo, he said with regret, my costume has been ruined like this. Beirong and the Silver Princess came together. The cane fell to the ground. Beirong trembled, looking incredulous, as if he had heard news of the world's destruction. Tiadra, no, how could this happen? The silver princess beside him wore a veil, her expression unseen. Finally, Honore and Aozuki Tangerine arrived. A murder has occurred, so everyone who was called here is a suspect. Aozuki Tangerine held her crimson hair and asked, but what's the point of doing this? If it is to covet this kind of beauty that may reach the origin, there is no reason to kill the golden princess. After all, even if the 12 lords were to create another one, it would take more than a decade. It's not worth it for so long. Tell me the specifics. Honore looked at the golden princess's body and sighed, what a beautiful work of art. Barong came to his senses and said, Lord Honore, Tiadra's room was locked with magic. Only a specific magical ritual can open it. Is it a locked room murder case again? Honore pondered and said, although the magic lock is strong, there are many people present who can open it, such as the moon spirit elixir. Lainey suddenly looked up, trying to calm herself, and said, I have no reason to kill Tiadra. Barong looked at her, picked up the cane from the ground, and said, I'll give you a reason. The twin maids who had served the two princesses since childhood walked in from the door. Lainey suddenly turned pale, realizing that she had been framed. I am Karina, one of the maids said. Yesterday, I went to Lannis's room with Princess Tiadra, and then I never saw anyone else. In other words, Miss Laney's was the last person Princess Tiadra saw before she died. Barong summarized while leaning on his cane, then asked, what did you talk about? Princess Tiadra wanted the Elmero family to take her in. Karina took a deep breath and said. Barong's face darkened as he looked at Laney's and asked, do you have anything else to explain? Princess Tiadra did indeed talk to me about this, but I clearly refused. Laney's knew she couldn't remain silent at this moment. The more she didn't speak, the more suspicious she would appear. If you refused, why were you the first one to come to Tiadra's room this morning? Barong immediately asked. Laney's felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly realized that it was Barong's doing. Last night, after she refused, Tiadra said she had a reward sufficient to change her mind and asked her to meet in the morning. But Barong's investigation was too thorough. She found Tiadra dead and asked Gray to inform, within half an hour. He had already finished interrogating Karina. In other words, they knew the situation before entering the room. Regardless, you are the prime suspect. Barong didn't give her much time to answer, and continued, next, the two of you will be confined to the Izaluma family until the truth is revealed. Wait, Li Shang stood between the two. This matter should be handled by my legal and political science department, and they should be under our supervision. What do you mean? Barong's tone turned cold and said, the highest masterpiece of my Izaluma family has died, and these two cannot be handed over to you. My meaning is simple. Li Shang didn't care about his attitude. As the monarch said, there are many magicians present who have the means to open magic locks. Why assume it was the work of Moon Spirit Elixir? If we're talking about who can silently open a magic lock, it would be you, Lord Barong. You're slandering me. Barong became angry and said, the reputation of my Izaluma family cannot be tarnished by you. Don't get so worked up, I'm just giving an example. Li Shang smiled and said, Lord Barong, why do you look so guilty? And don't you trust the legal and political science department? You. Barong suddenly couldn't speak. Daring to openly express distrust in the legal and political science department in the clock tower, is he asking for death? The legal and political science department is naturally reliable. Inalay spoke up in time, this matter will be handed over to you, but you cannot leave the Twin Mask Tower until the investigation is complete. For her, giving face to a business partner was a convenient thing to do. The ultimate beauty she had anticipated was almost declared a failure. Barong hesitated to speak, and in the end could only nod. That's natural, Li Shang replied. After Inalay agreed, the other onlookers, the magicians, left one after another. In the end, only the four of them remained. Thank you. Laney's was a bit out of sorts as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Just now, she was jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Once the charges were confirmed, the Elmero family would undoubtedly be destroyed. Li Shang glanced at Gray. He had sensed the chilling sharpness hidden under her sleeve earlier. It was the holy spear. If released, there would definitely be a way to escape. But the Elmero family would no longer be able to stand in the clock tower. This is originally the responsibility of our legal and political science department. Let's not waste time, let's first see if there are any clues at the scene. Li Shang replied. Trimao, collect the body parts. Lainey's nodded and immediately commanded the mercury maid behind her. Trimao was the name of the moon spirit elixir. The bed was covered in blood. It was indeed difficult to clean up. The dismemberment is too thorough, we can't even determine the murder weapon. Li Shang squinted and said. So Lainey's is the prime suspect. Astati crossed her arms and said, Trimao can transform into various weapons. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy against me. Lainey's looked puzzled, but what's the point? Although Izaluma is a branch house, its influence is still above the Elmero family. Neither family celebrated the festival. There is no reason to deal with her. Moreover, the actions of the Golden Princess are also very unusual. The monarch of the Law and Politics Department, Basemaro, is the leader of the aristocratic faction. Why didn't he go to Astati and instead went to the fallen monarch? After all, it is a major event to change factions. Take it slow. Li Shang stared at Tiadra's head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lainey's and Gray began to investigate the furnishings in the room. Why is there no mirror? Lainey's muttered to herself, having such a beautiful appearance, does she not like looking in the mirror? Gray pulled down the brim of her hat, burying her face deeper in the shadows. Perhaps she could understand. It's because she hates it. She hates her own face, so she doesn't want to see it. This shows that she doesn't like this face. Li Shang said in a deep voice, everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Regardless of what they look like, there are more or less mirrors and cosmetics in their rooms. Unless she has an extreme aversion to this artificial face. But it can also be understood that she may not be able to accept a face that is not her own. Gray instinctively clenched her clothes. She lowered her head. Astati reached out and patted her head. Seeing this scene, Li Shang remembered that Gray's situation was very similar to Tiadra's. Her face had also been magically altered, and it was the appearance of Altria. If Weber successfully participated in the Fifth Holy Grail War, Gray would definitely go with him. I wonder what Altria thinks of this face. Looking back on her life, her sister Morgan Le Fay had the greatest influence. Gray was the masterpiece of the Queen. Miss Tiadra told me last night about her reasons for defecting. Lainey's took a few steps back and forth, saying, it's because the magic of the Izaruma family has stagnated, and Byron wants to use more dangerous and radical methods. Tiadra believes that if they continue like this, they will definitely die. Very reasonable, Li Shang said casually. Master. The mercury maid took 2 steps back and said, it's all set up. The body on the bed returned to its human form. The connecting parts of the flesh were filled with mercury. All body parts are there. Lainey sighed and said, if we were in the clock tower, we could ask a necromancer who is good at death magic to help. I believe we would soon know the truth. Did you notice that she seems different from the Golden Princess at the banquet? Li Shang narrowed his eyes and asked. Different. Lainey's carefully examined the body. Although the smell of blood permeated the air, the beauty of the Golden Princess remained undiminished. Is it because the magic has disappeared? She asked again. Tiadra herself is indeed extremely beautiful, but in order to create the effect at the banquet, it was necessary to coordinate with the magic crest and magic circuits inside her. But now that the magic crest has been recovered by Byron and the magic circuits have been severed due to dismemberment, there is naturally no magic left. No, Li Shang shook his head. He was not affected by magic at the banquet, so he could better understand the difference in this Tiadra's appearance. They are 2 different people. Astati explained. The Tiadra at the banquet was obviously more beautiful, while the deceased one is slightly inferior. Yes, that's what I mean. Li Shang nodded in agreement. Lainey's, however, looked confused and asked, what is going on? I remember that the mineral science department has a magic trick that can show the existence of gems or minerals over time. Li Shang asked, Senior sister, is there a way to determine her time of death? The time he spent at the clock tower was ultimately too short, and he didn't have time to learn many magic tricks. Astati took a step forward and took out a yellow gem. Her magic surged. With a soft drink, the gem shattered and enveloped Tiadra's body. The time of death is more than half a month ago. Astati spoke up. So you're saying that the Golden Princess who appeared yesterday was created by Beilong at the last minute? If he didn't do that, his banquet would not have been able to proceed as planned, and his deeds would have been exposed. Lannis's face grew heavy. She had a rough idea of why Baelong framed her. Because Izaluma was a branch house. If Inale knew that he had killed Teodra, he would face punishment from both the creation science and legal science departments. No one dared to bear that. But why would this new golden princess collude with Baelong? Lannis asked again. Her claim of defection last night should be true. After all, there are precedents, and her fate may not escape death either. She wants to muddy the waters. Li Shang said in a deep voice, by bringing Elmi Lola in, it will inevitably cause chaos and attract everyone's attention, allowing her to leave unnoticed. Footprints. Lannis suddenly became excited and said, the ground in the lake area is all wet grass, so there must be footprints left behind. Since this new golden princess wants to run, now is the best time. And for magicians who consider themselves extraordinary and beyond the mundane, they don't care about footprints as evidence. Because they search using magic, not modern investigative methods. Only he, her foster brother, would use them. Let's go. Lannis left the Tower of the Moon and stopped at the entrance, saying, Tremao, find Teodra's footprints. The mercury maid immediately turned into flowing mercury and quickly filled the remaining footprints on the ground. Li Shang couldn't help but sigh. This magic outfit was truly versatile. It could do anything. He remembered that she could even brew tea inside her body. Follow me. The mercury maid returned to her original form and led the way. As they went deeper, a lush green forest appeared. The forest was damp and primitive, and they were the first group of intruders. Decaying leaves were everywhere. Lannis and Astati were both wearing dresses, not suitable for walking in this kind of forest. Seeing this, Li Shang slowed down. There's a barrier. Astati looked up and said. Lannis's eyes lit up. A barrier meant that someone wanted to conceal something. She took a few steps forward, and her vision suddenly cleared. A spring. An unusually open piece of land appeared in the forest. And water flowed continuously from the depths. But these were not the focus. The focus was the person floating in the spring. Karina, one of the personal maids of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess. The blood stained the spring, making it look particularly vibrant. Why did she die here? Lannis took a deep breath, her face filled with confusion. In her imagination, Karina didn't have a role at all. Although it was this maid who had betrayed them, the main characters should be Teodra and Baelong, right? Li Shang took a step forward and pretended to ponder. It seems we have overlooked a crucial question. The Izaluma family spent who knows how many years to create two princesses, but this new golden princess appeared within half a month. Lannis was instantly stunned. Yes, why was a new golden princess created so quickly, and even more beautiful than the original version? It was simply a miracle. Unless it's temporary. Li Shang speculated, using magic combined with a powerful spell, it should be possible to create a temporary golden princess. And as far as we know, Baelong recently obtained a spell that was tainted with dragon blood from the Bodhi leaves. Lannis turned her head stiffly and said, Karina is the new golden princess created by magic. That's the most likely possibility. Li Shang nodded and asked again, the original golden princess was most likely killed by Baelong, but what about this one? Who killed her? Lannis fell into silence. There were too few clues, making it difficult for her to deduce the truth. Even Karina's identity was guessed by Li Shang. She felt a bit tired. Detective work was better suited for her foster brother. Let's retrieve the body first. Li Shang suggested. Trimao. Lannis snapped back to reality and shouted. The mercury maid immediately extended 2 streams of mercury to bring the body to the shore. The cause of death is a fatal injury to the heart. Li Shang squatted down and could almost tell the cause of death without examining it. A very ruthless blow. He shook his head and found a piece of jewelry on the clothes. It seemed to be a necklace made of some kind of stone. The stone had a swirling pattern. Li Shang was slightly startled, it looked familiar. He looked at the obsidian necklace given to him by Astati on his wrist. This is a talisman. Li Shang stood up and said, but it hasn't been triggered, which means the killer knew Karina. Astati took the necklace and examined it. She was knowledgeable about gemstones as a mineral scientist. She nodded and said, the trigger for the talisman is quite simple and easy, unless the killer is too powerful, leaving her no reaction time. Otherwise, it's someone she knows, and she didn't have any defenses. We've finally narrowed down the range of the killer, Lainey said with relief. Next, we investigate her acquaintances. Without a doubt, she is a member of the Izaluma family. Let's go back to the Tower of Yang and explain the situation to Lord Honore. Astati handed the necklace to Lainey's. There's one more thing, Li Shang reminded. To create a new golden princess in a short time, to deceive others, such ability is impossible for the head of the Beilong family, and even Lord Honore cannot do it. The only one who can do it is the crown puppeteer, Orenji Sasaki. Quote. Lainey's felt a bit breathless. Even the crown was involved. How capable was the Elmero family? It goes without saying that Orenji Sasaki's achievements are remarkable, and her puppetry skills may be the key to replicating the Golden Princess. Li Shang added, her attitude is unclear now, so we should be cautious of her. Trimao. Lainey's rubbed her forehead and said, anyway, let's first find out who the killer is. The Mercury maid immediately picked up Karina. Weather magic. Astati looked up. A black cloud drifted from the east and covered the entire lake area in an instant. The speed was abnormal. Li Shang formed hand seals with both hands and said after a moment, there are over 30 magicians, no wonder the range is so wide. Launching an attack on Izaluma at this time. Lainey's frowned. No matter how she thought about it, it couldn't be a coincidence. And during the time when both King Baruleta and Crown Magician Orenji Sasaki were present, why would they dare to attack? Unless they had reached an agreement. Her heart trembled and she said, they might be coming for us. As soon as she finished speaking, a low thunder sounded. The next moment, a strong impact descended from the sky. The protective barrier of the Izaluma family, which was almost visible to the naked eye, was broken. Li Shang quickly reached out to support the nearest Lainey's. His strong physical fitness completely resisted the shock. But Lainey's, as a legitimate magician and the longtime manager of the Elmero family, aside from her magic level, she was just an ordinary girl. Thank you. After Lainey's stabilized herself, she noticed that the dark clouds in the sky had not dissipated and said, this is just the first wave of attacks, we must stop them. Weather magic, a type of magic that can be considered a meteorological weapon. However, it is rarely used by magicians. Apart from the complex and demanding conditions, the consumption of magical energy is too great. The cost outweighs the benefits. But when used by 30 people together, its power becomes quite considerable. The magic covers the El Meloi family. No matter who the target is, Rhinus and the others will inevitably be affected, and the investigation will temporarily come to a halt because of this. If, by any chance, justice is served and a lightning bolt strikes and kills the culprit, that would be disastrous. That's why Rhinus said they must stop them. The more important reason is that she knows the abilities of Astarte and Grey, and they are capable of stopping them. Otherwise, with her shrewdness, she would definitely be happy to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Li Shang nodded. He knew that the attacker was Atalanta, the magician who failed to obtain the Bodhi leaf in the auction and the battle against Byron. Feeling unwilling, he made an agreement with Honorai and led his subordinates to attack the El Meloi family. Li Shang could only say that Byron's star of death was shining brightly. He had already been abandoned by the head of the main family, Honorai. Grey, you protect Rhinus. Astarte gave the order. Li Shang and I will deal with them. The two of you. Rhinus was slightly surprised and asked, isn't that too risky? They have over 30 people. It would be safer to inform the head of the Byron family and the magicians of the El Meloi family to join forces. It's fine, I have my own measure. Astarte raced towards the forest. Li Shang also disappeared from Rhinus' sight at the same speed. His physical strength gave him good strength and speed. But he still found that he couldn't keep up with Astarte. So he used the body flicker technique. Junior brother, the new magic you've been studying is quite good. Astarte chuckled softly and said, do you want me to teach you? Li Shang didn't hesitate and blurted out. After entering the clock tower, he had been taken care of by his senior sister in every way. It's not that he's taking advantage of her, but it's better than taking advantage of her. Teaching a few ninjutsu techniques is not a problem. We'll talk about it when we have time. Astarte stopped in her tracks. She held out a blue gemstone. An invisible aura quickly spread out in all directions. There is a temporary shelter on the nearby mountains, where Atalanta is drinking, accompanied by a few maids. It really looks like the posture of a nouveau riche. Astarte calmly said. 30 magicians are using weather magic behind him, and besides that, a group of people is approaching the Twin Towers. Byron is already welcoming the enemy. Should we go directly to deal with Atalanta? Although Li Shang hasn't seen Astarte's true strength, he doesn't think it would be too bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the vice-captain of the Holy Chant team. You go save Byron. After thinking for a moment, Astarte said, if something happens to him, it will be difficult for us to solve the case. Li Shang didn't say much and changed direction. In the original work, Beilong was known as the double support of the Elmero classroom. Now he is alone, and there is indeed a possibility of hiccuping. Through the lush grass, it started raining in the forest. Not very heavy. The weather magic gathered dark clouds, and rain was its byproduct. Of course, the real attack is still lightning. The Gariesta family of Atrum is skilled in primitive magic. Its core is cost magic. It is a means of exchanging magic power for living sacrifices. It is called magic, but it is more like magic or evil magic formation. The strength in direct combat is average. With Astarte's ability, it is more than enough to deal with. Li Zhang's thoughts flashed and then he stopped. Not far from him, Beilong smiled while leaning on a cane. Don't underestimate Izaluma. He tapped the ground with his cane, and transparent bubbles floated around him. Without using magic chants, it means he is using a magic workshop. The so-called magic workshop is a war fortress constructed by magicians using barriers, traps, familiars, etc. in a certain place. For example, in the Fourth Holy Grail War, the previous ruler, Elmero, turned a hotel into his magic workshop. And placed 24 layers of barriers, 3 magic furnaces, dozens of evil spirits, reinforced corridors, and various magic traps, etc. Even if the servants wanted to break through, they had to pay a considerable price. But, my lord, times have changed. Emiya Kuritsugu directly disregarded martial ethics and blew up the entire hotel, causing Kenneth to lose everything. The Twin Towers is Beilong's magic workshop. He can exert power beyond his own in this land. The bubbles surrounded the magician. Beilong looked coldly at them and said, witness the wrath of Izaluma. The bubbles burst. Nothing happened, but the 3 attacking magicians in the front covered their throats and fell down. Their faces turned red. It was suffocation. Li Shang pondered. It turned out to be a magic similar to vacuum magic. But compared to real vacuum magic, it was extremely inferior. The deaths of the 3 magicians angered the remaining magicians. Just then, a huge lightning bolt fell from the sky. Beilong quickly used bubbles for defense. But the lightning was too powerful, and he knelt directly on the ground. There was a blackened area on his shoulder, indicating a burn. HMPH, is that all? The remaining magicians looked at each other and chanted at the same time, and lightning surrounded them. Beilong tapped the ground again with his cane. The bubbles reappeared. Li Shang shook his head. This head of the family doesn't seem to be good at fighting either. Actually, that's normal. Type Moon is mysteriously weakened, and magicians are hiding. Most magicians are immersed in studying how to reach the root and rarely go out. Because fighting cannot reach the root, Li Shang drew the 8-faced Han sword from the 7 deadly sins. Reinforce. He uttered a syllable. Power surged throughout his body. Ninjutsu is rarely used for support, so he uses magic. Word spirit. Fairy dancer. Li Shang whispered again. His heart beat rapidly, producing countless blood and power. And the surface of the Han sword in his hand was covered with a silver light. Critical hit increased. Li Shang jumped up, instantly infiltrating among the magicians. The Han sword pierced through their hearts at an incredible speed. He doesn't need to hold back against the Asta family's magic. In the original work, Atalanta even used babies to extract magical power. Blood splattered. The magicians were completely caught off guard and fell into eternal darkness. Byron's heart stopped. In just a second, he saw the magicians fall and Li Shang appear. It was as if a movie skipped the process and went straight from the beginning to the end. He had no idea what had happened. But Li Shang ignored him, turned around, and looked at Chisato Aozaki, who was slowly approaching. Interesting magic. Chisato Aozaki smiled and said, somewhat troubled, you are a stranger and powerful. Is it magic crest? The constantly surging power is truly surprising. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you a rampaging dragon. Miss Aozuki also came to help Lord Byron. Li Shang asked calmly. Sorry, I accepted someone else's commission, so I am your enemy. Chisato Aozuki said with interest, and I also want to see how strong you are. She suddenly lifted her foot and stomped down. A rune lit up, followed by a burst of lightning. Li Shang stepped back. In addition to puppets, Chisato Aozuki is proud of her reconstruction of modern rune magic. The origin of rune magic is extremely ancient. According to legend, Odin, the father of the gods, hung himself on the world tree for 9 days and nights, contemplating the mysteries of the universe. When he came down, he had comprehended rune magic. In addition, runes are often mentioned in various mythological gods and heroes. Like Scathach, the Queen of Shadows in the Gaelic mythology is extremely skilled in spear arts and rune magic. The runes she uses are called primal runes, which are ancient magic from the age of gods and have the power to destroy the world. Chisato Aozuki's modern runes naturally cannot reach the level of primal runes. But she has deciphered several primal rune symbols that have been lost. Faster than I imagined, Chisato Aozuki couldn't help but say when she saw him easily dodge her rune attack. Li Shang didn't answer and directly stabbed with the Han sword in his hand. With a loud sound, his Han sword did not hit Aozuki Orange, but a muddy-colored rune, like a shield. But it only blocked for a second before cracking open. Aozuki Orange was startled and couldn't dodge in time. Her runes were preset to automatically activate. In terms of speed, she couldn't match Li Shang. But she didn't make any moves. A silver mayfly appeared on her body. Mechanical sounds rang out. Something dazzling, like tentacles, blocked his sword. Not only that, 4 tentacles, like wings, appeared behind Aozuki Orange again, aiming at Li Shang. 4 magic-powered projectiles were fired. Li Shang didn't hesitate to use the body flicker technique. 1 second later, the ground exploded. A crater over 3 meters appeared. Barong opened his mouth and quickly retreated. This is like a fight between immortals. This is my magical outfit, Crystal Mayfly. Aozuki Orange breathed a sigh of relief and said, I didn't expect that I couldn't react in time. At this moment, she was enveloped in a silver light, looking particularly dreamlike. There will be many things you didn't expect. Li Shang smiled faintly. His body suddenly accelerated, and the Han sword bypassed Mayfly like lion majesty. Aozuki Orange instinctively raised her hand. A rune appeared instantly. But it immediately shattered. Mayfly, like a swarm of bees, urgently blocked the Han sword. An astonishing force burst open. Aozuki Orange was blown away. In midair, she waved her hand again. Flames surged on both sides of her, trying to stop Li Shang who was chasing after her. A curved sword light flashed. Like silver moonlight. The flames were separated. You surprised me. Aozuki Orange stood firm, stretched out her hands, and spread her 10 fingers. Countless runes shot into the sky and exploded. The dense ashes instantly turned into fine needles, completely enveloping Li Shang. With a bang, a wooden stake appeared and was pierced through the next second. Aozuki Orange trembled slightly. An intriguing magic. But she didn't waste any time because of it. Immediately, another rune tore open in front of her. Invisible ripples spread out. Behind, she pinpointed Li Zhang's location. Kanchi Chenzi turned around without hesitation. She controlled Mayfly to surge out. The sound of ping-pong was incessant. Han Jian's attacks were all blocked. Li Shang raised an eyebrow and once again attacked with Fulingshin. A critical hit was triggered. The Mayfly made of crystal cracked open a seam. Kanchi Chenzi's pupils contracted. In an instant, a rune blocked the tip of the sword. The shockwave dispersed. Kanchi Chenzi took a few steps back, appearing unsteady. Beilong, who was watching, tightly gripped his cane, as if it could bring him a little warmth. This is simply unbelievable. Kanchi Chenzi truly deserves to be a grand magus, her rune magic is simply extraordinary. But what's the deal with this guy who looks like he's only 18? He actually has the upper hand. He feels like someone who has lived for decades and ended up in a dog's body. And Kanchi Chenzi's perspective is much higher than Beilong's. Naturally, she can see that Li Zhang's magic level is far inferior to hers. Most of the instant magic he used seems to come from his equipment. The reason she is in such a sorry state is because Li Zhang's physical abilities are too good. Or rather, his strength and speed far surpass those of an ordinary magician. Even she is no match for him. In martial arts, speed is everything. The same goes for magic. Because he is too fast, she can't react in time and can only defend herself. Passive against active. Naturally, the active side appears more formidable. Kanchi Chenzi's combat experience is richer than that of most magicians. She knows that the current situation requires her to have someone to buy her time so that she can counterattack. Thinking of this, Kanchi Chenzi grabbed her own hair, infused it with magic power, and immediately tore off a strand, turning it into ashes. Li Shang was a little puzzled. What kind of magic is this? The next second, the sound of a wolf howl came from a distance. The sound approached from far away, but it was only a moment. Li Shang saw a golden wolf rushing over. It turns out to be a familiar. The familiar of a magician is actually the summoning beast of a ninja. But the two have certain differences. In addition to various magical animals, familiars can also be birds made of gemstones, mercury maids, and even servants. Servants are the highest level of familiars. Li Shang raised his left hand, his index finger like a barrel, emitting water droplets like bullets. In an instant, it reached the face of the golden wolf. But it was useless, the water droplets passed through its body directly. Magic is ineffective. Li Shang suddenly remembered who it was. Lug Beowulf, the werewolf. A monster of the 2000th level, a high-dimensional life form capable of shapeshifting into any form. Pure magic has no effect on it, making it the archenemy of magicians. Li Shang immediately thought of sealing techniques and summoning beasts. Undoubtedly, both can deal with it. But in the continuous counterattacks from Kanchi Orange, he was unable to use advanced sealing techniques. Li Shang immediately retreated, avoiding the werewolf's bite. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kanchi Orange began to arrange rune symbols. She already understood that one or two runes were useless, so she needed more and broader ones. But the next moment, her eyes widened. A huge python suddenly appeared. The trees in the forest fell one after another. Quote. Kanchi Orange hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "You're familiar?" In her line of sight, the werewolf seemed to be crushed like ants. But after all, it was also a monster, and its body rapidly expanded. Beilong was horrified and ran away. Enhanced magic gave him the physique of a young man. The battle between the two monsters. It can be described as earth-shattering. Lainey's and Gray, who returned to the Tower of the Moon, were dumbfounded. Is this the arrival of a mythological story? Lainey's had only witnessed such a situation in legends. Two giant beasts over 50 meters tall were tearing each other apart. Behind her, many magicians were also stunned. Only Anole quickly regained her senses. The next moment, quicksand surged out of her handbag, turning into a floating sand platform, carrying her to the battlefield. Kanchi Orange's face looked a bit ugly. Her rune symbols were supposed to be buried underground. But in this situation, she couldn't prepare large-scale rune magic anymore. In that case, she was back to the previous terrible situation. Just then, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, meaning that the weather magic was lifted. Kanchi Orange's heart tightened. Li Shang was already difficult for her to deal with, and if Astati was added, she had no confidence at all. Should she use that move? There was a monster buried inside her body. If she was killed, it would be released, and her soul would transfer to a backup doll for resurrection. A beautiful figure appeared. Astarte stood behind her, forming a siege with Li Shang. She glanced at the two monsters in the distance, showing a little surprise. "Miss Kanchi, now that things have come to this, do you really want to waste your life?" "This time, I admit defeat." Kanchi Orange let out a sigh and said. Then she let the werewolf leave. Li Shang also released the summoning beast. So, would it be troublesome for Miss Aozuki to offer two perfect dolls as an exchange? Astati said with a slight smirk. 2 dolls. Aozuki Chizuko's tone raised slightly as she said, "That's impossible. Even if she were to be killed, she would only need one resurrection. Asking her to give up 2 dolls would be more troublesome than death itself. After all, the materials for making dolls are extremely precious. And she is very poor. Then just one will do." Astati also relaxed and said, "Give it to my junior, Li Shang." "Wait," Li Shang quickly said, "Senior sister, you should have it." He has the infinite rebirth of the simulator, so there's no use for a resurrection doll. Junior brother, although your strength is good, there are always unexpected dangers in this world, so keep it for emergencies, Astati said. Quote. Li Shang frowned. How should he explain this? The doll is equivalent to resurrection, which is undoubtedly precious to others. Senior sister, since I met you, I have received your care. I can't accept this doll anymore, Li Shang said firmly. Stop. Aozuki Chizuko raised her hand and complained, now is not the time for you two to show affection. My teacher is about to come, and I don't want her to see me in this sorry state. She really couldn't stand it. The doll she made is the highest achievement in the entire magic world. How did it become a common thing that you two pass back and forth in your mouths? Then I'll tell you after everything is over, Astati looked at Li Shang and said. Okay. Aozuki Chizuko glanced at the direction to the east and said, I'll leave first. A few seconds later, Honor appeared. She looked at the messy battlefield and asked, what happened? Nothing, Astati said lightly, I just had a little spar with Miss Aozuki. Quote. Honor remained silent. She recognized Aozuki Chizuko's familiar. But she didn't expect Astati to have such strength. No wonder she was highly regarded by the Lord Bathermarrow. What about Bylon? Honor took a deep breath and asked. Astati waved her sleeve. The unconscious Bylon appeared. She had already undergone memory modification. Li Shang is too young. Showing such strength would inevitably lead to being sealed by the clock tower. Although she is not afraid, it is still too troublesome. As for Orenji Aozuki, with her pride, it is impossible for her to go around publicizing her failures. Li Shang didn't say anything. His intelligence naturally understood Astati's intentions. To be honest, sealing designated targets is indeed troublesome. If he can avoid it, he will. After all, he is going to participate in the Holy Grail War. A bunch of people chasing after him, who knows what kind of trouble will arise. Inale reached out and checked Belong's breathing, he wasn't dead. She gradually regained her composure, but didn't mention the recent battle. Astati, how are the invaders outside? I have taken care of them. Astati calmly said, they were the ones who violated the rules of the Mages Association first, so I was forced to counterattack. Inale-sama, you won't be angry, will you? Why would I be angry? Inale smiled and said, Astati has done what she should do, and I naturally approve. Astati also didn't want to play along with her, and said, in that case, Inale-sama, take Belong back to the Tower of the Sun, and the mystery will be revealed soon. Although Inale had many doubts in her heart, she didn't want to offend Astati, who had the ability to defeat her. She used quicksand to support Belong and turned around to leave. Shidi, I modified Belong's memory and changed you to me. After Astati left, she immediately explained, to avoid attracting the attention of the clock tower. I understand, Li Shang said with a smile. He thought of Atalanta again. If he died, then perhaps Medea wouldn't be summoned. The course of the Holy Grail War would definitely be changed. But it didn't matter. Even if he had Medea, he wouldn't be able to defeat Gilgamesh and the others. Having or not having Medea didn't make much difference. Is Atalanta dead? She's dead. Astati snorted lightly. It's not a pity for someone who uses the price magic. It seems Atalanta used a living sacrifice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted this long. Li Shang said with resentment, good, she died. Astati burst into laughter all of a sudden. Well, Shidi is quite cute. She pinched her chin and said, after Atalanta dies, her qualification for the Holy Grail War will be revoked, and I will consult the ruler to give it to you. Thank you, Shiji. Li Shang thought of something else and asked, after she dies, will her family seek revenge? Everything we have done complies with the rules of the Mages Association. If they want revenge, they can come. Astati said in a flat tone. Astati. Lainey's ran over from a distance, followed by Gray. She didn't have magic like sand magic. Apart from the moonlit essence, there was no second magic outfit, so she could only walk. I'm fine. Astati looked at her flushed face from running and couldn't help but pinch it a few times. Lainey's glared at her and muttered, one day, I will come back. While it's still early, let's go back to the Tower of Yang and resolve the matter, Li Shang said, looking at the two playfully fighting. We should be able to catch the train back to London, he added with a smile. Do you already know who the murderer is? Lainey's quickly asked. More or less, Li Shang casually replied. After watching Orenji Azuki's battle, I can be certain that she created the new Golden Princess. Just a few questions to her and everything will become clear. Let's go back, Lainey's eagerly exclaimed. Although she was a bit tired from running over from the Tower of Yang, it was worth it to clear her name. Wait, Astati stopped Lainey's from running out and said, let's take a ride back. You're not suggesting we use your snake, are you? Lainey's said, shaking her head. I'd rather not. Astati didn't say anything. She extended her hand, which emitted a faint golden light. The light rose into the air and transformed into a flying carpet after a moment. It was predominantly dark blue with gold on the edges. A magic flying carpet. Lainey's couldn't help but show surprise and envy. Any magical outfit that could fly was extremely expensive. Unless she sold her family's Mercury maid, she couldn't afford it at all. Come on board, Astati said, stepping onto the carpet. The four of them seemed a bit crowded. Anna, make it a bit bigger, Astati instructed. The carpet beneath their feet immediately doubled in size. It actually has a personality. Lainey's calculated the price and felt a pang of bitterness. If a magical outfit had a personality, its value would be even higher. The same went for her Mercury maid. Even among the entire Magic Association, it was considered one of the most valuable magical outfits. Well, compared to its own value, the Mercury maid might be even more valuable. Li Shang secretly thought that his senior sister was indeed a wealthy woman. Even a flying carpet had to have a personality. Was this what wealthy women played with? He loved it, he loved it. The carpet was great. If it were something like a steel wire ball, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. The name Anna was quite common, he thought. He felt like there were many people named Anna. The flying carpet's speed is impressive. What would have taken 20 minutes on foot only took 5 minutes. The four of them got off the flying carpet. When I came out earlier, I asked Trimao to stay behind and guard Karina's body. I estimate that by now, Beilong and the others have already learned of her death. Let's go straight to her room. As Lainey's walked, she spoke. Li Shang nodded. No wonder he didn't see her Mercury maid earlier. They quickly arrived on the second floor. As Lainey's had said, there were already quite a few people standing there. Beilong, who had awakened, the Silver Princess, and another maid named Regina. Did you kill her? As soon as Beilong saw Lainey's, he questioned her. Compared to the death of the Golden Princess, he seemed relatively calm at the moment. After all, he really didn't know what had happened to Karina. Beilong, please don't jump to conclusions so easily. Lainey's smiled faintly, her demeanor elegant like a noble. She had regained her usual calmness. Beilong was about to continue speaking when he saw Astati's gaze and remembered her battle with Momozuki Orenji earlier, so he immediately closed his mouth. Even if he used the ultimate move in his magic workshop, it would probably be difficult to kill her. Beilong, please inform Inale and Miss Momozuki to come over. Don't you want to know who the killer is? I'll reveal it to you right away. Astati spoke up. And Yakushi Mayo and the costume designer Islo. Li Shang added. Beilong trembled at the words, but his expression showed no abnormality. He turned around and went downstairs. After about 10 minutes, he returned with 4 people following behind him. It seems Miss Astati already has the answer. Momozuki Orenji held up a briefcase and smiled. By the way, she glanced at Li Shang. The recent battle could be said to be the most memorable one for her in recent years. It would stay with her for a long time. Li Shang smiled back. At the same time, he found it interesting. He remembered that there was her familiar in Momozuki Orenji's briefcase. A creature stronger than a werewolf. It seemed that Momozuki Orenji was wary of him and Astati, or perhaps she didn't think she could win, so she brought her briefcase just in case. Looking forward to your insights. Inale sat in a chair, leisurely picked up a teacup, and smiled. I've only seen detective reasoning on TV. Beilong frowned slightly when he heard the word, TV. As a traditional magician, he was quite disgusted with technological products. But Inale was different. She enjoyed playing with MP3 players, watching TV shows, and movies like young people do. He would definitely criticize others, but Inale, let it be. He dares not. I guarantee it will be wonderful. Astati smiled and then gestured to Li Shang with his eyes, indicating that it was his turn to perform. Miss Aozaki. Li Shang stepped forward and said, could you please examine Karina's body? Me. Aozaki Orange was somewhat surprised and asked, why me? I'm not a professional. You'll understand once you see. Li Shang pointed at Karina without explaining. Aozaki Orange became interested. She had a peculiar personality, and few people could guess her true character. Moreover, those who knew her understood that she had a dual personality. But in the end, she was simply a magician driven by her interests. If she was interested in something, she didn't mind becoming the antagonist, even if it meant losing everything. If she wasn't interested, she wouldn't be willing to do it even if someone killed her. That's why she took on the task of obstructing Li Shang and the others. She didn't care about offending the Department of Law and Politics, or even the clock tower. The only thing she probably didn't expect was that Li Zhang's strength far exceeded her imagination. Aozaki Orange squatted down in front of Karina, and after a moment, she was slightly startled. She reached out and touched Karina's cheek. Why don't I have any impression? She blurted out a sentence without rhyme or reason. Karina's body still retains traces of your magic, right? Li Shang asked the puzzled crowd. It's my magic. Aozaki Orange admitted. She disdained the use of lies. Upon hearing this, the reactions of the others varied. Especially Byron and Mayo, their expressions froze slightly. Of course, it couldn't be seen without careful observation. Are you saying that you killed her? Costume designer Islo voiced what Honor and others were thinking. No, Li Shang answered on behalf of Aozaki Orange, saying, the magic I mentioned is the one that turned Karina into the Golden Princess at the banquet. Instantly, silence fell. Even Honor was stunned and couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? She had no idea about this before. Byron hadn't told her either. If the Golden Princess at the banquet was fake, then the branch house head was undoubtedly deceiving her. Thinking of this, she glanced at Byron. The head of the branch house, who was dressed in a suit and exuded a gentlemanly demeanor, had a somewhat unpleasant expression at this moment. It means exactly what it says. Li Shang explained, the one who appeared at the banquet was Karina, but the real Golden Princess had already died half a month ago. But that's impossible. Inale frowned slightly and said, I know a little about the magic of the Izaluma family. It is based on the sun and the moon, and the time when they align has passed several months ago. That's right, Beilong quickly said. The best timing for my magic is when the sun and the moon are in the same position or in opposite positions. In theory, the family's magic is a highly secretive matter. Normally, he would definitely not explain it. But at this moment, he was a bit at a loss. Once the charges were confirmed, he would lose everything. It's not just a matter of losing his life, but his carefully cultivated family would also be destroyed. Li Shang was in a difficult situation at this time. He was not Weber or a student of celestial science, so how could he understand it so clearly? But he vaguely remembered that it was mentioned in the original work. That's right, there hasn't been a suitable time in the past month. Astati suddenly spoke up. But Karina is a temporary golden princess, so she doesn't need a real sun. There is a planet that can perfectly compare to the sun, and that is Venus. It is the brightest planet in the night sky, the morning star, the evening star, and also the star of Venus. Tracing back to its origins, the corresponding deity, such as Ishtar, is the goddess of beauty, which is very suitable for Karina's situation. Beilong's face suddenly turned pale. Li Shang heard a familiar name, Ishtar, and couldn't help but glance at Astati. Senior sister seems to really like Venus, speaking so highly of it all at once. He also likes it. When he played the FGO game in his previous life, he really liked Ishtar and her sister, the underworld goddess Ereshkigal, or Eli for short. Why did my sister's body become so gruesome? The silver princess with a veil asked in a cold tone. Before Li Shang could answer, someone else spoke up. So that's how it is. Inale slowly took a sip of tea and said, if I were in your position, I would definitely chop Tyadra into pieces, wouldn't I, Beilong? Inale, I don't understand what you're saying. Beilong gritted his teeth and said, if your strength matched your tough talk, that would be impressive. Li Shang teased him and continued, my senior sister has already explained the issue of the stars. Next is the issue of Aozaki Miss. who commissioned her to create Karina as the Golden Princess, and this person is undoubtedly the mastermind behind the murder of the real Golden Princess. Oh dear, but I forgot. Susaki Orange said with a joyful smile. Aozaki Miss. Lanies couldn't help but shout. I really forgot. Susaki Orange pointed to her temple with her index finger and said. Li Shang shook his head at the anxious Lanies and others, saying, with your abilities, you shouldn't forget, so there is only one possibility, your memories have been modified by someone. Susaki Orange's face gradually became gloomy. The rest of the people were suddenly shocked. Memory modification magic exists in the clock tower, of course. The one who uses it the most is the Department of Law and Politics. Because they often have to use it on ordinary people who accidentally get involved in the world of magic. But Sosaki Toko is not an ordinary person, who has the ability to modify her memories. This should be your own doing. Li Shang continued, if your request includes the condition of memory elimination, would you carry it out? Yes, creating the Golden Princess is quite interesting, I would definitely agree to his conditions. After Sosaki Toko finished speaking, she scratched her head and said with some distress, I suddenly want to know what kind of magic I used. It's a pity that such an interesting thing has been forgotten. In addition to magic, there is another way to modify memories, elixirs. Li Shang pointed at Mayo and asked, can you create a memory-blocking elixir? Mayo was completely stunned and became hesitant. But his attitude was enough to indicate that he indeed had this ability. Then let's continue discussing Miss Sosaki's matter. Although this matter is very interesting, as the client, you must provide sufficient compensation. Li Shang looked at Beilong and said, I remember that Beilong's family recently purchased a powerful magical artifact, a Bodhi leaf dyed with dragon blood. I wonder if you can bring it out for us to see. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Sosaki Toko suddenly burst into laughter. I understand now, so that's how it is, the Cinderella magic. The rest of the people were a bit confused. Even Beilong seemed a little bewildered. Miss Sosaki, can you explain? Li Shang asked. Of course, this is a perfect masterpiece. Sosaki Toko said with a smile on her face. Zigfei gained immortality through dragon blood and became a hero. The Cinderella magic is the same. Using the Bodhi leaf to perform magic means that Karina overnight transforms into a true golden princess. Not bad for my student, quite ambitious. Inale chuckled and said, using such precious material for magic is really a waste. Only you can do it. Adelum, who attacked the Izuruma family, undoubtedly became a clown. Because the Bodhi leaf had already turned to dust. Even if he defeated Beilong today, he wouldn't get anything. So he wasted his life for nothing. Beilong endured the gaze of everyone and after a moment, he said, it was me, there's no reason, it's because I lost the Golden Princess and had to forge it with Miss Sosaki. What about the cause of death? Li Shang asked. Beilong remained silent for even longer this time, but eventually spoke, saying, magic reached a bottleneck, and I used some extreme methods. But in order to reach the root, these sacrifices were necessary. Every magician would execute without hesitation. His tone was quite righteous. The Silver Princess remained motionless, as if dead. She had known all along. Even her maid, Regina, behind her, was calm. Do not compare yourself to me. Li Shang snorted, if you kill someone, you kill someone. Why bother finding excuses? Ignorant child, what do you know? Beilong was furious. If you want to enter the final stage of the legal and political department now, I don't mind. Astadi's tone was cold, and the surging magic power almost made him kneel. The final step of the so-called law and politics department is execution. Sister, there's no need to be angry. Li Shang shook his head and said, next is another puzzle. Who framed Lanies? Can Miss Aozaki tell us about the second mission you accepted, the battle you brought to me and my sister today? It's Regina. Aozaki Chika narrowed her eyes. The price is the cause of the Golden Princess's death. Now that I have obtained it from your mouth, this mission is naturally void. Everyone instinctively looked at Regina. She remained quite calm. What's wrong? Lanies asked aggressively. Anyone except the deaf and dumb should answer me. She was extremely angry. She was just a step away from being dragged into an irreversible abyss. But Regina still remained silent. In that case, let me say it. Li Shang took over and said, there are two reasons. First, the actions of the Beilong family endangered the Silver Princess and Regina, fearing that they would follow in their footsteps. Second, the sealing designation. If the magic continues, it will inevitably trigger the sealing designation of the clock tower. They don't want to spend their lives in confinement. So, before escaping, the body of the Golden Princess was discovered. Lainey's pondered and said, no wonder you came to me the night before, involving magicians from opposing factions, so that the Izaluma and Baruareta families would shift their attention. Beilong family head was probably surprised when he saw the body of the Golden Princess. Li Shang showed a mocking smile. Because he would have dissected her to obtain data. You are quite ruthless. This is not ruthlessness. Obtaining various data from experimental subjects is the duty of a magician. Beilong's face turned ugly. Li Shang didn't want to argue with him about what a magician is. He continued, these two matters have been resolved. There is only one final mystery left. Why did Karina die? Since it was an escape, everyone's attention was diverted, and there was a chance to escape. Why did she die by the spring in the forest? The Silver Princess and Regina finally showed some hesitation. There is only one truth. Li Shang pointed at Mao and said, Mao, the murderer is you. Yakushi Mao, with a pale face, widened his eyes and sat on the ground. No, it's not. Miss Aozaki, you should understand why Karina died by the spring, right? Li Shang changed the topic again. Cinderella's magic can only last for one night, just like in the fairy tale. By the spring, it was to wash away the last traces of magic. After all, in the legend of Zigfei, he bathed in dragon blood by the spring. Aozaki Chika explained with a respectful tone. She already regarded Li Shang as an equal opponent, so her attitude naturally changed. Karina wanted to escape, and it was highly likely that she would take the Silver Princess and Regina with her. Judging from the reactions of the two, they were also aware of this. There was no reason for them to stay behind. Li Shang snapped his fingers and said, in that case, you two have the suspicion of harboring the murderer. The only person in the entire Izaluma who can protect you two is Mao, because you grew up together and were childhood friends. The Silver Princess wore a veil, so her expression couldn't be seen, but her eyes were already quite panicked. Regina's face was pale. Mao sat on the ground, no longer trembling, and revealed a sinister smile. It's me. His voice echoed in the room. I have known her for a long time, long enough to understand everything about her. But she wanted to escape. She actually wanted to escape. Mao stood up, his face filled with fanaticism. This is the ultimate beauty that can reach the root. It is the pursuit of my life. I prepared medicine for her, tried every means, and dedicated everything to her. But how could she escape? I absolutely won't allow it. Absolutely. Mao roared, even if it means killing her, this beauty must be preserved. The Silver Princess must continue. Because I have seen the end. How could we stop now? As a magician, we absolutely cannot stop. Li Shang looked speechless. Magicians. He always felt like he was living among a group of non-human beings. Astati raised her hand without hesitation, the brilliance of the gemstones shining. But the Silver Princess stood in her way. Why? Astati asked in confusion. Isn't Karina like a sister to you since childhood? Yes, the Silver Princess took a deep breath. I don't have much affection for Mao, but Karina only has eyes for him. It was her dying wish for us to help Mao. Astati fell silent. Tragic love. Poor Karina. Just then, Momozaki Orange suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Buds appeared on her chest. It worked. Mao instantly aged, but his expression remained mad. I planted something else in the memory-blocking elixir. Now you can only listen to me, otherwise you will die. Come on, let's do it again. Let's create another miracle of beauty. He looked at his two childhood friends and said, Isotera. Regina, let yourselves be cut up for me. Mao had completely gone insane. However, Momozaki Orange just smiled faintly and said, death to me is just a rebirth. If I let someone like you coerce me, it would be too embarrassing. She threw a pack of cigarettes to Inale. Sorry, can you hold on to this for me? After saying that, a rune cut through her body. Inale stood dumbfounded for a moment and shouted, not good. Run. An eerie aura. Despair-inducing magic. A crack appeared in Momozaki Orange's abdomen, like a door. A pitch-black hell. The true form of the monster in the bag was released. An unimaginable fear surged from within everyone's hearts. Even Inale was frozen in place. She remembered a previous tragedy. It took a lot of time and effort for the designated executor to finally apprehend Momozuki Orange. But she chose death. The monster emerged, and none of the other magicians survived. Li Shang took a few steps back. He didn't seem to feel anything. Strange. The rest of the people were all unable to leave due to fear. Oh, except for Astati. Thorny tentacles extended from the bag and grabbed Mayo. In an instant, he was dragged in and chewed by countless sharp teeth. Mayo, Astra and Regina shouted. Li Shang suddenly remembered that in the original work, it was Gray who saved Mayo. Because she felt that she was like him, if she were as bold as Mayo, she would have become a hero of the past and made the people of her hometown happy. It was simply a foolish and typical magician's thinking. Li Shang flashed in front of Gray, held her hand, and said, "Gray, you are different from him." She was about to use the holy spear, but she froze. Interrupted like this, Mayo was completely turned into minced meat. But the monster didn't stop. Inale, worthy of being a monarch, quickly overcame her fear and was about to take action, but someone was faster than her. Astati said coldly, "If you don't want to die, go back." In the next moment, all the tentacles retreated like they were fleeing, and they detached from the body of Orenji Aozuki and burrowed into the bag. In the end, they even conscientiously zipped it up. Li Shang was stunned. "You have received the blessing of the goddess of the underworld, and your body has undergone changes, generating new talents and panels. Underworld protection X level, no creature from the underworld or death spirit can harm you. Attribute: Durability E1 corrected to Durability A99. Durability mainly refers to health points. So now I'm a nearly indestructible blood cow." Li Shang looked confused. Although it didn't seem very useful, since I can resurrect indefinitely, with this talent, I should be particularly strong in the parallel worlds and can save on simulation coins. Truly the blessing of Eri. But why? Li Shang couldn't help but feel that ever since he came to the clock tower, he had been living off others. Or rather, being fed by various wealthy women. Strange. It feels like triggering achievements, with different blessings triggered in various scenes. Li Shang rubbed his chin. Could it be that I'm really the illegitimate child of the heavens? Speaking of which, he suddenly thought of Fujimaru Ritsuka, the protagonist of the FGO game. The character controlled by the player. Only he can establish bonds with all the heroic spirits and gain their trust. Perhaps there was no Fujimaru Ritsuka in the world, or perhaps everyone is Fujimaru Ritsuka. No problem, all players are Fujimaru Ritsuka. I am too. The appearance and disappearance of the immortal monster were abrupt. Before everyone could react, the incident had already ended. Only Mayo sacrificed himself, and his body couldn't even be found. The rest of the people were unharmed. But it seemed inappropriate to say they were unharmed. "Kill me, kill me." Barong seemed to have lost all his spirit, repeating these 3 words continuously. For him, just like Mayo, he had been striving for the ultimate beauty his whole life. Now that the possibility was lost, he naturally didn't want to live anymore. Similar to him were the Silver Princess Astra and Regina, who had already prepared for suicide. That's why they appeared so calm earlier. The only thing they didn't expect was that Mayo, who had been protected, had his true identity discovered. Gure quietly put the birdcage-shaped magical dress back into her large sleeve. As the holy spear of King Arthur, as long as it was unsealed, dealing with mere monsters was naturally not a problem. But she was stopped by Li Shang. Thinking of what he had said earlier, "You are different from him," Gure was a bit confused. Could it be mind reading? She glanced at Li Shang and secretly wondered. What a mess. Inale put down her right hand, which was ready to perform magic, and chuckled, "My student always gives me unexpected surprises." There was a hint of pride in her words. It had to be said that she was quite satisfied with her student's achievements. "I have something to discuss with Miss Kangzuki, so I will keep it for her temporarily." Astarte picked up her bag and said, "The next issue is how to deal with the Izaluma family." Inale's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Although she had reached an agreement with Astarte and Li Shang not long ago, she was ultimately a magician from the Democratic faction. Lainey's was self-aware enough not to participate. Speaking up at this time would easily offend Inale. Anyway, her suspicion had been cleared, so it was a fortunate outcome. But she owed Astarte and Li Shang a great favor. It seemed a bit troublesome. Mayo is already dead, so there's no need to deal with him anymore. Astarte was a high-ranking member of the Law and Politics Department, naturally qualified to pass judgment. The Izaluma family is involved in fraud at the banquet and the death of the Golden Princess. Their territory will be frozen, and all relevant personnel will be brought back to the Law and Politics Department. Wait, Inale raised her hand and said, the Izaluma family is a branch house of my Barrialeda family. The relevant personnel can be taken away, but the territory should be returned to Barrialeda. I hope Miss Astarte will consider it carefully before making a decision. Consider it as me owing you a favor. Although there was suspicion of an open and fair transaction, Lainey's and the others didn't dare to come out and accuse them. After all, the Law and Politics Department was ultimately a noble faction. Obtaining the Silver Princess Astra was almost equivalent to obtaining the secret technique of Izaluma. If they lost their territory as well, wouldn't Barrialeda have been busy for nothing? Astarte looked at Li Shang and said in a deep voice, we will follow the suggestion of Lady Inale. Originally, they had planned to leave by train while it was still early. But now it was obviously not suitable. Astarte let Lainey's and Gure go back first. Inale also bid farewell. Before leaving, she said to Astarte and Li Shang, regarding the magic chant, my Barrialeda will definitely do our best to repay the favor today. The next day, the Law and Politics Department's Hino Riku led the first squad of 12 members to arrive. She took Barong, Astra, Regina, and others away. Astarte and Li Shang also returned to the clock tower. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Livia leaned back on the sofa and smiled. The clock tower has become quite lively these days because of this. I only came to find you after hearing about it. Even magicians couldn't do without 8 trigrams. Li Shang drank a cup of tea and couldn't help but brighten up. The taste was quite good. It was brewed by the Mohican-haired butler behind Livia. Of course, the red tea was also provided by him. Compared to that, Astarte didn't have the airs of a noble. Barrialeda's reputation has been damaged. I bet those self-proclaimed nobles are happy, aren't they? Astarte showed no signs of joy. More than that, Livia smiled, those nobles made sure to invest heavily in Elmero's debt. When I went to inspect the student dormitories yesterday, Leneth asked me to tell you when you're free. She wants to invite you to dinner. Dinner is fine. Astarte paused slightly and asked, what do you mean by inspecting the dormitories? I plan to attend classes at the clock tower. Livia raised 2 fingers. I applied for 2 disciplines, mineral science and modern magic. I should receive a response soon. It seems Lord Weber left a deep impression on you. Nothing escapes your notice. Livia sighed heavily. That monarch is truly terrifying, not in the ordinary sense. When I met him in the Separation City last time, he effortlessly revealed the secrets of our family's magic. At that moment, I couldn't help but want to kill him. Separation City. Li Shang looked up at her. Right, since the Twin Towers have already concluded, the Separation City must have happened long ago. The general plot is that a magician dies and wants to gift the magic workshop known as the Separation City to the magician who solves the mystery. Weber was driven by poverty and manipulated by Leneth. Livia would definitely get involved if there were significant benefits. Weber solved the mystery, but due to the occurrence of a murder, he made a wasted trip and had everything confiscated by the Department of Law and Politics. As for what Livia said, it refers to Weber's special insight. In short, he has a sharp tongue. But he also knows that doing such things would offend people, so he rarely directly analyzes others' magic. He probably had no choice but to do so during the Separation City. But thinking about it, since he has such abilities, he can also give me guidance on my magic and further improve my strength, Livia said as she picked up a scone. Astarte smiled at her words and said, your personality really has its pros and cons. I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me. Livia handed her the scone and said, regarding Li Zheng's new magic debut, I already have a plan. Let's organize a magic exchange event. Okay, Astarte nodded and handed the scone to Li Shang across from her. Quote. Li Shang took a bite. Wow, it's so sweet. He actually didn't like eating desserts much and preferred things like spicy snacks. Lavia narrowed her eyes slightly. She whispered to Astati, "Why are you so good to him?" "Am I not good to you?" Astati retorted. "It's only natural for you to be good to me." Lavia blinked her beautiful eyes. Astati pinched her cheek and said, "All right, when you study at the clock tower, just don't cause trouble for me." "Cause trouble? How could I?" Lavia widened her eyes. "Are you saying that about your well-behaved little sister? It's really heartbreaking." "No, I'm the one who's heartbroken." Suddenly, Tasaka Sakura appeared. As if she had teleported. "Imaginary magic is really useful," Lavia said with a smile. "You, my junior, are becoming more and more annoying. As long as you don't steal my sister, I'll make you like me," Tasaka Sakura replied sharply. Li Shang felt a bit dazed. What kind of battlefield is this? Something's not right. Shouldn't this kind of treatment be reserved for the male protagonist? Li Shang silently took a sip of tea. Astati waved at Tasaka Sakura. Tasaka Sakura immediately walked over and sat on her left side. And Lu Waya is on the right side. The two of them looked at each other through the gap, their eyes filled with sparks. "What's all the noise about?" Astati held one in each hand and said. Li Shang couldn't help but think of Li Zunwan's famous scene. Lu Waya and Tasaka Sakura immediately quieted down. "Now that Sakura is back, let's have dinner." Astati let go of them and said. Dinner was quite lavish, because Lu Waya specially brought 3 master chefs. A Finnish master, a Neon master, and a Sichuan cuisine master. Li Shang couldn't help but admire Lu Waya's thoughtfulness. She truly represented the face of the Edelfelt family. When it was time to sleep, Astati asked Lu Waya and Tasaka Sakura to sleep in the same room, saying it was to cultivate their emotions. The two of them snorted coldly and turned their faces away. Their reactions were exactly the same. "Junior brother, if I remember correctly, the Holy Grail War is going to start in February, right?" Astati leaned against the door and asked. "Yes." Li Shang nodded. Time was a bit tight. He didn't know if he could finish making the gem sword before the Holy Grail War. If not, he would have to find a way to summon a satisfactory servant. Speaking of which, there was a holy relic in the clock tower that could ensure his victory. Solomon. He had the power of a Grand Caster even when he was alive. This Grand Caster title is not the one from the clock tower. It refers to the Grand Servant. Simply put, it is the strongest existence in the entire Type Moon world. Almost unbeatable, just like the gods in mythology. The iconic event of Solomon's mysterious decline was his death. And the founder of the Mages Association was also related to Solomon, as he was his disciple. In the hands of the Lord of Celestial Bodies, Animosphere, there is a holy relic of Solomon, a ring. In the timeline of FGO, this lord established Chaldea and summoned Solomon to participate in the Fourth Holy Grail War, sweeping through it. He wished for endless wealth, and Solomon wished to become a human, the Doctor of Chaldea, Romani Archaman. But in the current world, the Lord of Celestial Bodies, Animosphere, did not participate in the Holy Grail War. The holy relic must still be there. It's just a bit difficult to obtain it peacefully. Unless he marries into the family. Ahem. Or just use violence directly. So, can my senior sister tell me a little bit about the holy relic she promised me? Li Shang asked with a smile. If he was powerful enough, he didn't need to offend the Lord of Celestial Bodies. She is a god. Astati tilted her head and said. A god? Li Shang asked in surprise. Senior sister, are you kidding me? How is it possible to summon a god? Even if you have a holy relic of a god, if they don't respond to you, there's nothing you can do. Summoning is a mutual process. Unless the summoner is more powerful than the one being summoned, they must communicate with each other to achieve the summoning. That's the special nature of the Holy Grail War. Only the all-purpose wish-granting machine can attract the response of heroic spirits. Otherwise, who would care about you? But it seems that gods cannot be summoned in the Holy Grail War. After all, it is fundamentally for reaching the root. But God can go to the source at any time and anywhere. Why bother getting involved in these trivial matters? Sister has a clever plan. Astati blinked playfully and said, anyway, you won't lose out. Although Li Shang really wanted to tell the Riddler to get out of Gotham, when he thought about it, Astati had never deceived him. If it's really possible to summon a god, then this Holy Grail War can be looked forward to. Wait a minute, He suddenly thought of another question. God is indeed powerful, but there are also many different types. Sister, is this God good at fighting? Very, very good. Astati said confidently. Li Shang felt relieved immediately. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet Rorele, and then we'll set off for Norway. Astati waved her hand and said, good night. Li Shang also bid her good night. After closing the door, he lay down on the bed. Sister is really mysterious. She can even get hold of a god's relic. I wonder which one it is. It would be best if she's pretty and not too troublesome in character. Li Shang thought of Gilgamesh. He really summoned an ancestor, and this guy never took things seriously. Clearly, he was the most powerful servant in the summoning, but he was careless and got killed by someone. The servant's strength is certainly important, but compatibility also needs to be considered. If they don't listen, it will be a disaster. In comparison, Solomon is a perfect servant. Powerful and easy to get along with. Doctor, who wouldn't like him? Li Shang thought and drifted off to sleep. The morning sun shone through the blue curtains, illuminating the room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Shang woke up, got dressed, and opened the door. Junior brother, get ready to eat after washing up. Astati informed him and then went to the rooms of the two younger sisters. This time, she didn't knock, but opened the door directly. She saw Lavia and Sakura Tasaka huddled together. Astati took out her camera and took a picture of the scene. The two suddenly woke up. They quickly separated. Hey, give me your camera. Lavia angrily demanded. This is sister's treasure. Astati put away the camera and said, get dressed and come out to eat. On regular days, breakfast was made by Sakura Tasaka. But Lavia brought a chef with her, so they made it themselves. They even asked Li Shang what he wanted to eat. He replied with a chicken po head, a traditional noodle dish popular in southern Sichuan. Li Shang didn't expect that the chef made it very authentic. Sister and I are going to the Department of Law and Politics. Astati stood at the door and said, Lavia, you take Sakura to school. Lavia nodded. Although she competed with Sakura Tasaka verbally, they naturally had a deep bond from growing up together. The Law and Politics Holy Song team. Li Shang saw the legendary King Basmalo. She looked very young, as if she was only in her teens, but she was wearing an old-fashioned white tailcoat, appearing dignified and elegant. Astati, what's the matter? King Bathermero, also known as Lorelei, asked expressionlessly. She completely didn't notice Li Zhang's presence. Or rather, she didn't care. My junior brother, Li Shang. Astati knew her personality and pointed at Li Shang, saying, you can tell just by looking. Lorelei finally raised her head. Your Majesty. Li Shang greeted and immediately formed seals in front of her. In the instant the magic circuit opened, Lorelei raised her eyebrows. Because in the office, Li Shang controlled the power and spat out a small fireball. How is it? Astati chuckled softly. Apart from this, there are many new magics. Changing incantations to seals will definitely have an impact on the existing system. Not bad. Lorelei's gaze changed, and she was no longer as indifferent towards Li Shang. Astati then talked about their plans and cooperation with the Barureta family. You handle this matter. After listening, Lorelei almost immediately handed this matter over to Astati without hesitation. She was not unaware of the value of new magic, but besides the dead apostles, she didn't want to deal with other things. All right, Astati was accustomed to her way of doing things and didn't refuse. As long as she heard Lorelei's orders, she would support whatever was done. This was how King Bathermero conducted herself. She liked being a hands-off boss. After you investigate the dead apostles in Norway, contact me. If it really involves any true ancestors, I will come promptly. Lorelei quickly changed the topic. I know. Astati's tone became heavy for a moment. If I can handle it, I will take care of it. Lorelei understood her strength and nodded, asking, is there anything else? Nope. Astati became a bit cheerful and said, Lorelei, don't stay in the cold castle all the time, go out more. Quote. Lorelei didn't answer and watched the two of them leave. After going downstairs, Li Shang remembered that he didn't have any classes this morning. While contemplating whether to return to the enforcement team, Astati spoke up, didn't Luviagalita say she was going to attend modern magecraft class? Let's go too. Li Shang was slightly taken aback. Wow, going all the way to El Meloy classroom, isn't this heaven-defying? Weber is probably going to have a headache. Originally, he already had 2 problem children, and now he added 3 more. It's really troublesome. But as the protagonist, Li Shang was quite interested in Weber. After all, he had worked overtime in his Chaldea for several years. The 2 of them left the Department of Law and Politics and arrived at the street where the Modern Magecraft Department was located. SLA Street. Walking up the rising slope and looking up at the intersection, the building they saw was the main teaching building of the Modern Magecraft Department. Although Gray was Weber's disciple, her reputation was not prominent. Among the new generation of Clock Tower, the most famous were his other 2 disciples. They were known as the Elmero Twin Gems. Flat Escardos. Possessing unparalleled talent but lacking the mindset of a magus, he ended up becoming a problem child. After being returned by multiple mentors, he joined the El Meloy classroom, where his talent was able to shine. He didn't have any magic system and was always doing things in a disorderly manner. In Fate Strange Fake, he once participated in the Holy Grail War as the master of Jack the Ripper. Sven Glashate, skilled in animalistic magic, the kind that can transform into a werewolf. A rare melee magician, brave and upright, well-mannered, but sometimes behaves very strangely. It's not time for class yet. Astati glanced at the clock in the teaching building and said, "Let's go see King Elmero II first. I remember that we need to submit an application to join other disciplines, right?" Li Shang was a little confused. Is it okay for us to go directly? Isn't there a problem? It's fine, Astati said nonchalantly. We can fill it out later. Anyway, no one dares to say anything to me. Li Shang didn't know what to say. What his senior sister said always gave him a feeling that returning to the clock tower was like returning home. The 2 arrived at Weber's office. Astati knocked on the door. Come in. Weber put down the pen in his hand, raised his head, and slightly startled when he saw the 2 coming in. Miss Astati. He stood up, with a serious expression. Thank you for your help to my younger sister at the Twin Towers. The recent incident really made him feel a bit scared. Because of this, he even rarely stood up to ladies. Please have a seat, both of you. Weber picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea, saying. Li Shang looked at him. He looked quite familiar. Waist-length black hair, a red and black windbreaker. He used to see him every day. Although it was in the game, at that time he inherited the power of Zhuge Liang, and he wasn't as weak as he is now, always having stomachaches. We both want to join the Modern Magic Department. Astati sipped her tea while holding the cup. Quote. Weber was full of question marks. Why? The teaching of the king is well known in the clock tower, and I have admired it for a long time. In addition, my younger sister Levia holds you in high regard, so I plan to take classes under your guidance. Astati said with a smile. Weber felt a headache coming on. Can you geniuses please stop coming? Levia has already made him feel extremely troublesome, and now there's the even more terrifying Astati. Miss Astati, with your level, you can already graduate, there's no need to come to class anymore. Weber politely refused. He really didn't like geniuses. The reason was that he couldn't help but feel jealous. Putting aside his talent in teaching, as a magician, he was actually quite mediocre. Seeing a genius always reminded him of the Fourth Holy Grail War. If he had been a little stronger, perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. His servant, Alexander the Great, Iskander, would have been able to fulfill his wish. There's an old saying, live and learn. I just want to attend class. Astati changed the topic and said, my junior brother Li Shang recently joined the clock tower. He is a novice magician, please give him more guidance, Your Majesty. Weber pinched his forehead with his fingers. The conversation had already reached this point, and he couldn't refuse. Astati's strength is well known. Li Shang, on the other hand, can indeed teach a little to repay the favor. He heard from ladies that Li Shang has the potential to be a detective, somewhat similar to himself. As for his strength, he only joined a few months ago, so he's probably average. If he remembers correctly, Li Shang seems to have just entered the intermediate level. Welcome to both of you. Weber smiled and then he stood up and picked up a book from his desk. Let's go, we'll go to class now. He closed the door and quickly arrived at the noisy classroom. But as soon as the students noticed his figure, they immediately quieted down. Although Weber was not very skilled and might not be able to beat his own students, his prestige was quite high. Frant. Weber frowned slightly and said, "Don't be so noisy every time." "Yes, teacher." In the front row, a boy with golden short hair and blue eyes exclaimed excitedly. Quote. Weber sighed and walked up to the podium, saying, "Today we have two new students, Astati and Li Shang." "Miss Astati." Frant became excited again. Wow. How can you be so rude?" A handsome boy with curly golden hair standing next to Frant twitched his nose, his face intoxicated, and said, "Miss Astati, what a wonderful fragrance, like the melancholy grape flowers blooming under the quiet starry sky. One is brainless, the other is a pervert." "Shut up." Weber glared at the two of them. "It's fine if they're usually unruly, but it would be troublesome if they angered Astati." Frant and Sven shrank their heads and sat back down. But the two of them quickly greeted Astati and Li Shang. Their attitude towards them, who had saved Lainey's and Gray, was quite friendly. Gray, wearing a gray hood in the corner, hesitated for a moment and said nothing. But Astati ran directly to sit next to her. Today's lesson is Modern Magic Practice based on current and magic circuits. Weber began his lecture. Li Shang seemed lost in thought. He was talking about electrical magic. The magical power supply in Chaldea comes from nuclear power plants. It is the same theory as electrical magic, converting electricity into magical power. That's why Chaldea can summon hundreds of servants. After class, Li Shang looked towards Astati's seat. She was happily playing with Gray. Well, Gray's gentle and weak personality does indeed easily arouse people's protective instincts and hands-on behavior. Astati noticed his actions and said to Gray, "I'm leaving first, I'll play with you next time." Gray breathed a sigh of relief as if she had survived a disaster. But soon she was surrounded by Frant and Sven again. The two of them wanted to chat with Astati, but she disappeared with Li Shang in the blink of an eye. "I have already booked the tickets. We will go to Norway tomorrow." Astati walked down the spiral staircase. At the door, she saw Orenji Aozuki. "Have you decided who the doll will be made for?" Aozuki adjusted her glasses and asked. "Her perfect dolls are made based on prototypes. They are not the kind of blank dolls that anyone can use. Moreover, the most amazing thing is that the dolls made are exactly the same as the prototypes. They won't become more beautiful or uglier, and they won't change their magical aptitude or anything." "For her, for him," Astati and Li Shang said in unison. Aozuki's face showed helplessness. "Am I that unimportant? Other magicians beg me, but you two keep hesitating." "Sister, I don't need this doll," Li Shang said seriously. "I'm not joking. Although I can't tell you the reason, it's useless to me." Astati looked at him and nodded, saying, "It's useless to me too, and I can't tell you the reason either." Quote. If it weren't for her sincere gaze, Li Shang would really suspect that she was a parrot. "Here's the deal." Astati came up with a solution and said, "Leave me your contact information, and we'll let you know when we need you." "All right." Kanchi Chungji shrugged and said, "Do whatever you say. Your purse is at my house." Astati drove her car, and the three of them quickly returned to the villa. "I won't stay here." Kanchi Chungji picked up her purse and bid farewell, saying, "I happen to be going back to the clock tower. I want to visit my friend, Professor Raif." Li Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Raif, who was jokingly called the Bomb King, was actually an important character in the FGO storyline. If he didn't commit suicide in 2015, it meant that humanity was heading towards destruction. Unless a master named Fujimaru Ritsuka came out to save the world. Hopefully, things wouldn't be that unlucky. Li Shang secretly thought that since Lord Marisbury Animosphere didn't participate in the Holy Grail War, the chances were quite slim. After all, he didn't have the money to establish Chaldea. I wonder if MASH exists. It's 2004 now, so she should only be 4 years old. During dinner that night, Lev Laner mentioned that she had passed the examinations for modern magecraft and mineralogy and could officially start school tomorrow. Upon hearing that Astati had also joined modern magecraft, Tasaka Sakura immediately said she would apply tomorrow. Only Li Shang silently prayed for Weber, hoping that he would stay strong. But for now, it had nothing to do with Li Shang because he and Astati were going to Norway. Norway wasn't too far away, just across the sea from Britain. The plane flew over the North Blue and landed at an airport near the town of Rollos. Their destination was the Hestdalen Valley in the north of this small town. Astati rented an off-road vehicle and headed towards the valley. We did some investigation before. The residents of the town said that they occasionally see unexplainable light clusters in the sky above the valley, randomly moving. They call it the Hestdalen phenomenon. After experts conducted research, they believed it was an atmospheric refraction phenomenon caused by temperature differences in the air. Related to a dead apostle? Li Shang asked after listening. This lake dead apostle seems quite high profile. Magic circle. Astati explained. He's not high profile, he just wants to attract humans to help with his cause. It's a pity he died. Li Shang frowned. That being said, he's not just an ordinary dead apostle. Any dead apostle who dares to covet one of the 27 seats of the dead apostle ancestors is a powerful individual. Astati suddenly smiled and said, actually, it's quite pathetic. After all, the so-called dead apostles are just someone's reserves. The Moon King, Crimson Moon. The true extraterrestrial being. The origin of all dead apostles and true ancestors. Originally wanted to truly control this planet, but was defeated by Jeweled Sword Zelrech because of a lack of understanding of magic. His body was destroyed, but he left behind a bounded field. It could make all true ancestors serve as her containers for her resurrection. Astati parked the car outside the valley. The two of them entered on foot. The scenery in the valley was quite beautiful. At least for ordinary humans, it was. But Li Shang could clearly smell a strong smell of blood. Almost impossible to dissipate. It would probably take the deaths of thousands of people to cause such a result. Although there were some decent guys among the vampires, most of them viewed humans as food and naturally had no sympathy. Li Shang had no qualms about killing them. There are multiple layers of bounded fields, making it difficult to infiltrate. Astati said expressionlessly, apparently also a bit angry. Fu crawled out of Li Zhang's arms and stood on his shoulder to catch his breath. Astati reached out and touched its head, saying, poor little thing, you must have been suffocating. Fu nodded in agreement. Reversing the barrier according to the normal procedure would waste too much time. Let's just break it with brute force, said Li Shang, who was already feeling annoyed. Even if it was a true ancestor, he and Astati could handle it with their strength. Fu will follow you, Astati said. Astati withdrew her hand and continued, after we go in, we'll split up and search for Rubert. She picked up 3 red gemstones and threw them out directly. The gemstones ignited fiercely as they rubbed against the air. In an instant, they collided with the hidden barrier like 3 meteors falling from the sky. There was no thunderous sound, but a faint red mist rose up like a smoke bomb. The mist corroded the barrier, creating large holes. Layer after layer, it continued downwards until all 6 layers were completely pierced through. Although barriers usually have a repair function, it would be difficult to repair such large holes. With a crisp sound like a shattered mirror, the barrier collapsed and disappeared completely, revealing the interior. It was a large castle connected by 5 smaller castles. After the barrier was broken, there was surprisingly no reaction from inside. It was truly strange. Li Shang activated his spirit speech, fairy dancer, and his body flickered, appearing in front of the castle. But as soon as he entered the range, he felt his blood being faintly sucked into the ground. So that's how it is. It's a magic array. No wonder Astati said it was a trap earlier. It was probably meant to lure the Holy Song squad here and wipe them all out to avenge the past. For a magician, it might actually be quite useful. But Li Shang was different. After activating his spirit speech, he was no longer purely human. He was a half-blood dragon, or in the terms of type moon, a phantasmal species. He nodded to Astati and headed towards the left. It had to be said that the castle was really big. The distance from left to right was at least 300 to 400 meters. Only a magic barrier of this size could have such a powerful effect. Perhaps it was also related to Rubert's promotion to true ancestor. There was only 1 vacant seat among the 27 dead apostle ancestors. To surpass the other dead apostles, Rubert's current strength was not enough unless his power increased dramatically. Li Shang had been discovered. He took out his Han sword and threw it directly. A scream immediately rang out. A dead apostle in the distance fell to the ground with a Han sword stuck in his neck. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. The dead apostle died on the spot and didn't get up again. That's how it should be. The 7 deadly sins, as the highest achievement of alchemy, is definitely not inferior to the God Eater in Fate Stay Night. Moreover, in a certain sense, the Dragon Knight is similar to the dead apostle. Since the 7 deadly sins can even bring an end to the Dragon King, there's no reason they can't deal with the dead apostles. This is Li Zhang's first time using the 7 deadly sins against the dead apostles, and it has given him a pleasant surprise. His thoughts flashed by. Countless dead apostles surged towards him from all directions. Suddenly, Li Shang thought of Resident Evil. He instantly appeared in front of Han Jian, but in the blink of an eye, he withdrew Kaido Gakko and drew out the 7 deadly sins, Wrath, which is a katana. For dealing with this kind of group battle, the long and hard katana is undoubtedly more suitable for bloody fighting. The katana has 2 forms. Li Shang originally thought he could only trigger the first form, which is a long sword measuring 1.8 meters, but to his surprise, as soon as he held it, the katana began to tremble violently. In an instant, the blade became unusually long, reaching 8 meters, and it was covered with spikes, like a skeletal raging dragon. Although it's not the jokingly referred to 40-meter giant sword, relative to Li Zhang's height of less than 2 meters, it can still be considered a small horse pulling a big cart. Fortunately, Yan Ling gave him enough power, otherwise, he might not be able to pick it up, let alone wield it. The dead apostles discovered that their surrounded enemy had disappeared, immediately looking around, and then they spotted Li Shang not far away and rushed towards him once again. Good timing. A sense of heroism arose in Li Zhang's heart. Indeed, the bigger something is, the more exciting it is. He charged forward, exerting force with both hands, and directly swept horizontally in a simple and rough manner. A strong wind rose. Li Zhang's immense power made the speed of the katana not slow, coupled with its large size, causing a fierce wind to blow. The spikes easily pierced into the bodies of the dead apostles, and then the excessive force tore them in half. In theory, with the presence of spikes, it should have created a scene similar to a string of candied haws. But the bodies of the low-level dead apostles were not as durable as imagined. Countless bodies flew into the sky and quickly turned into a wave of blood. It can be said that there was a great amount of bleeding. But this is normal. Ordinary humans have a lot of blood, not to mention the dead apostles who feed on blood, their blood reserves are not small. It also proves that they have committed various evil deeds. The blood on the ground was continuously absorbed. Li Shang noticed this and it confirmed his speculation. Lu Bear not only needs the blood of magicians, but also the blood of his relatives. The more blood he has, the stronger his power becomes, ultimately ascending to the true ancestor. Perhaps according to his thinking, after reaching the true ancestor, he can defeat the Lord Bartholomew. It can only be said that he is naive. Although Li Shang doesn't know how much blood he needs, it must be a huge amount. Otherwise, there would be no need to take such a risk and directly come to London to attract the Holy Chant Squad. The sound of breaking wind rang out, only to see several dead apostles leaping up, jumping nearly 10 meters high, and then at an extremely fast speed, pouncing towards Li Shang in the center. Enhance. After using magic, the power within Li Zhang's body increased a bit. He gripped the katana and formed a half circle in front of him. All the dead apostles that came into contact with it turned into fragments. In the face of absolute power, their bodies were like paper. But there are too many of them. Li Shang looked at the dead disciples gathering around him, glanced at the center of the castle, and suddenly thought of a skill from Warcraft. With a low roar, he used the power of his long sword to jump to a height of 9 meters, and then his body began to spin. Blade Storm. It was as if a sprinkler was watering the area within a dozen meters of his body with blood. As for Fufu, she had already left Li Shang and landed not far away. But no dead disciple dared to approach her. Even the dead disciples who were violently thrown in front of her by Li Shang and survived were filled with fear, crawling and rolling away. Even without limbs, their remaining eyes were longing for the outside world. Li Shang casually cast a levitation spell on himself. Then the blade storm moved towards the center of the castle. It created a bloody path through the dead disciples, and wherever it went, blood splashed and couldn't be stopped. It was like a meat grinder. Li Shang ran to the front of them and turned around to kill them again. With a single swing of his broadsword, he slashed from north to south, and from south to north. He didn't even blink. Finally, the dead disciples were almost all dead. Only the advanced ones were left. They retained human intelligence, and were even smarter than the other dead disciples. They didn't rush forward foolishly like the others. Li Shang also stopped spinning. It was embarrassing to be spinning in the air with no one attacking. He took a breath. Actually, he didn't exert too much physical strength, but his head was a little dizzy. Just then, a young-looking dead disciple suddenly rushed forward like lightning, perfectly avoiding the broadsword, and stabbed directly at his eyes with a Western sword. This was undoubtedly a master. In an instant, Li Shang switched weapons, and his Chinese sword blocked the Western sword just in time. Immediately, he kicked out. The young disciple quickly got up from the ground after falling down, but it took him a while. The look in his eyes when he saw Li Shang was full of horror. Such great power, was he really human? Was he really a magician? Li Shang didn't pursue his advantage because two more dead disciples were attacking him. He glanced around and saw that there were 7 people in total, and their strength should be second only to Lu Bear. He didn't know how things were going with his senior sister. Because he had been in battle all this time, he didn't have the time to pay attention to Astati. But he could still hear the continuous sound of explosions. Li Shang cleared his mind and increased the strength in his hand. The 2 dead disciples, one with a knight sword and the other with a long spear, had their weapons shattered with a single slash from Li Shang. They obviously didn't expect this situation. Unable to dodge, their heads were directly chopped off by the Chinese sword. Li Shang took a step forward and launched an attack on the nearest dead disciple. He was someone who liked to take the initiative. Being passively beaten is not his style. The reaction of the dead disciple was also quick. Faced with a sword piercing straight into his heart, he stepped out with his right foot and his body rotated slightly. While trying to dodge, he closed the distance with Li Shang and his right fist shimmered with flowing light, obviously preparing for a thunderous strike. But Han Jian was faster and more agile than him. In the instant his body moved, Han Jian pierced through his throat like a nimble snake. After successfully landing a hit, Li Shang immediately turned around. The ferocious expression of the dead disciple appeared in his sight. He diagonally crashed into the arms of the dead disciple, avoiding his right fist at the same time. A sword descended from top to bottom, piercing through his chin to the top of his head. A scream rang out, only to be kicked away by Li Shang. 3 people remained. Although he could clearly see the fear on their faces, they still launched an attack. This is the fate of being a member of the clan, only able to be enslaved, unable to resist. The 3 people closed in simultaneously. Because of their immortal flesh and blood-sucking abilities, most of the dead disciples were close combat fighters. There were few long-range magicians. After all, the distance was too far for them to suck blood. And ordinary magicians were extremely inept at close combat. But Li Shang was just the opposite. He narrowed his eyes and was the first to dodge the knight's sword in front. Immediately, his right foot cunningly kicked the knight's crotch. Even a vampire couldn't help but howl in pain. His head was buzzing. And because of Li Zhang's immense strength, his body flew backwards and happened to collide with the dead disciple behind him. Although he changed his move in time, its power was far less than before. Li Shang directly threw the sword. A move called 100 Steps Flying Sword pierced through him 3 meters away. One companion flew away and died, and the close combat dead disciple's face showed surprise. This guy lost his weapon. They had long noticed that his weapon was not right and completely ignored their immortal flesh and blood. Li Shang drew out the 7 deadly sins, envy. It was a weapon that looked like a samurai sword. Are you stupid? I have many swords. Li Shang chuckled softly and sent him to meet God. No way. He didn't have the purification method of the Holy Church, so he could only kill them. Li Shang walked up to the dead disciple who had been knocked away, delivered another blow, and then picked up Han Jian. Finally, he finished off the small fries. When he turned around, he found that all the blood had disappeared, including the blood on his body. This blood-sucking ability is so good, can't it be used for something else? Li Shang complained. At this time, Fufu ran over again. He entered the central castle. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.